One, two, three. Oh, Finn is playing. I'm amazed. The sun is shining, Mark. It's the most beautiful morning here. The crowd making their way in, and Hove just looks magnificent when the sun is out, and no different today. The players are just sort of finishing their warm-ups, and we're all set to go at 11 o'clock, which is great news. Well, I guess the main thing is, Mark, that Sussex have decided over the last couple of seasons they're going to go down the route of youth. There's a lot of young players in this Sussex side who don't have a huge amount of experience, and they're being very patient with the younger players, but it has to be said that people's patience is just starting to wear a little thin. This will be the 20th game that Sussex are playing that they haven't won a county championship match. You have to go right back to April last year to see a match in which Sussex won in the four-day format. So I think people think it's great to give young players a chance, and a lot of them are young Sussex players who've grown up in the county, come through the academy. But I think a few questions now starting to be asked as to whether this is really the right way to go. You contrast that to Surrey, who have got a team full of international players, very experienced cricketers, and I think that's the reason that they're doing so well in the county championship, and Sussex at the moment aren't. Well, yeah, they'll definitely lose if that happens. Well, you never know. I mean, I'm just looking at the team that's just been announced, and actually Steve Finn, who's an England bowler who hasn't played much this season in the longer format because of a knee injury, he's in the side today, and that helps. And also Mohammad Rizwan, who's a Pakistan wicketkeeper batsman. He's been in and around the club playing in the T20. He's playing as well, and that generates huge interest, Mark, in terms of the subcontinent and people watching from Pakistan. So there will be a lot of people tuning into our commentary today. So with those two in the side, Sussex have got a chance. So you never know, maybe this week is the week to end that rather barren run. Yeah, so Rizwan and Finn are playing, which is great news. In terms of the toss, Derbyshire have won the toss on a lovely sunny day, no surprise, that they are going to bat first. So Sussex will be bowling. Meanwhile, up at the Oval, Surrey are playing Kent, Mark, in the Championship, as we know. Waiting to hear news of the toss there, but Surrey top of the Championship, and they'll be expecting to beat Kent, I expect, over the next 4 days. My garden is not looking great, mainly because I've got a couple of dogs, Mark, who dig great big holes on my very small lawn, so it doesn't look great. I have to tell you, though, yesterday I did go to Wisley Gardens because they had jazz at Wisley yesterday. It was lovely, and I have to say, Wisley Gardens look magnificent and put my garden to shame. Look fantastic. I will. Thanks, Mark.
There we are. I wonder where you'd gone.
Well, a very good morning and welcome to Hove as a return from the hurly-burly of T20 cricket to county championship cricket. The first thing we need to do is to make sure we are going out and about around the ground. So a little call out, there we are, there's Julian. He's taken off his very nice white hat. It looks like he might have invested in a new hat. I know he's off on holiday shortly, and I reckon that is his holiday sun hat that he's bought. I have to say, I did have a communication from Julian this morning who was saying that he's going to need his binoculars to see.
He's a long way over, isn't
He is a long way. We are absolutely, Julian, so as not to rub it in too much, we are absolutely wicket to wicket. We couldn't have a better view. So in terms of LBWs, we've got a magnificent view. So Julian will be on duty for square leg duties, but Hove is looking a picture. Great to welcome everybody back for some four-day cricket, and also wonderful to welcome, we get some great commentators and great friends around the circuit, and none better than Dave Fletcher, who's made his way down from Derby. Fletcher, always good to see you, and great to welcome you to sunny Hove.
I assume you meant friend rather than commentator. It's been great. I like to regard myself as a friend, but that's about it. Yeah, no, great to be here. Always good to be in Hove or Brighton. We're stopping in Brighton again this year, but you can just see when you cross from Brighton into Hove in the taxi this week. You can tell. Yeah, it's great. It's great to be here. And the weather, absolutely glorious.
It is. If you're watching us via the Sussex live stream, there will be the stream going on throughout the game, of course. We'll talk about Sussex in a minute, but let's talk about Derbyshire. I was up at Derby in April. Doesn't seem that long ago, actually, Fletch, but we were up there in a game that was drawn on a pitch which turned out to be quite flat, in a game where three players made double hundreds. It was an extraordinary game of cricket.
Yeah, Mohammed Rizwan and Tom Hain.
Yeah, Pujara, Haynes and
Shah
Masood.
Part of his two double centuries in successive matches. which is why we're on Shan Masood watch to start this match from a Derbyshire perspective. 991 runs in the Championship in his 11 innings, currently averaging 90.09.
Wow.
Isn't bad. And they're going to lose him for 3 Championship matches, which is a real shame. He's off to play for, well, he's off to join up with the Pakistan squad. It's an 18-man squad, and I fear the worst because he's too good to carry drinks. But we'll lose him for 3 matches, and also potentially for the quarterfinals of the T20 Blast. Should Derbyshire get there, there's still got one more game to go, and we'll not talk about that now because I'm too nervous. But there is a debutant for Derbyshire today, Hayden Kerr, the Australian. He's played 13 T20s for Derbyshire since replacing Suranga Lakmal, who had that elbow problem and subsequent surgery. He's going to make his first-class debut. He has just signed a red ball contract with New South Wales as well, down in Australia, playing the Sheffield Shield. So he has a bit of pedigree. He's a good lad as well, left arm. Quick mark, what plays his second game? Oh, somebody's closing the window next door. That's what it is. They're closing the window. Right. Just about deaf and all
That's our that's our effects mic is dangling out of the window. So the gentleman in a hat, not dissimilar to Julian.
Well, no, I think Julian carries his off better if I'm entirely honest with this.
So they're shutting the window.
But that's an interesting hat. It's like sort of a straw pork pie hat. I don't think I've ever seen anything like it. And I think he's listening to us as well. So by the time the delay comes, he'll be back here with his earpiece, unfortunately.
That window's incredibly heavy, actually.
It is when I opened it this morning and put it back out again. Mark Watt plays his second game of first-class cricket. He played at Chesterfield in the victory over Middlesex. That was his first game of first-class cricket for 5 years. He previously played for Scotland against Ireland in a first-class match. Associate countries don't play first-class cricket that often, and he's played over 100 times for his country in white ball cricket, but now he's getting an opportunity for Derbyshire in the red ball stuff. Billy Godman returns. He doesn't play T20 cricket, but he returns as skipper. Masood skippers the T20 side. Billy Godman's back at the top of the order, but I expect Shan Masood to face the first delivery. So we're on 9-run watch. When he gets to 9, if I'm next door, Adrian, go big. No, if I'm next door, the commentary won't be going back there anyway. I'll be commentating on it, so we'll be all right.
Well, there goes the bell, which tells us we'll be underway shortly. The 2 umpires are making their way out from the Spenkarma Pavilion, away to our left-hand side. Graham Lloyd, one of the umpires. The other umpire, a gentleman I've not come across before, Hassan Adrian.
No, Hassan Adnan.
Oh, Adnan. Oh, it was Adrian.
No, Hassan Adnan, former Derbyshire player.
Oh, right, okay.
We had Hass on Friday night, so he's made the journey from Derby to Hove as well.
We've not come across him down at Hove before, so good luck to him today as the 2 umpires making their way out to the middle. Down the steps come the Sussex side. Derbyshire winning the toss, they're going to bat first. In terms of Sussex, lining up with Ali Orr, Tom Haynes, Tom Sissott, Mohammed Rizwan, Ollie Carter, Daniel Ibrahim, Delray Rawlins, Archie Lenham, Jack Brooks, Sean Hunt and Steve Finn. It'll be the first game of Championship cricket that Steve Finn has played since that drawn game at Derbyshire way back in April. He's only bowled 53 overs all season as Steve Finn. Hasn't bowled in the Championship since that game. But from a Sussex point of view, this is probably as potent an opening attack as they've had all season, to be honest. Sorry about that, Frank. Yeah. But it doesn't, I mean, Sussex, this is their 20th county championship game without a win. So we'll have to see how they get on. Now, we have got a third member of our commentary team today. I'm delighted to welcome Nikki Chowdhury, and Nikki will be chatting to us after about 11:30. She'll come and join us. Nikki was here for the game against New Zealand, so it's great to have her back. And Nikki will be joining us throughout the day as well. So lots going on here in the commentary box. And just a little plug, at lunchtime we're going to be talking to Patrick Faraday about a book that he's written. It's called Field of Dreams, 150 Years at the County Ground in Hove. So straight after we finish at 1 o'clock for lunch, we'll be chatting away to Patrick about the book, which I understand is for sale in the club shop, and there's an array of photographs and all sorts of interesting articles about this wonderful cricket ground, which goes back 150 years. And we'll find out more about it with Patrick during the lunchtime interval. So, we're about to get underway. It's true to say that the wicket is very much in our favour from the commentary box. We are right across the Clocktail scoreboard side of the ground, and we're looking directly down the track, and it looks like Jack Brooks is going to open the bowling from the Cromwell Road.
I can't remember sitting this much right behind the bowler's arm for a long time anywhere. It's quite scary.
It is.
It's very scary.
This is kind of sort of, as a test match, Fletch, isn't it? We've got the best view in the house.
Yeah.
So it is Brooks who's on loan for Somerset. It's an odd loan agreement, really, Fletch, because he played a game down at Cardiff and then he went back to Somerset for T20.
Yeah, I saw him playing a T20.
Yeah. So he's sort of a la Stuart Broad. He's got the headband on. And he's going to be bowling.
I think Jack Brooks had it way before Stuart Broad ever did. Brooksy, I remember him. I remember commentating on him with Dave Callaghan when he was playing for Yorkshire. Jack Brooks. He's won a couple of titles.
He's coming into bowl to Shan Masood, and Masood is forward, plays down the onside, and there is no runner. We'll keep an eye on Masood because he only needs, I think it was 9, Fletch said, to get to 1,000 runs for the season. So we'll make sure that Fletch is on the mic when that commentates.
It might not happen. So it doesn't matter if it doesn't happen.
So 2 errors from me this morning already, which is not great, at 1 minute past 11. I got the umpire's name wrong, so apologies to Hassan Adnam, who's the umpire alongside Graham Lloyd, as in comes Brooks and Bowles, and let go Masood outside of the off stump, taken by Carter, and there is no run. And of course Fletch is a great friend. We go back a long time, commentaries at the Shea, watching Halifax play against a non-league team, I don't know, Woking or Aldershot or something. So
yeah, both of them, I think.
Yeah.
Both of them. Happy days.
Happy days. So, Sussex with 3 slips, a gully, point, extra cover mid-on. Brooks in bowls, Masood, and he gets his first run, plays out into the offside and picks up a comfortable single fielded there by Archie Lennon. So Masood is on his way, and Derbyshire on 1 without loss.
It's been an absolute delight, Adrian. I'm going.
There we are. We know each other so well that Fletcher's gone. So 3 slips, Tumblesop, Mohammed Rizwan, Delray Rawlins, who's been in good form in the T20 competition, Daniel Ibrahim, who's clapping his hands in the gully, Archie Lennon at point, Tom Haynes at mid-off, Steve Finn at mid-on, Alistair Orr, square leg stroke mid-wicket. Fine leg away to our right-hand side is Sean Hunt. Derbyshire skipper is going to face Brooks, who's running in towards us and bowls, and Godwin is going to get 4 runs through the slip cordon. Very short boundaries here at Hove. The ball runs away. It's going to go all the way down. Almost, to me, as if it's skipped over the advertising halls in hoardings, as it? Yes, it has. And Mohammed Rizwan's got to run away down towards the entrance gate to retrieve the ball. There he goes. And that's not going to do the ball any good as the ball runs away over the concrete. Nicky, just come and have a little word with us while Fletch is doing his quick update for listeners on BBC Radio Derby. Good to see you again.
Thank you, Adrian.
How are you?
Oh, I'm very well, thank
Great.
you.
Well, it's great to see you back. And you're going to be with us, Nicky, for today. And then Chloe Brewer is going to join us on days 2 and 4, I think it is. So, anyway, the first boundary of the match to Billy Godalming. As in comes Brooks. Just stay for a couple more balls, and then we'll bring Fletch back in as Brooks waits. So they've got a slip cordon there, Nicky. And in fact, the gully now, they've brought a little closer in at 4th slip, whereas he was at 3rd. As in comes Brooks and bowls, and Godalming is forward, plays to middle, fielded by Tom Haynes. And there is no run. So what have you been doing with yourself since the New Zealand game? Have you been playing some cricket, or have you been...
I've been playing some cricket, I've been busy with radio, I've been everywhere, Adrian, literally, like, it's gone so quickly since I was last here. I feel like it was just the other day. So much has happened.
Well, the weather was so awful on that final day, it couldn't be a complete contrast today. As in comes Brooks and bowls, and Godalming is forward, plays to the offside. Need to get a bit of a move on here as Haynes runs in and fields from mid-off, and it's 1 more to Billy Godalming. So, end of the opening over. Derbyshire are 6 without loss. Godalming on 5. Masood is yet to score. So, Nicky, be back with us. Great to see you again. Nicky back with us at about 11:30. Fletch has done his update to the listeners on BBC Radio Derby. And he is back with us as it's going to be Sean Hunt, I think, who's going to open the bowling from the C end of the ground. So, the young left-arm seamer is preferred to Steve Finn, who's playing his first championship match since that game up at Derby in April. And Derbyshire winning the toss here, 6 without loss. And I have to say, Fletch, I mean, Derbyshire, I think, are having a terrific season. Looks like you're going to qualify for the quarterfinals of the T20.
Oh, don't say it out loud.
You're there or thereabouts in the championship. You know, it's been a good season so far.
It's actually a big game for them today because Middlesex play Notts.
Right.
So I think that one's at Trent Bridge. So that's the top two. Oh dear.
He's not happy.
Yeah,
He's
it's the
not happy.
window.
He's
No,
not-
no, Billy won't. Yeah, Billy needs the window closed. Window is now closed.
Good. I
Billy-
thought he was going to ask us to move our effects mic.
Not yet.
No.
If it starts blowing around, he will. His peripheral vision is quite scary. So,
Sean Hunt.
Sean Hunt in and bowls to Coleman, who almost didn't need to have the window closed anymore because he plays and misses at that one outside the off stump. Dear, oh dear. Fiddled at that one. Billy does do a lot of fiddling. We all know that. We've watched him bat plenty of times. My word, does he fiddle. And the contrast in the two batsmen, you were talking about the contrast in the weather between this and the New Zealand game. The contrast between these two batsmen is quite remarkable. You just have to look at their first-class averages. Billy Godman has got 206 runs at 18 in 11 innings, and Shan Masood has now got 992 runs. He lets that next delivery go outside the off stump.
I think they're looking at RFX microphone.
No.
Umpire Lloyd just turned around and had a look.
If it's only bothering the umpire, we're all right. It's when it bothers. Well, I'm more worried about it bothering Billy Godman because, as I say, he does get easily distracted. I don't know a better way to put it, really. You can stand up in the press box at Derby and he'll tell you to sit down. He's waiting now, and this one is pushed out into the offside for a single. You were talking, Billy Godman moves on to 6, incidentally, with a couple of singles and that rather streaky 4 down to third man off the edge of his bat, 7 without loss in the second over. We're talking about the perfect view. It's the perfect view, apart from for leg before wickets, because I can't see the bottom half of the batsman at the far end of the ground.
It's a very good
point. So
point.
if the ball hits the pads, I'm going to guess.
Yeah.
Well, I normally guess anyway, obviously, because I've got no idea.
You're right, Fletch.
But I can't. I just noticed that I'm looking at it, I can't see the batsman.
That's a very good point.
So we're
going to be all right. Yeah.
Perhaps the view's too good. The view is too good.
Yeah. We could do with being a little higher, and then we'd have a great view.
Yes. Well, we could go on the scaffolding, couldn't we?
We could go and sit on the roof.
Yeah. I think we should do that. I think we should do that. John Hunt then, first delivery to Shan Masood, who's got one nod out. Left armour in and bowls to Masood, who leaves alone outside the off stump. Swings his bat forwards after the ball has gone along. I just got slightly distracted by a whole group of youngsters who've just arrived away to our left-hand side. That's excellent to see. I don't know what the collective noun for youngsters is, apart from an annoyance, but I think that's crows. Or ravens. It's a gaggle. It's certainly a gaggle of school children away to our left-hand side. All here with a couple of people looking after them. Hunt goes in once more from the sea end. It's a full toss, I think, and he does no more than push it straight back to the bowler, Shan Masood. Well, the misses out there. It'll clip into the leg side up towards mid-wicket. Might have been in order, but it's early in the innings. Hove always changes. Our view always changes, though, because the temporary stands at the far end seem to change. They go sort of bigger and smaller and different multiples. There are 3 down there this year, aren't there? I assume for the T20.
Yes. Yeah, they'll be coming down soon.
Do you have any women's internationals coming up as well? As this next delivery is driven out into the offside, actually backward of square for 4 runs. I didn't see the flight of that ball or the direction that ball had left the bat, but it's gone away down to third man for 4 runs, and Masood moves on to 5. Derbyshire at the end of the over are 11 without loss. Shan Masood is now on 996 runs. I'll stop talking about it once it gets to 1,000, but it's quite exciting. Last season, in fact, the last person to get to 1,000 runs for Derbyshire did it on this ground last season with the very final shot of the match.
And he's no longer a Derbyshire
player.
player.
He's no longer a Derbyshire player, you're absolutely right. Matt Critchley got to exactly 1,000 when he hit the winning runs here in the only victory for Derbyshire in the county championship last season.
Did he sort of open?
Yes,
he came
he did.
in 3 or something.
He came out either to open the batting or at number 3 because they looked like they were going to win, and
that's right.
Yeah, and he needed so many runs for 1,000.
In comes Jack Brooks to bowl to Billy Godman. Godman is forward, plays it straight back down the track, fielded by Brooks, and there is no run. Yeah, I mean, the temporary stands, I would imagine, will come down. Sussex have got 2 more matches in the T20. They play Essex here on Friday night, then Hampshire here next Sunday afternoon, and that'll be the end of the T20. Then the temporary stands will come down. I would imagine.
No chance of qualifying?
None. Out.
Okay.
Yeah, Kent sorted that on Friday night.
Right. I won't mention that again.
Yeah, I mean, it's just been a really disappointing campaign. 8 defeats in 12 games. And Sussex have just never really got... They lost their first 2, then they won 3, and you thought, maybe... But 2 million... And there was a defeat here against Gloucester where they lost 8 for 28, chasing a relatively low target, and that's the game that will come back to haunt them, really. In comes Brooks, over the wicket, bowls, and forward comes Godwin, plays in the offside, fielded by Ali Orr, and there is... no run. Sean Hunt to open the bowling from this end. He didn't play in the game up at Derby, Fletch.
No, he didn't.
But he's a young bowler, and he talked about this very candidly, Sean. He's lost a huge amount of weight during the winter months, and I'm talking several stone.
Right.
And has got himself really, really fit, and he bowled really nicely down at Glamorgan in the last championship match, and preferred to Henry Crocombe in this game, as in comes Brooks and bowls, and the ball was right on the stumps. Godwin is forward, plays down the onside of the track, and there is no run.
I do like a left armour, though. I mean, Hayden Kerr is left arm as well. I think he'll probably open the bowling looking at the Derbyshire lineup with Sam Connors, Anuj Dal and Lewis Rees, the sort of backup seamers, with Thompson and Watt, the spinners. Watt's a left armour and Watt's orthodox off spin. But I do like a left armour. It just gives a bit of balance, doesn't it?
Brooks in bowls, and forward comes Godwin, plays to mid-off, fielded by Tom Haynes, and there is no run. I have to say, the pitches down here at Hove this year have been excellent pitches, particularly favouring the batsmen, and I think good toss to win for Derbyshire, lovely sunny day. It looks a good pitch, doesn't it, Fletch?
Yeah, oh gosh, yeah. I mean, I am no pitch expert, clearly, but yeah, there's not there wouldn't be a mark on it yet, but it doesn't look like it's going to mark up at all.
Brooks in bowls, got a moment with a play and a miss outside of the off stump, taken by Ollie Carter, who's got the gloves, over and above Mohammed Rizwan, who is in the Sussex side, 116 on the back of his shirt, the Pakistan international, who I'm sure will be going back with Shan Masood. And then they've got, isn't the Asia Cup coming up as well?
Yeah, 50 over. Is it 50 or 20?
I forget.
It's one or the other.
Yeah.
That's in August, I think.
Yes.
Or is it the... Yeah.
Yeah,
I fear. Make the most of him while we've got him.
Brooks in bowls. We'll let this one go outside of the arm. Good over by Jack Brooks. A maiden over, the first maiden over of the day. Derbyshire are 11 without loss. Masood on 5 within 4 of reaching 1,000 runs for the season. What an achievement that would be. Billy Godwin is on 6. Derbyshire winning the toss. Off to a very solid start.
He's got nearly 500 runs in the T20 as well.
What a signing.
He's been useful, to say the least. A couple of double hundreds he's got already. Shan Masood for Derbyshire. Yeah, he's been magnificent, and what a gentleman as well. He's going to be facing as Hunt begins a new over from the sea end and bowls to him. He clips it away into the leg side. I think there's only going to be one there. They do run the first one quite quickly, but it's fielded down in the very far distance by Jack Brooks.
Yeah.
Down at a sort of long leg, really, not fine enough to be a fine leg, but they go through for another single, 12 without loss, 6 apiece to the 2 batsmen. Yeah, an inspired signing, and an inspirational signing as well. He sort of lifted the rest of the team with him. I'm sure Mickey Arthur's had an awful lot to do with that too. Hunt goes in and bowls to Godwin, who clips it into the leg side, shouts no, as Masood fancied a quick single there, but there was a man at a relatively short square leg.
So who would have been instrumental in getting Shan Masood over? It's a terrific signing.
Mickey Arthur. It's all to do with Mickey Arthur. Right. Obviously, he coached Pakistan and he coached Sri Lanka, which is why he managed to... I don't know if he persuaded Suranga Lakmal to give up international cricket, but he gave up international cricket to sign a 2-year contract. It was one of the 2 overseas at the start of the season, and Shan Masood, obviously coached by Arthur at Pakistan, as this next delivery is defended by Godwin. And then when Suranga Lakmal left, everybody thought, oh no, what's going to happen here? And then he dipped into his book of contacts and brought in Hayden Kerr, who'd been playing, well, he hadn't been playing, he'd been a net bowler at the IPL. He did really well for the Sydney Sixers last season, got 98 not out in one of the knockout games, but he's predominantly a bowler who bats. And he was out in the IPL as this next delivery is pushed by Godalming out to point. And there's no run. And when I spoke to Hayden and asked him about his route to Derby, he said, well, I was a reserve for a reserve, really. That he might have got a gig at the IPL had players gone down, but they were all in COVID bubbles, weren't they, in the IPL? So he was one of the net bowlers and was part of that. So he would have learned an awful lot from that. And as I said earlier, he's just signed a red ball contract with New South Wales as Hunt bowls and Godalming pushes out into the offside, this time into the covers, and there's no run. So Mickey Arthur was adamant, the first person he thought of, I know just the lad who'll come over and play a bit of T20 cricket for us, and hopefully he's here has to go back to Australia after the first of the matches in September in the Championship. So Derbyshire will, hopefully Shan Masood will be here he should still be here then, but they might be down to one overseas by then. Ball of Sean Hunt's over, and that's edged and caught. That first slip, Billy Godman fiddle at it outside the off stump, and Tom Alsop takes a fairly comfortable, routine-looking catch, and Sussex strike with the final ball of the fourth over of the match. Derbyshire 12 for 1, Godalming out for 6.
Well, I was saying that Sean Hunt bowled really nicely down at Cardiff a couple of weeks ago in the county championship. Glamorgan were only chasing 140 odd to win the game, and at one stage they were 9 for 3, and Sean Hunt picked up a couple of those wickets, and he's been really impressive. He pitches the ball up, he gives it a chance, good delivery, and Godalming just having to play that ball outside of the off stump, and also he's got a very reliable pair of hands in there at first slip, does the rest. So the Derbyshire skipper has gone.
And his wretched season continues, I'm afraid, with the bat. Billy Godman, he's now had 12 innings, he's averaging less than 20, and he just can't buy a run. Cannot buy a run. Brooke Guest, interesting character as well, he keeps wicket and bats at 3, which is quite a big workload, I think, but he's done it brilliantly. He got successive centuries in a game earlier this season. First Derbyshire wicketkeeper to do so since 1896.
Wow.
It's not bad.
That sounds like a Dave Griffin stat.
Oh, very much.
Fletch.
But all my stats are Dave Griffin stats. I don't.
I need a Dave Griffin. I want a Dave Griffin.
I don't do any stats. I leave them all. I mean, all that stuff about how many T20s Hayden Kerr had played, I could look it up myself, but what's the point? Hayden Kerr, the 712th player to play first-class cricket for Derbyshire.
This could be the over. Well, we get another landmark, Fletch, so let's hand the microphone over to you.
And he needs another 3 runs. Shan Masood, 6 not out, defends the first ball from Jack Brooks back towards the bowler. He leaves it alone. It's picked up by John, who looks like Dan Ibrahim. No, it's not.
At mid-on.
It's got number 44. It's Stephen Finn. Why doesn't it look like Stephen Finn when it is Stephen Finn?
Well, he's a long way away, isn't he? He's up.
He's the tallest man. I know he's up the hill, but he's still the tallest man in the on the ground. Brooks in again, balls to Masood, who pushes this out into the offside.
Just felt going into this match with Finn and Brooks in the side that for the first time really this season there's some experience around this Sussex attack. I mean, they've either had Brooks or Finn, but they just haven't had any experience. So the Sussex attack has got a better feel about it in this game. Steve Finn been struggling with a knee problem, but good to see him back today.
This next delivery from Brooks is driven, just wide of the fourth slip. And it goes for 4 runs, and Shan Masood, well, what a way to go to 1,000 runs in the county championship. He's on to 10. He now has 1,001, and that was about an unconvincing a shot as he's played all season. But he's got to 4 figures in just his 12th innings. Shan Masood, 1,000 championship runs.
That's magnificent, isn't it? What a signing. What a signing that is. And as you say, not only that, he's playing championship, he's playing county championship. Has he played pretty much every game, Fletch?
He's the skipper of the T20 side. He has played every game, yeah.
Wow, there you go. Brilliant. What a signing he's been.
Excellent that he edges it through past 4 slip, or gully 4 slip, really, isn't it? on 10. Brooks bowls 2. And this one is played up to Finn once again, and there's no run. He keeps telling us that he's not. Landmarks mean nothing to me. Very much lives for the day. In a 4-day game, it's very difficult to get him to talk about the previous day or what's going to happen the day after. Everything is about that day, and what's gone has gone. And he's a very focused individual. Very focused individual. But a thoroughly nice man. After the T20, I can't remember which game it was. It might have been the Northamptonshire win. 7 minutes, and I think only asked 2 questions. A very analytical mind as well. As Brooks bowls to him, and he pushes this into the ground. Brooks collects it one-handed, right hand off the bounce on the follow-through. The first sound of a goal.
Yeah.
Excellent. And I've just worked out where I am. If you had your eyes shut, you'd know where you were. You're in Hove.
Not happy Jack Brooks, is he? I don't know whether the umpire had him at the front. He's just...
Is he saying that he's close?
Running, yeah, I think he is perhaps just running down the line of that leg stump a little bit.
All his experience, he's in now. It's slightly wider of the crease, and Masood pushes that out into the offside. These two are very good runners. Brooke Guest scampers to the danger end, and it means that Masood has pinched the strike as well. He moves on to 11, and Derbyshire are 17 for 1. Billy Godman, the man out, caught by Tom Alsop off the bowling of Sean Hunt for 6.
And you're listening to live cricket on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Derby. Adrian Harms, Dave Fletcher, Nikki Chowdhury, a member of our commentary team as well. Today you may be watching via the Sussex live stream. If you are, a very warm welcome. And we welcome your interaction as well. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, or you can tweet us at BBC Sussex Sport or at Fletch Sport. Julian has sent us an email. He says, "Good morning, gentlemen. What a lovely morning. Welcome to Hove, Fletch."
That's very kind of you, Julian. Very kind indeed.
Sean Hunt's going to carry on the Sussex attack from the C end of the ground, coming into bowl to Shan Masood, who's in and bowls, and Masood lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Ollie Carter, and there is no run. He says, "Can Sussex win a game? Going to be tough, as Derbyshire are doing well. It's been a dismal season for Sussex, not helped by the revolving door of overseas and loan players, which rather brings into focus the signing of Shan Masood, who's been around since April." A quick word on the T20, maybe time for Luke, Ravi and Tamal to call it a day. But let's be positive, the sun is shining and we have cricket, says Julian. As in comes Hunt, over wicket bowls. Ow! Well, there's an inside edge there from Shan Masood that could have gone anywhere. Ended up down at fine leg. And he looks at the inside of his bat, does Shan Masood. Derbyshire go to 18 for 1, and this is a nice opening spell from Sean Hunt.
It's as uncertain as Masood's looked for a long time. He's looking at his bat now. That's the one he had repaired. He came down to speak to us, I say, on Tuesday, and he said, "Sorry to keep you waiting, Fletch. First game I met him, and I'd never met him, but the first time I met him, he said, 'Nice to meet you, Fletch,' which was slightly disconcerting."
Yeah. Well,
so goodness knows who'd have told him that I needed to speak to him, but he came out and he was talking into his phone saying, "Yes, get it fixed tomorrow."
wow.
Well, that sounded fairly sinister, didn't it?
In comes Hunt. Around the wicket bowls to Guest, who lets it go outside the off stump, taken by Carter, no run.
So I said to him, "Well, blimey, that sounds..." He says, "Yeah, no, somebody's fixing my bat." I said, "Oh, that's thank goodness for that then." I thought he was organising a hit. Get it fixed tomorrow. But he said, no, he is one of the nicest. I love all cricketers because they're all so approachable.
Yes.
You can talk to them, they've got an opinion. It's so different to my winter job.
Yeah.
A lot of people say nothing for 3 minutes and you go back and think, what was that?
Hunt bowls to Guest, who shoulders arms as that one goes through to Ollie Carter. And there is no run.
But I always imagine, and I've never really asked him about this, but I always imagine, I mean, Mickey Arthur's the same, nothing is too much trouble, but having worked in the goldfish bowl that is Pakistan cricket, and Mickey's worked in Sri Lankan cricket as well as South Africa and Australia, but being an international player for Pakistan, the number of microphones shoved under your nose must be enormous.
Hunt in bowls to Guest, who again lets that go through to Carter. There is no run.
So when he's only got some tall bloke with a ridiculous beard asking him the odd question every now and then, it must be an absolute delight. He'll think he's on holiday as well.
Well, it's all worked really well for Derbyshire this year. They're fourth in the county championship, and as Fletch was saying, with the top two playing each other this week, A win here for Derbyshire this week gets them really, well, there's still 7 games to go, so really in and around those promotion places. In comes Hunt, bowls to Guest, and Guest is forward, plays to mid-off, fielded by Stephen Finn. And this is a really nice spell of bowling by Sean Hunt, just the 1 run off of the over. And Derbyshire, having won the toss this morning, are 18 for 1 with Masood on 12. And so doing, he's past those 1,000 runs for the season. Brooke Guest yet to score. The man up, Billy Godwin, who was caught at first slip of the bowling of Sean Hunt when he'd made just 6.
The other thing about Shah Massoud, and I know I'm banging on about him, but quite frankly, it's the best thing that's happened since I started doing this in 2016. Shah Massoud signing for Derbyshire. His strike rate in red ball cricket is 74 per 100 balls. He gets on with it.
Yeah, it's really good.
We have had a day when Derbyshire scored 400 runs in a day, which by modern standards is absolutely ludicrous. And everybody else, Wayne Madsen, for instance, striking at 56, and he doesn't hang about. So it just sort of tells you exactly how good it's been to watch Shan Masood over the course of this season. There we go. That's. I'm going to stop praising him now. He's on strike to face Jack Brooks and defends the first ball towards Stephen Finn mid-on.
About Wayne Madsen, I mean, he's been excellent. I've been watching him in the T20 as well. I mean, he's been terrific, hasn't he?
He came out on Friday night against Lancashire, and his first 2 shots were attempts at reverse sweeps. Neither of them came off, and you think, oh, put it away, Wayne, come on, just get knuckle down. Well, it's difficult to criticise him, obviously, as Brooks bowls to Masood, who drives on the bounce out to extra cover, and there's no run. So his third shot was a little scoop over the wicketkeeper's head for 4. Oh, he's been superb in both forms. Liz Deploy's been really good in the white ball, and he's just starting to get a bit of form in red ball cricket. Brooke Guest has been terrific in the red ball game, and has now got a record number of dismissals for the season in T20 cricket. His next delivery is driven. That didn't sound great, the bat, to be fair, but it's gone away for 4 out to the extra cover boundary. It just sounded a little bit like his bat might be cracked.
A bit tinny, wasn't it?
Yes, it didn't sound fantastic. The one thing about him, Masood, is that when he tries to hit the ball too hard, he gets out of shape quite quickly. So in T20 cricket, he strikes lower than the rest of the team. He tends to anchor it, but in the Championship, he strikes higher. But when he tries to hit the ball too hard, he goes all out of shape, and it all goes horribly wrong. Wrong too. I mean, I'd love to be as wrong as him, if that makes any sense. You know what I mean? Here's Brooks in and balls, and it's defended by Shah Masood. I think it must be the effects microphone, because that didn't sound great either, but he hasn't looked at his bat yet.
Just talking about that game of the top 2, it is at Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire, Middlesex, and Nottinghamshire are batting and have already lost a wicket. And it's Ben Slater who's the man out, formerly of Derbyshire, out for 9, Nottinghamshire 11 for 1 in the game at Trent Bridge.
Confirmation that Shah Masood is the first to 1,000 first-class runs this season, because Kent are in the field, so Ben Compton couldn't beat him. That's a terrific question.
But close.
Yes, oh yeah, in the late 900s.
He's had an amazing season.
He scored a lot of runs in a couple of games that weren't in the Championship, though. So Shah Masood is like 250 in front of everybody in the Championship, but there's Brooks in and bowls to him, and he pushes it out into the offside. Once again, there's no run.
Yeah, and just elsewhere in the second division, just one other game. That's at New Road, where Worcestershire are 10 for 2 already against Glamorgan, having been asked to bat by Glamorgan this morning.
So no Leicestershire, no Durham this week.
No.
Leicestershire have been playing in that tour game with the Indians, haven't they, which... slightly farcical. This next one is defended by Shah Masood out to the offside. Half of the Leicestershire side were made up of Indian squad members, and they also had Joey Everson playing for them, who's a Notts player, but hey-ho.
And Cheteshwar Pujara, who did so well for Sussex early season, was playing for Leicestershire. I noticed in the first innings he was out for a duck. So that was a great preparation. Whether he will play in the Test match starts on Friday at Edgbaston, only time will tell.
I'm going to make way for Nicky.
Okay. What she's off to do is updates. For the first time this morning, Nikki Chowdhury is going to come and join us on commentary. And there's going to be Sean Hunt. We'll have an update to do to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex at a couple of minutes, Nikki. That'll be a little while yet, as in comes Hunt running in over the wicket bowls and driven by Guest. Hunt gets down quickly, gets a big hand to it, stops the ball going away for any runs. Hi, Nikki.
Hi, Adrian.
Good start for Sussex.
Yeah, good start for Sussex. I just wanted to say, you mentioned about Pujara playing in that warm-up game against Leicestershire. Funny thing, I saw that he went into bat for India and then he came out and batted again for Leicestershire.
Right, yeah.
So he batted twice.
Comes Hunt over the wicket bowls, and Guest is forward the ball down the pitch. Hunt fields of his own bowling, and there is no run. Yes, it's. I mean, these warm-up games, we commentated, didn't we, on the warm-up game against New Zealand, which, as friendly games, I think when there's no jeopardy in the game, it makes it quite difficult. It's quite a difficult watch, I find, really. You've got different players coming in. This is proper competitive cricket, but warm-up games where they don't have a first-class status, I'm not sure about those. In comes Hunt and bowls, and Guest drives nicely to mid-off, fielded by Finn, and there is no run. 3 slips. Backward point, almost gully. There's a cover mid-off. Mid-on. A square leg, Ali Orr nattering away there to Hassan Adnan at square leg, and a fine leg all the way down to the distance. Sean Hunt turns and runs into bowl to Guest, who's yet to score. He's in and bowls, and Guest drive down the ground. No, he will get runs. I don't think it's going to go for 4. Tom Haines is in hot pursuit. The ball literally just down below, as you could probably hear the sound of the Steve Finn and Tom Haines chasing after the ball. Tom Haines won the race, but not before Guest gets his first couple of runs. He goes to 2, Derbyshire to 24 for 1.
My goodness, Stephen Finn is a tall bloke, isn't he? He just made his way down this way. I was like, wow.
He really is. As in comes Hunt over the wicket bowls, and Guest that's that one go taken by Ollie Carter. And there is no race. He hasn't played in the Championship, Nikki, since the reverse fixture in this season up at Derby, which was in April. He bowled 25 overs in the first innings. That was the only innings that Derbyshire played in the match. And he took none for 74. And since then, he hasn't played in the Championship. In comes Hunt over the wicket bowls, and he plays on, does Brooke Guest. And Sean Hunt has got his second wicket of the morning. He looked to be playing away from his body, Brooke Guest. He's got a thick inside edge, is my first reading of that. He's lost his middle stump, and Sean Hunt, who I was saying earlier, bowled very nicely down at Cardiff in the last game that Sussex played, has been retained for this match, and he's rewarded his selection by picking up 2 wickets. Brooke Guest on his way for 2, and Derbyshire in a spot of bother here. They are 24 for 2. Both wickets to Sean Hunt, having won the toss and decided to bat first.
Look at that, what? As a bowler, it looks like nothing better, right? Middle stump is just cartwheeled out of that. Sean Hunt must be very pleased with himself.
Do you think he got an inside edge on that? I mean, it looked to me as if he's going to drive that away through the offside.
Yeah, it definitely looks like he's playing it quite away from his body, away from himself. I can't tell. The umpire is right in front of me.
Yes, I mean, Fletch made a very good point that whilst we do have a very good view in terms of, I mean, we're looking now and commentating straight down the wicket. The problem being that with Sean Hunt bowling from this end, it's very difficult to actually see the batsman. We shouldn't complain because we have got a wonderful view.
We do have a lovely view.
And Sussex won't be complaining. The problem that Sussex have had this season, Nikki, is they haven't been able to bowl sides out. It's been a major problem. They just haven't looked like taking 20 wickets in a match.
You never know. Don't speak too soon. Today might be a change.
Well, it might be. And I think you know, the fact that they have got 2 experienced bowlers in the side, which is something they just haven't had all season. And you've got Stephen Finn, who I know hasn't bowled yet. But the fact you've got Jack Brooks, you've got Steve Finn, obviously Sean Hunt, who has played some games, but it just feels like there's a bit more balance about the Sussex attack in this game, and a little bit more of a threat. But it's Sean Hunt, the young man who's picked up the wickets. 4 overs, no maidens, 2 wickets for 9. And Derbyshire here are 24 for 2. BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Derby, Adrian Harms, Nikki Chowdhury, Dave Fletcher your commentary team this week. Fletcher be back with us. Oh, there we are. We're going to be doing an update to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex in a couple of moments' time. In the Test match, New Zealand 183 for 5, leading England by 152 as in comes Brooks, running in down the hill, bowls to Masood, who plays on the bounce back to Brooks, who fields up his own bowling and makes as if to shy at the stumps, and then grins ruefully at Shan Masood. And there is no run, 24 for 2. Masood on 16, he's now passed 1,000 first-class runs for the season, which is a wonderful achievement for the Pakistan opener. In comes Brooks, bowls, and Masood plays languidly and easily into the offside, fielded by Archie Lenham in the covers. And there is no run. Thank you, Mark. We were saying a little while ago that maybe Sussex will be the first game they would win, their 20th game without a win in the county championship, and they've started off really well. Derbyshire batting first are 24 for 2. They've already lost Billy Godalming, their skipper, for 6, and Brooke Guest for 2. Both of those wickets taken by Sean Hunt. So a good start here for Sussex. Derbyshire 24 for 2. Meanwhile, at the Oval, Surrey batting first against Kent, and Surrey going along very nicely. The leaders of the county championship, they're 43 without loss. A lovely shot by Shan Masood. A bit too much whip there from Jack Brooks.
Yeah, it was a lovely shot.
Put away through backward
Beautiful
point.
shot.
Just crunched the ball away through backward point. No chance there for Dan Ibrahim, who's fielding in the gully. He just looks like a man who's on the top of his game. Huge difference, Nikki, between the length of the two boundaries this week.
Yes, definitely. The leg side boundary from our end is tiny in comparison.
Well, I'd say the offside boundary is about twice the size.
Literally.
As in comes Brooks, bowls to Masood, and Masood is forward, plays to mid-on, fielded by Stephen Finn, and there is no run. So just to describe for those who what we're talking about, we're commentating for the C end of the ground, working up the slope, and away to our right-hand side is the Clock Tower scoreboard and the Spenkarma Pavilion away to our left. So for the left-handed Shan Masood, the leg side boundary is very, very short. As in comes Brooks and bowls, and Masood drives into the offside, fielded by Archie Lenham, and there is no run. But on the offside, the boundary is maybe not twice as big, but probably at least half the size again, I would say.
Yeah, it is quite a big one, Adrian, let's be honest, in comparison to the leg side.
28 for 2 on the block of flats away to our right-hand side. There's a couple of people watching from the roof. We've got a very good view as in comes Brooks and bowls, and Masood is beaten outside the offside. Really good delivery by Shan Masood. Not taken clearly by Ollie Carter. He'd be glad that Masood didn't get a nick on that. But he didn't. It is the end of the over. Derbyshire are 28 for 2. Masood on 20. Madsen yet to score. Nicky, for the benefit of the Sussex supporters who weren't listening to us during the game against New Zealand and the Derbyshire fans who'll be joining us today, just tell us a little bit about your cricket background and your love of cricket. And
all right. So I've been playing cricket since I was 8 years old, Adrian. I actually started off playing county cricket when I was 8, down here at Sussex for the under-11s. I played age group cricket at Sussex until I was under 15, and then I moved on to Surrey, where I continued playing my county age group, and I'm currently playing at Surrey for their women's team. And I come from a cricketing background. My dad was a professional cricketer back in India, where he played first-class cricket. So inevitably, you could say I was bound to play cricket, couldn't you? Like, it was going to happen.
Yeah, it was in the genes. As in comes Sean Hunt, a couple of wickets to his name, comes in and bowls to Madsen, who's forward and plays that straight down back to Sean Hunt, who fields of his own bowling, deflects it to mid-off, and there is no run, fielded by Steve Finn. And is your father still involved in cricket, Nikki?
Yes, very much so. That's all he does, really. So he's coaching. He does lots of coaching. So he's currently at Worth School, which is an independent school down here in Sussex. So he's the head of cricket there. And he also runs his own cricket academy, first-class cricket academy, which has had a lot of the Sussex boys through the system.
Hunt in on bowls, and Madsen is forward, plays to mid-on, fielded by Tom Haynes, and there is no run.
So yeah, to speak of it, Tom Haynes, Finn Hudson-Prentice, to name a few, definitely have all been Through my dad.
Right, wonderful. Now, there will be people who are listening and saying, why on earth has she gone from Sussex to Surrey? So I've got to ask you that, Nikki.
Why on earth? I think it was... I had to have a change, I think.
Right.
I think you get to a point in your... I've got Dave making funny...
In comes Hunt, bowls to Madsen, who is forward and plays a slightly tentative stroke. The ball bobbles away into the offside. There is no run.
Yeah, so I think you just needed to have a change. And I was at Sussex since I was 8 years old. I think I was the youngest girl in the age group at that point. So, yeah, tiny me. And then under 15s had a change. I just thought you could do with a change of environment. And I went over and trialled at Surrey and started playing for their under 17s.
Comes Sean Hunt, mid-wicket bowls, and Madsen drives slightly across the line, fielded at mid-wicket by Ali Orr. But there is no run. To punch that one away through the offside was Wayne Madsen. He just rehearses the shot. And in terms of the season, Nikki, because it's a season. Obviously, we've had the 20 over T20 with over the last few weeks. We've had the Charlotte Edwards Cup, which in comes Hunt and bowls, and Madsen forward plays into the offside, and there is no rather good delivery from Sean Hunt. So how does the county season fit in and around that?
Oh, it's so we get the 20 over competition, which starts off in April into May. So that's roughly 4 to 5 weekends taken up between April and May, and then that gets put on the back foot a bit as the Charlotte Edwards Cup gets played, which is now over and done with, and.
Comes Hunt, final ball of the over, he's in and bowls, and Madsen clips this firmly to mid-wicket, fielded by Orr, and there is no run. Good over by Sean Hunt, a maiden over. It's been a really good spell by the young Sussex team. The 5 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 9. Derbyshire 28 for 2. Shad Masood on 20. Wayne Madsen yet to score the men out. Billy Godleman for 6, and Brooke Guest for 2. Both of those to Sean Hunt.
And we're currently, so obviously the regional 50 over cup is going to be commencing soon, next weekend, I believe. And that also coincides with the county 50 overs. So Surrey are playing, we have got our 50 over cup, which is the London Cup, which we're going to be playing against the likes of Middlesex, Kent, Sussex. And they just overlap slightly with the regional 50 over competition as well.
And what is your speciality?
I am mainly a batsman, but I do bowl leg spin. So
Leg spin.
I do bowl leg spin.
Oh,
yes.
right.
Very hard. I wouldn't say it's an easy task, but it's mainly a batsman, top order. I do love to bat, Adrian.
Well, here comes Steve Finn, change of bowling from the Cromwell Road end in bright sunshine, running down the hill, bowls to Shad Masood, who clips this through mid-wicket. That could race away for 4 runs. It's a really short boundary on the leg side. Daniel Ibrahim was in hot pursuit, but clipped away that first delivery. And once it's beaten the infield here, it's going to race away for 4, because the boundary is, I don't reckon that's much more than 50 yards, that leg side boundary. It's very, very short. And
yeah, if I'm just imagining a 30-yard circle, it's not going to be more than, 12 paces off from the 30-yard circle?
Very, very short on that leg side towards the clock tower score. Masood goes to 24.
Probably less if you're Stephen Finn and you have those long strides.
No,
2
sure.
strides make up 1.
Yeah, 32 for 2. Derbyshire's Finn in and bowls. And Masood, that's going to be 4 more. Over pitch from Stephen Finn. 2 deliveries just clipped beautifully away through mid-wicket.
I think that's one of the most beautiful shots to watch, don't you think, Adrian? Flicked off the front foot through mid-wicket is probably one of the most picturesque shots to watch.
Well, it was certainly there to be hit, and Masood isn't going to miss out. And Sussex have immediately, in the 11th over, have got a man back at deep mid-wicket. Stephen is going to change his angle of attack. He's going to come around the wicket to Shad Masood. Derbyshire 36 for 2. As Finn is in and bowl, and Masood drives, and more runs here. I don't think this will go for 4, because it's to the long part of the ground. Tom Haynes in hot pursuit, chasing towards the boundary, and he just pulls the ball up inside the boundary ropes. But not before Masood comes back for 3. So his first 3 deliveries of the morning have gone for 11 runs from Steve Finn, who didn't have a happy night down in Canterbury on Friday night either. In the T20s, 3 overs went for 39 in the defeat for Sussex. But as I say, this is his first championship match since the draw at Derbyshire back in April. 39 for 2. Masood on 31, who's looked imperious as he did up in Derby in April when he scored a double hundred. And I think Stephen would be perhaps pleased to be bowling to the right-handed Wayne Madsen. 3 slips in place. He comes running in down the hill to bowl to the right-hander. He's in and bowls, and Madsen up on his toes and plays that to mid-off where it's fielded by Brooks. And there is no run. 3 slips, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And a fine leg on a lovely sunny morning in Hove. Lots of cotton wool clouds around, but the forecast is good, I think, pretty much for most of the week, which isn't the case everywhere. It's been raining down in Gloucester in the game between, Bristol, I should say, the game between Gloucestershire and Lancashire.
I feel like since the New Zealand-Sussex game, the weather's just
It's been wonderful, hasn't it?
Amazing, hasn't it?
In comes Finn and bowls, and Madsen with a high left over punches that down to mid-on, fielded by Tom Haynes, and there is no run. Yeah, that was a game, Nikki. The first day, do you remember, was washed out because of rain, and the last day.
It was pouring it down, wasn't it? It was pouring it down.
Just having a chat away there to Shan Masood. Finn wheels around at the far end of the ground, the Cromwell Road end. He's in and bowls, and Madsen clips this one off the hip to square leg, fielded by Archie Lenham. There is no run, so the first 3 balls of the over went for 11 runs. The next 3 were all dot balls. Wayne Madsen yet to get off the mark, and Derbyshire are 39 for 2. Shan Masood on 31. Wayne Madsen is yet to score, and I think we're going to get a change in bowling. And I think Sean Hunt, having bowled 5 very fine overs, taken 2 for 9, is surprisingly coming out of the attack, Nikki. What do you make of that? Daniel Ibrahim looks as if he's going to get a bowl, the young seamer.
He does. He looks like he's getting ready. He's taking the ball off Tom Haynes, isn't he?
Surprised that Hunt is out of the attack? What do you make
Quite
of
soon,
that?
don't you think, Adrian? Quite soon, especially when he's had those 2 breakthroughs as well into the Derbyshire lineup.
Well, I'm surprised, I have to say. I think having bowled 5 overs, I mean, perhaps they're just managing Sean Hunt's workload, but I think he's bowled very nicely here this morning. It's going to be Daniel Ibrahim who's going to take over the attack. The young Sussex seamer who injured his shoulder in the first game of the season against Nottinghamshire, didn't play up at Derby. He's only 17, and he looks stronger than a 17-year-old, doesn't he?
I was just about to say I couldn't recognise him.
Yeah, that's what he is. 17 years of age. He's going to be bowling to Shan Masood. He's coming in around the wicket, very straight approach. Comes in around past umpire Lloyd, bowls down the leg side, clipped away by Masood. He's rather lucky to get away with that. That was a half volley. Pitching around the leg stump, clipped away to Archie Lenham, who's the other 17-year-old in the Sussex side in this match, the young leg spinner.
Very, very young Sussex side, isn't it?
Yes, I mean, the average age is bolstered by Finn and Brooks being in the side, and Mohammed Rizwan. But still, Sussex very much sticking with their youth policy in the Championship, as Ibrahim is in around the wicket, bowls and clipped away by Masood again, straight to Archie Lenham, who fields, and there is no run. Yep, Sean Hunt is just 20. A very good opening spell. He's now fielding, sweeping on the cover boundary underneath the clock tower scoreboard. I wonder the scores in other games at the end of the over as Ibrahim turns in front of us, number 40 on his back, and runs away, coming into bowl to Shan Masood, who's on 31. He's in on bowls, and that's wide of the off stump, taken by Carter behind the stumps, and there is no run. Ollie Carter, who has got the gloves back this week. I thought maybe Mohammed Rizwan may keep wicket in this game, but Carter has got the nod on the back of... Do you know Ollie Carter? I think you do, don't you?
No, I don't. I believe that was Ariana.
Right, OK. Well, he made his maiden first-class 100 down at Glamorgan a couple of weeks ago, 185. He wasn't keeping on that occasion. Ibrahim in bowls to Masood, who plays it on the bounce to Orr at backward point, who fields, and there is no run. Sussex have had a procession of wicket-keepers this year. Mohammed Rizwan, Josh Philippi was over here for the T20, then he went off to play for Australia and Sri Lanka, and Tim Seifert, the New Zealander, came in for a couple of games and kept down at Glamorgan. He's now gone, and Ollie Carter's got the gloves back, so it's been a revolving door of wicket keepers for Sussex, as in comes Ibrahim bowls to Masood, who plays comfortably and beautifully into the offside, fielded by Delray Rawlins in the covers, and there is no run. Tidy over by Ibrahim, Nikki.
Very tidy over so far.
No deliveries, no runs. Derbyshire 39 for 2, having won the toss and batting first. I see James Kirtley at the far end of the ground talking to Sarah Taylor.
With his sun hat on.
Yeah. In comes Ibrahim and bowls, and Masood plays into the offside, fielded at backward point by Alistair Raw, and a maiden over to get things underway for Daniel Ibrahim. Derbyshire 39 for 2, Masood on 31, Madsen yet to score. The batsman out, Billy Godalming, who was caught by Tom Alsop at first slip off the bowling of Sean Hunt for 6, and Brooke Guest, who played on to Sean Hunt for 2. Sean Hunt figures of 2 for 9 in his 5 overs. In the Test match, New Zealand 185 for 5, leading England by 158. In the County Championship, Division 2, Notts are 19 for 1 at Trent Bridge against Middlesex. Worcestershire 31 for 2 at New Road against Glamorgan. That's in the 2nd Division. As Steve Finn is on his way from the Cromwell Road end. Down the slope comes in a bowls to Wayne Madsen, who's forward and plays to mid-on, fielded by the Sussex skipper Tom Haynes. And there is no run in the 1st Division. Essex are 16 for 2 against Hampshire. Both openers, Brown and Sir Alistair is out as well for 5. So Essex 16 for 2 against Hampshire, who are 2nd in the Championship. Reigning at Bristol, where Gloucestershire are 12 without loss against Lancashire. Finn in again and bowls, and Madsen's beat. That's a terrific delivery by Steve Finn.
Delivery.
Yeah.
Adrian, I must say though, this series against New Zealand has been an absolute delight to watch. Have you had a chance to watch any of it?
Yeah, well, what I've been able to watch, it's been terrific, hasn't it? There's been some great cricket.
Great.
Whether England can carry that on against India, we'll see, and then against South Africa later on in the summer. But they've been terrific matches. No, I agree. No Ben Foakes for England today. Missed out yesterday with a back injury. We understand now he's got COVID. As in comes Finn over the wicket, bowls to Madsen, who drives down the ground for his first runs, and his first runs are going to be a boundary. Tom Haynes is in hot pursuit, but he won't cut that off, and Sarah Taylor, very obligingly, who's down at that far end of the ground with James Kirtley, runs across and fields the ball. Lovely shot by Madsen, who Fletch was telling us has been in good form, not just in the Championship, but in T20 as well. Derbyshire go to 43 for 2. Northamptonshire 50 for 2 against Warwickshire in the 1st Division, and Surrey 64 without loss, the leaders, against Kent at the Oval. In comes Finn over the wicket, bowls, that's short, and he falls over to Steve Finn, having delivered the ball. And Madsen lets the ball sail through to Ollie Carter, and there is no run. Kent perhaps surprising at the Oval, putting Surrey into bat.
It's a very elegant fall and roll, wasn't it, by Stephen Finn? That was
he took a roll tumble, didn't he? In fact, having said that, Surrey have just lost a wicket, 64 for 1. Ryan Patel out for 40. Yeah. In comes Finn. And Madsen covers up and plays into the offside. Stephen kicks the ball to Jack Brooks, who fields at mid-off. And there is no run. Not a huge crowd here at Hove today. Normally, the temporary seating at the far end, all the blue seats wouldn't be there, and you'd have the deck chairs at the far end of the ground. But the temporary... It's interesting, isn't it? There's some people watching in that temporary stand right away to the left-hand side. I mean, there's some great seats that you could sit in, almost looking wicket to wicket, but they're electing to sit right over there as in comes Finn and bowls, and Madsen defends. Ball just rolls down in front of him. There is no run. End of the over, 43 for 2. Masood on 31, Madsen on 4. Live cricket here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Derby. Adrian Harms, Nicky Chowdhury, Dave Fletcher back with us just after 12 o'clock. And just a little look ahead. At lunchtime, I'll be chatting away to the authors of this book, Field of Dreams, 150 years at the County Ground, Hove, written by Patrick Faraday and James Metier.
It's a lovely picture on the front cover, isn't it?
Yeah, that was taken, I think that's a game against the Australians just after the war. I think that's about 1948 from memory. So lots of photographs, lots of stories about this famous old cricket ground, and we'll be nattering away to Patrick in the lunch break about that. So stay tuned if you can, as Daniel Ibrahim, who's 2nd over, running in around the wicket, comes in and bowls to Masood, who plays beautifully into the offside. It all looks so easy for Shan Masood. It's not fair, really. It just makes batting look very uncomplicated.
Makes it look like a piece of cake.
He does. A group of, well, not school children on a Sunday, sitting over in the southwest corner who are nattering away and enjoying the cricket. You can probably hear them over there. As in comes Ibrahim bowls and driven away by Masood. That's going to be 4 runs. Bit too much width from Daniel Ibrahim. Masood is savage on anything that's wide or short. Plays it away through backball point. He goes to 35. Derbyshire 47 for 2. Too much width there from Ibrahim, Nikki.
Yes, definitely. And Masood definitely seems to be cashing in on these wider deliveries, hasn't he? So
there's a lot of
there's a
noise.
bit of whistling going on.
There's a lot of noise, isn't there? Ibrahim is on his way again, bowls, and Masood drives firmly down the ground to mid-off, followed by Tom Haynes, and there is no run.
That's a much better delivery from Ibrahim's better line.
Yes. Julian has been in touch. He listens up in the top deck of the Spenkama Pavilion. We always use him for a sound check, Nikki, before the
Over there, is
start
it?
of play. Yeah.
Julian, could you give us a wave so I can see? Oh, there we go.
There he is.
Nice hat, Julian.
Yeah. In comes Ibrahim and bowls, and Masood drives this out to the sweep on the cover boundary. Sean Hunt. One more to Masood. He goes to 36, Derbyshire to 48 for 2. And he says, tomorrow will be my last day for a while. I shall be listening from Sorrento for a while.
It's all right for some.
He goes on to say, easy jet permitting, because there have been a few problems, haven't there, with plane delays. I'll be spreading the word about Sussex and the Albion to everyone around the pool. Yeah, he might be boring everyone, Julian. You can imagine someone sitting on his deck chair thinking, here he comes again, just pretend you're asleep, or else he'll regale us about stories of Bobby Zamora or, I don't know, Tony Gregg or whoever it might be. Here he comes. I wonder if in comes Ibrahim, running away from us. He's in a bowls, and Madsen clips this to mid-on, fielded by tumbling Tom Haynes. There's one more to Madsen. He goes to 5, and Derbyshire to 49 for 2. I wonder, Julian, whether you're the sort of bloke who is around the pool with your football shirt on. He doesn't look for a football shirt. No,
No, he says no. He's saying no, that's not me.
Yeah, because everyone says, oh, here they come.
Maybe it's not a football shirt, maybe it's a Sussex
Maybe it's a Sussex shirt. Maybe it is.
No, that's still on it.
In comes Ibrahim, bowls to Masood, who plays it through the offside. Good diving
Well fielded.
save by Delray Rawlings at short extra cover, who has hurt his hand in fielding that ball. I think he's okay, but he's certainly hurt his left hand, and it was a good stop by Delray. End of the over, and Derbyshire are 49 for 2. Fletcher's gone off to do his update to the listeners on BBC Radio Derby. He'll be back shortly to join Nikki. Masood on 36, Madsen on 5. I think it's been an intriguing opening hour, Nikki.
Yeah, it has, hasn't it? It's been a very intriguing opening hour. I'm just more intrigued about Julian's little trip to Sorrento now. I'm very jealous.
Have you been?
No, I only went
lovely
to...
place.
Yeah, really?
Yeah, I've been.
Oh, I only went to Italy for the first time back in 2020 before the whole pandemic began. So I went to Venice then.
Ooh, lovely.
And I remember coming back and literally 2 days after it was all put in the red zone.
In comes Steve Finn over the wicket, bowls to Madsen, a ball right on middle stump and played firmly down to mid-on, fielded by a sliding Tom Haynes, and there is no run. Venice, that's lovely. I mean, Italy is lovely, isn't it? And Sorrento is beautiful on the Bay of Naples, and there's all the Amalfi Coast and
It's very
places like
popular.
Positano and all
Yeah.
these lovely places.
I've heard Amalfi Coast has been very popular. And Venice was the first place I've been to where I found Prosecco was actually cheaper than buying water.
In comes Finn over the wicket, bowls, and that's a good delivery that Madsen thought about pulling, and at the last minute pulled out of the shot. The ball whistles through to Ollie Carter, and there is no run. Really, it was cheaper than water.
It was cheaper than water. Well, the bar I went to, I remember it was clearly cheaper. I was
Right.
like, well, I know what I'm going to be drinking today then.
I told Julian he'll be there with his limoncello as well. Yeah, which is a lovely drink as well. It is just a beautiful place, Sorrento, it really is. So we're very envious, Julian, but hoping you have a great time.
Hope you get there first, Julian.
In comes Finn and bowls to Madsen, and Madsen is forward. It's been good bowling by Sussex this morning. The total of 59 for 2 makes it look relatively even, Stephen, but there is a very short boundary on the leg side. Sussex have bowled really very nicely this morning. Tight, accurate bowling. I mean, they've really struggled with their bowling attack this season. Haven't really looked like taking 20 wickets, but today bowling from Sussex attackers. Finn is in and bowls, and Madden again. Steve Finn falls over. That's the second time he's fallen over, and that looked like it could have been quite nasty, actually. He
That didn't look
slipped.
too pleasant, did it?
Well, it looked almost as if his ankle almost buckled underneath him, Nikki. It's okay.
He's making his way back to his run-up. It's all right at the moment, by the looks of it. I must say, though, with that short boundary on that leg side, they're definitely going to have to watch out when the spinners come on, aren't they, Adrian?
Yes, indeed. In comes Finn and bowls to Manson, who's beaten outside the off-stump, and that's an absolute crackerjack of a delivery by Steve Finn.
Yeah, they're going to have to protect that leg side boundary.
Oh, well, that was a super delivery to Madsen, and it beat him all ends up, taken by Carter. And there is no run. 49 for 2 by Derbyshire.
So what have you been up to since I last saw you, Adrian?
Well, just watching a lot of cricket.
A lot of cricket.
So the T20 campaign hasn't been a good campaign for Sussex, unfortunately.
Yeah, I was following.
As in comes Finn. Over the wicket, bowls, driven by Madsen, and that's going to be 4 runs, and that's a lovely shot.
That's a lovely
Beautifully
shot.
played. Over-pitched, played away through mid-off by Wayne Madsen. That's his second boundary. He goes to 9, and Derbyshire to 43 for 2.
But on the other side of things, Surrey have had a brilliant T20 tournament.
They have, although they lost here the other night to
They
Sussex.
lost here the other night. I saw that one, but apart from that one, we can scrap that one aside.
Surrey have had a good campaign.
They had a great campaign.
Not so Sussex, unfortunately. They played 12 matches, lost 8, and any slim chance they had of qualification for the quarter-finals went out the window at Canterbury on Friday. I mean, perversely, Sussex have beaten the 2 top sides in the group. They've beaten Somerset and they've beaten Surrey, and they haven't qualified. And they absolutely thumped Somerset down at Taunton, and beat Surrey quite convincingly here the other night as well. I mean, Surrey simply imploded. However, that's to be put to bed for another year. But there's been lots of cricket, so it's been a busy time as in comes Daniel Ibrahim running in around the wicket to bowl to Sham Massoud. He's in and bowls, and Massoud drives handsomely into the offside. Sussex have got a sweeper out there in Sean Hunt to protect that short offside boundary for Massoud. He goes to 37, and Derbyshire 54 for 2. And as you say, I think it's just been great that cricket has been on the front pages with the wonderful Test match at Trent Bridge. I was talking to a friend of mine actually who managed to get a ticket on the last day, one of those free tickets that was going there begging. He got online, but he couldn't print his ticket off, and it was all very stressful. But eventually he managed to get his ticket printed off and went, and what a day to see it. Test cricket for nothing as well. As in comes Ibrahim, bowls down the leg side, taken by Carter, and there is no run. I can see James Kirtley and Sarah Taylor have made their way round the boundary now, chatting away to Rob Andrew, the Sussex chief executive, who's away to our right-hand side. Looks like he's enjoying a cup of coffee there. Is Rob Andrew chatting away to James and to Sarah Taylor. Ibrahim's coming over the wicket to Wayne Madsen with Derbyshire 54 for 2. He's in and bowls, and Madsen drives firmly to mid-off. Good tumbling save by Steve Finn. And Wayne Madsen looks in good nick as well. Lovely shot, driving it to mid-off. Finn fielded, there is no run. Just the 2 slips in place now. A backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. A deep square, almost a deep mid-wicket. And a long leg all the way down in the distance. Ibrahim is thrown the ball by skipper Tom Haynes and drops it, but then is on his way. Coming in over the wicket to bowl to the right-handed Madsen, who's on 9. He's in and bowls, and Madsen drives again firmly, but Ibrahim fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. So just a reminder of our contact details. If you want to email us, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. You can contact us on Twitter @BBC Sussex Sport or @Fletch Sport. And Fletch will be back with us at the end of this over to join Nikki on commentary here at a beautifully sunny county ground as Daniel Ibrahim is on his way. He's in and bowls, and Madsen clips this down to long leg and picks up a single, fielded way down in the distance there by Jack Brooks. Wayne Madsen moves into double figures. Derbyshire 55 for 2. The two batsmen out. Billy Godleman, caught by Tom Alsop off the bowling of Sean Hunt for 6. Brooke Guest, who played on to Sean Hunt for 2. At that stage, Derbyshire, having won the toss, were 24 for 2. So these two have added 31 for the third wicket. As Ibrahim is in to bowl to Shan Masood. He's in and bowls, and Masood drives out to Sean Hunt, who's patrolling that offside boundary. Comfortable single for Masood. He goes to 38 at the end of the over. Derbyshire are 56 for 2. Time for me to disappear, and I'll leave you with Dickie Chowdhury and with Dave Fletcher.
Thank you, Adrian. It is a beautiful day down here at Hove today. It's like the sun made a special appearance just for Dave as he made his way down from, I'm guessing, cloudy Derbyshire. Is it, Dave? Rainy Derby?
Well, I live in the northwest. I live in Bolton. No, it's not been raining in Derbyshire. Derbyshire's a very dry county. Well, you know, it's a long way north.
To be fair, anything up north of the M25 is north for me.
Oh dear,
Anything.
oh dear. Dear, oh dear.
If I'm going to Leicester, I'm saying I'm going up north. So.
Yeah, no, Leicester's very much down south from Derbyshire. I think there's only only Yorkshire, Lancashire, and Durham further north in this country than Derbyshire do. And when they play in Chesterfield, they're pretty much in the north. It's just south of Yorkshire, very much in Derbyshire, though I hasten to add. Renan Steenkamp from South Africa has been in touch, totally pumped for this game. He says, have fun. He's hoping for a proper win.
Proper win.
Proper win. Just a win will do, Renan, in all honesty, from a Derbyshire perspective. It's been a steady, if slightly unspectacular, start from Derbyshire. 56 for 2. Shan Masood on strike. He's got 38. Stephen Finn around the wicket, bowls to him, and he clips him nicely into the leg side. They scamper through for a quick single. The shy at the stumps towards the striker's end is well backed up by one of the slips there, because there was a shy at the stumps, and if he hadn't got his hand to that, Mohammed Rizwan had gone around the back as well.
We've got Aliur and Rizwan tumbling all over the place to stop that one.
Good job they did, because we've seen a few fives. I've seen at least 2 fives this season where the ball has sped away to the boundary after being thrown towards the stumps. Derbyshire have benefited on a couple of occasions from that in red and white ball cricket. Shan Masood moves on to 39, 57 for 2. Wayne Madsen slightly more circumspect, 10 from 26.
So, Dave, I'm intrigued to ask, you mentioned something about your winter job. What is your winter job exactly?
Covering Burton Albion Football Club. Oh. Yeah, mostly.
And do you have a preference? Do you prefer your summer job to your winter job?
Well, people who support both teams will be listening, so no.
Safe answer.
No, I love them both equally. But I don't half enjoy the cricket. Finn's in and bowls to Madsen, who goes back into his stumps initially before pushing it up to mid-off. I mean, they're completely different. You know, the football's over in 90 minutes, and it's generally, not always, but generally all action, whereas the 4-day game, which is my preference as far as cricket is concerned, is far more gentle, slightly harder on the vocal cords.
Not exactly strenuous, though, is it?
Well, nothing I do is strenuous. That one is guided by Madsen down to third man for 4. He knew exactly what he was doing there, Wayne Madsen. There's a gap between the gully and the third slip, and he just opened the face of his bat, guided it down to third man, moves on to 14. Derbyshire 61 for 2. Just used the pace of Stephen Finn there to guide the ball to the boundary. So Taylor's made her way most of the way round, halfway round the ground now from the pavilion, which is away to our left-hand side. For those who don't know, Hove, right over in the far left-hand corner of the players' pavilion. Sarah Taylor's near the corporates.
She's having a natter.
She certainly is. Finn is in, and that's striking, well, potentially a leading edge or the pad. No idea which, because it squirts out into the offside, where it's fielded. So I'm having to scan. Dan Ibrahim does the fielding. The most important part of the day.
Adrian
has come round with the lunch voucher. Excellent. And it's been checked. I've no idea what one food item, one snack item Well, I know what one soft drink means. It's Finn and balls. Oh, and there's a pull shot attempted there by Wayne Madsen. He misses it as the ball goes through to the keeper, Ollie Carter. Went for it, made no contact. There was a shot in the previous Finn over when you were with Adrian, Nicky, and it was a bouncer. It was a good bouncer. I was just waiting for Madsen, because I've been watching him in T20 cricket, just to tap it and it shoot over the wicket-keeper's head, because that's one of his favourite shots in T20 cricket. Must be difficult for the players to have been playing T20 cricket on Friday night and Thursday night, now playing red ball cricket on a Sunday lunchtime, as that one is again pushed out into the offside off a potential leading edge by Wayne Madsen, end of the over 61 for 2.
Yeah, it must be pretty difficult, especially having all the T20 stuff and going boom straight into a 4-day game. I think the preparation, also more so the mental change and shift that you're going to have to just go from gear 1 to gear 2 or just give it a change, it must be quite difficult.
And then rather ludicrously, on Friday night, the T20 resumes. Well, Derbyshire have only got one game left, so they play on Sunday. So on Friday night, they're playing the touring Indian side, who I noticed were playing in Ireland today in a T20 international. So the Indians play against Derbyshire, Leicestershire and Northamptonshire before they take on England in, I assume, a series of T20 matches. Should be a good one down at the county ground on Friday. They've already sold half the tickets.
Coming into bowl from the sea end by the looks of it.
I bowled really nicely up at the county ground in the game earlier this season, the drawn game. There was a huge workload for Tom Haynes, not only skippering but bowling and batting, and he seems to be enjoying it. Bowling initially to Shan Masood.
I think it's quite nice, especially as a batsman, if you can bowl, then it especially helps ease some of the pressure off, doesn't it? And we've seen with Haynes, you could say he's been breaking some partnerships when he's come into the attack recently.
This one, they'd love to break this one before lunch, wouldn't they?
Yeah,
Haynes around the wicket to Shan Masood, and comes off an edge down the third man. He almost broke it straight away. There is only one slip though, and he's going to get 4 runs for it, Masood, as it rolls up the hill.
Frustrated looking Haynes walking back to the top of his mark.
Shan Masood moves on to 43 from 45 balls. I mean, even by his own standards, this is pretty quick scoring. As I said earlier, he strikes at around about 74 for 100 balls in first-class cricket. But
so are you covering the T20 against India then?
yes, we'll be there. Radio Derby. And it's Durham on the Sunday, and then Notts the week after in the Championship. And then, of course, the week after that, I think, is the T20 knockout stages. So fingers crossed for that. Haynes is in, and that one is again edged. And has he been caught? No, he's been dropped. Did that go into his boot?
The umpire's hat is in my vision.
I can't see either. We'll double check on that. Adrian might have got a better view if he's further away. Oh, there we go. Yeah.
No, that's a bit delayed, I believe.
Yeah, that's a while ago, isn't it?
Yeah, the stream seems to be a bit delayed.
We'll wait until the stream catches up. They don't show chances, but that looked like it might have been a chance. It looked like it came off bat the way Ollie Carter reacted. This next delivery now, there's the first of the deliveries that wasn't on target, but it was in the air for a short while as it went past the man in at mid-wicket. And they're going to come back for 3 runs. So he's conceded 7 runs off his first 3 deliveries, and each one of those deliveries might have taken a wicket. There was an edge down the third man. There was that Shamozzle where it certainly came off his bat, it would appear, and Ollie Carter couldn't dive far enough to pouch it. And that one in the air through mid-wicket for 3. He moves on to 46. 68 for 2. It's never dull when Shan Masood is batting.
Strike rate's pretty up there, isn't it, Dave?
Absolutely ridiculous strike rate. First-class cricket. Absolutely ridiculous. Haynes is in again and bowls, and Madsen cuts him away. That's going to race out towards the cover boundary. Stephen Finn bends down. It's a long way down for Finney. Pick it up with his left hand, and the batsman get through for 2 more. Madsen moves on to 16, 70 for 2. So the loss of those 2 wickets was a blow. But they have been scoring at a decent lick, Derbyshire. 70 for 2, and we're in the 18th over of the day. No extras yet. Haynes bowls, and that one is defended. Straight back down the ground, just to the onside of the stumps at the bowler's end. Fielded by Hunt coming around.
Did you see that dismissal in the Test match against New Zealand where it
the helmet.
ricochets off Daz Mitchell's bat? And
Off his bat, that's right, yeah.
that was... I've never seen anything like that. It was Nichols.
Henry Nichols.
Yeah.
I'll tell you a story about Henry Nichols. As in comes Haynes and bowls, that's an inside half of the bat drive up to mid-on, and it's the end of the over. 70 for 2, 46 to Masood, and 16 to Mads. And I was on commentary with somebody and said, I heard it on commentary, he couldn't catch a break. Well, bless him, he can't catch a break in England, Henry Nichols, because he came over as a replacement overseas for Derbyshire in 2000, I want to say 18, but I'm not 100% certain because I didn't see either of the games in which he played. I was away. He's one of the few Derbyshire players whose only appearance in any of the records is in appearances, because he didn't bat, he didn't bowl, and he didn't take a catch in either of the 2 games. One was a complete washout at Durham after the toss, and one was rained out after Leicestershire had batted at Derby.
Oh, bless him.
So he didn't actually get to bat, and he never took a catch, and he doesn't bowl. So he's got 2 appearances for Derbyshire in T20 cricket, and that's the only place he appears in the Derbyshire records. Poor old Harvey Nicks, as he was christened. Here's Stephen Finn in down the leg side. He tries to flick it away. He does flick it away because Carter can't get across to stop it. It's leg bys, though, 4 of them. Derbyshire moved to 74 for 2. I mean, there are a number of players who played once for Derbyshire, but to appear in 2 different matches and still not bat, bowl or take a catch is quite a remarkable effort.
I think that's what they call a TFC, don't they?
Yes, yeah, bless him. But and I never got to speak to him at all. I was in Austria at the time, and I watched. This is how sad I am.
You were watching the stream.
On the Saturday night, I watched the stream, and then it started raining, so he never got to. I didn't see the game at Durham. Well, there wasn't a game at Durham.
Let me get this right. You were on holiday in Austria?
Well, I was watching. No, not really. No, I was watching my son play handball in Austria. And,
so you were away on a Saturday night, and you were watching the live.
But I was in a hotel. I was in an Airbnb by myself. So yeah.
Fair enough.
I did talk to people occasionally on that trip.
You say a few words here and there.
The fewer people I have to talk to, the better. Here comes Finn and bowls, and Masood is struck on the pad outside the line of off stump. Even I could see that from here. There's an appeal, mostly from the slip cord and the wicket-keeper, it has to be said. Mohamed Rizwan's still got his hands on his head. I'm not entirely sure why. Perhaps he's just comfortable standing like that. 74 for 2 it remains. I'm also not, it was great when he came up. It's great to see Mohamed Rizwan playing. Adrian mentioned, I think, in his piece with BBC Sussex before the start of play, how Mohamed Rizwan's inclusion has increased stream numbers as this next delivery to Masood is driven out to Delray Rawlings in the offside. He threatens to shy at the stumps but holds on to the ball. Of course, having Shan Masood and Mohamed Rizwan both. Yeah, I thought it'd be higher than that.
I was just showing Dave the
Yes,
viewership.
I don't think we'll mention that at this stage. Of course, that's the one on YouTube, isn't it? But if you go by, you can go by the club website as well.
Oh, okay.
So there are a number of ways you can watch the stream. But having Shan Masood and Mohamed Rizwan in the same game certainly increases the potential for viewers. He's struck on the pad this time. Big appeal, and he's gone. Hassan Adnan raises the finger, and Stephen Finn gets the danger man. That one did look a lot better than the previous shout.
That is a big wicket for Sussex.
Masood goes for 46 from 52 deliveries, and Derbyshire are 3 down now. They're 74 for 3. That was clearly the one that Sussex wanted.
Adrian was saying that Sussex never looked like they were going to be taking wickets. Well, today looks like a different day for them, doesn't it?
Big wicket. Finney gets one just 10 minutes or so before the next update. I was going to be regaling people of the number of 50s that he's got this season and all sorts, and I'm not going to be able to do it now. Batsman is Leas Deploy. I think the applause is for Shan Masood. He's just this is how far away from the pavilion the batsmen are when they're out in the middle. They're not in the middle, they're to one side. He still hasn't left the grass surface yet, and the new batsman's already there. Left-handed Leas Deploy, 76 on his back, South African. Fine player. Has had more success in recent times with the white ball than with the red, which obviously does a bit more than the white. And he'll be keen to make his mark. He scored 19 off the last over in a T20 at Chesterfield last Saturday, so a week yesterday, to beat Yorkshire. It was absolutely chucking it down. Derbyshire were the restricted Yorkshire, the bowled Yorkshire out for 175 in 20 overs. Then it rained when Derbyshire were 5 without loss after 2 balls of their reply. And eventually they were set 105 off 10 overs to win. Got there with a 6 by Leas Deploy off the 4th ball of the over, I think it was.
Duploy, is it? Duploy.
Leas Deploy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hate mispronouncing names, I think. This one.
Not a problem. Finished around the wicket, balls to the side. First delivery faces. There is no one. It's his first name that people seem to struggle with, and I don't know why really, because it is Leas, and I've asked him about it, and he says, yeah, it's Leas, like Cornelius, it's Leas, and people call him Loose and Luce and all sorts of things, but yeah, it's Leas, and I've stuck to that. The problem is when Lewis Rees comes out, because he's Luis Lewis, as Finn comes in and bowls to Deploy, leaves outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper. End of a successful over for Stephen Finn. 4-leg buys off the first delivery and a wicket bang in the middle of the over. Derbyshire 74 for 3 and a big wicket too. Shan Masood out for 46. Derbyshire now have Wayne Madsen at the crease on 16 and Leas Deploy yet to get off the mark. Yeah, sometimes I do get my Leas and Lewis mixed up when they're batting together. Lewis Rees will be in next, and Anuj Dal.
So much easier to just go by the surnames.
Yes, absolutely.
Looks like Haynes is going to be continuing from the sea end.
It's a good test for these two now. They don't want to lose 3 wickets before lunch, having won the toss and decided to bat first. And Madsen cuts this away down to backward point for 4 runs. First delivery from Haynes. They're running as though their lives depended on it out there, the batsman, but that looked like 4 from the moment it left the bat.
That raced down to the boundary, especially on the big boundary side.
It did. It's
massive.
But it is slightly uphill then. But the speed, I mean, it's a quick outfield. It looks absolutely beautiful. We were at Trent Bridge on Thursday, and that looks a little threadbare. If I'm entirely honest, looks like you could do with a good watering. But this outfield looks absolutely immaculate here at Hove.
Looks like a carpet, doesn't it, Dave?
Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. In comes Haynes again, and this one's pushed up towards mid-on by Wayne Madsen. So fielded by Sean Hunt, who starts to work on the ball. These, I mean, the batch of balls, and there was talk that by the time the county championship resumed after the T20, they would be have a better batch of balls. The number of times the balls have been changed this season has been ludicrous. Haynes bowls, and it's defended by Madsen. It's got a very strange way of. He turns
at the top
the wrong way,
yeah, he does. That's what I was watching. I was trying to figure it out.
He walks back almost behind the umpire.
Yeah.
In fact, he walks back as though he's a left armer.
Yeah, and does like a loop, and then.
But turns the wrong way. Well, I never noticed that at Derby. He's in and bowls. That's wide of the off stump. Nicely taken by Carter, the wicket-keeper.
He does. He walks back just like though he's a left-hander, cuts across, and then does like a little loop, and then.
Yeah. Wow, he's coming back slightly straighter this time. Perhaps he mixes it up. Oh, he's veering across.
No, he's
into
going
the
across.
Right under leg side, isn't he, again? Yeah, he'll turn clockwise, or once he picks the ball up, he will. He's just dropped it. Thought, who'd have known that?
Look at that.
78 for 3. Things you see at cricket. That one is defended off the back foot by Wayne Madsen, out into the leg side. And Ibrahim tosses it across the strip to Delray Rawlins, who starts the polishing process, trying to keep. Just going to say these balls have done stuff for about 35 overs maximum. Haynes bowls outside the off stump, and it's taken by Carter. It's the end of the over at 78 for 3.
It's really interesting his angles, isn't it? Because he does that when he comes back to get to the top of his mark, and then as he's bowled in his follow-through, he ends up going towards third slip.
It is most peculiar. Now, and once you've seen it, you can't unsee it.
You can't unsee it. It's one of those things you're going to notice
you
all the
cannot-
time.
You cannot unsee it. New Zealand in the Test match are 215 for 5 now. They lead by 184. Although, as we've seen in recent times, no lead is big enough as far as England are concerned. Quick look at the second division matches elsewhere. 2 other games being played. Stephen Finn is beginning a new over from the Cromwell Road end and balls to Leas Deploy, who pushes that one out into the offside, and Rawlins does the fielding. At Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire 86 for 2 against Middlesex, and at New Road, Worcestershire 57 for 4 against Glamorgan. Now the other 2 games being played in the second division. It's still raining at Bristol, where Gloucestershire are 12 without loss against Lancashire. Essex 45 for 3 against Hampshire. Next delivery from Finch. Traps right in front. Oh, and Hassan Adnan takes his hand out of his pocket and says not out.
I hate when umpires do that. That's the little trick they do to keep you.
I was convinced he was going to fire him off then, Nicky, I have to say. Leas Deploy is the batsman who gets struck most of any batsman I've ever seen in professional cricket, and he's limping around now. That one was thudded in. I wonder if it might have sneaked past the front pad and hit him on the inside of the back leg, a slightly unprotected part. Wow, that must have been close. Finn's in again, wide of the crease, and bowls to Deploy, who pushes out into the offside. Surrey 93 for 2 now, so they've lost a second wicket. Northants 83 for 2 against Warwickshire, as we call them in proper cricket. Patel, who's out for 40. Burns also out. And who's playing for Kent? It's the Petman who played for Derbyshire last week. It was Petman, wasn't it? I'll have to check. I'll check when I'm near my.
So there was a Petman on this score sheet, wasn't there?
Yes.
Can't be the same Petman, can it?
Well, he was on loan from Notts last week. I wonder if he's on loan from Notts to.
Because Toby Petman
That's right.
used to play for Sussex, his age group cricket.
This one is driven gloriously by Leas Deploy for his first runs out to the cover boundary for 4. And Derbyshire move on to 82 for 3. Yeah, Toby Petman had 1 game on loan for Derbyshire against Middlesex in the county championship at Chesterfield. Took 4 wickets, I think. And there's a Petman. It's a relatively unusual name.
He does have a brother, but I'm not sure if his...
Oh, could be his brother then. Yeah, I'll double check. I'll double check at some point. Oh, you could, yeah, but you could check. Of course you can.
Have it. So
Why would you have to wait for me to check?
So which match did you say that one was?
He's playing for Kent against Surrey. Petman. Here comes Stephen Finn in from the Cromwell Road end, and it's driven again. That was a check drive, and it's nicely fielded to extra cover. That's a terrific piece of work at extra cover. And that's Archie Lennon. Could be completely wrong, but I think it is. Yeah, it's got to be. Just turn around this way. Yeah, thank you, Archie. Turn around the right way. It is indeed Archie Lennon fielding an extra cover. That was a nice stop because it was a relatively well struck check drive by Leas Deploy. He's waiting now as Finn is in, and he leaves this one alone. It was a long way outside the off stump and moving further away. So 4 runs off the over. Deploy off the mark with the boundary.
It is a Toby Petman. So
he's played successive championship matches for Derbyshire and Kent.
Yep.
1 in the second division, 1 in the first. Good effort, young man. He bowled nicely. He's got a wicket anyway. He got the wicket of Rory Burns for 24. Here, Derbyshire 82 for 3. Leas Deploy 4. Wayne Madsen 20. I'm hoping that Adrian gets back soon because I've got an update to do.
Bowl Seam, I believe, because I remember, when he was in under 15s or under 17s, when my dad used to do the county age groups, for some reason I would always go to all these little the matches with him, and I would sit there. So I've seen Finn playing all his county age group, Hudson Prentice, I've seen Toby Petman.
He's almost had Madsen falling over there. He manages to get some bat on it, clip it into the leg side for a single, 83 for 3.
I've seen Abby Sikandar, who now plays up at Leicester, so
Yeah.
I don't know why. I used to go to all these grounds with my dad and watch all these county age group fixtures. I used to love it, though.
Oh, yeah.
I think nothing is better than actually spending a day at cricket.
just
Like, in the sun,
sitting and watching
cricket is a lovely day.
Yeah, now we get paid for it. How about that? Remarkable. It is quite remarkable.
What a job.
In some instances, it's even more remarkable than others. You know who you are.
And we get one of these as well, don't we?
Yeah, free food.
Free food.
Free food. Yeah, that's the best bit.
Unlimited coffee.
His Haynes around the wicket to deploy. He'll get struck on the pad. Ball bounces out into the offside. There is no run. Adrian's making his way back. Big smile on his face for no apparent reason.
Talking about coffee, Adrian's got another cup of coffees in hand.
I'll do this one ball, then I've got to go. So Adrian will.
Okay, sure.
Adrian will take over. Haynes, that's unusual midway through and over. That one is pushed out into the offside again. And Derbyshire are 83 for 3 still. Some wise, sage words from Nicky, and then Adrian will be back.
It's Dave. Dave's off to do his update for BBC Derby. And Adrian's back with his cup of coffee. We were just discussing how these are very important for the day, and that...
Vouchers. In comes Haynes. Bowls, and he's bowled. Is Lewis deployed? Just wait for that. Yes, the off stump is out the ground. Well, I was just saying, I was chatting away in the press box, that Tom Haynes always looks like he's going to get wickets.
He does, doesn't he?
He bowls very much wicket to wicket. And Louis Deploy is on his way for 4, and very much Sussex's morning, because Derbyshire, having won the toss and decided to bat, are now 83 for 4. Deploy is on his way for 4. And Sussex will be absolutely thrilled, Nicky, with the way this morning has gone.
They definitely will be 4 down. I'm sure, hopefully, we'll reverse what you said, that they weren't looking like they're going to be taking wickets. They definitely look like they're going to be taking wickets this morning, so...
Well, we did say when play started, for the first time really this season, you know, Sussex have an attack that you look at that think can take wickets. I think when you've got an attack that's headed by Brooks and Finn, who have taken stacks of first-class wickets between them, there's some experience, and it's something that Sussex just haven't had this season. We did talk about this at the start of play. So to what was a decent pitch to pick up 4 wickets before lunch.
I'm just watching Sarah Taylor have a natter over there to the right-hand side when it looks like she's explaining some bowling action to a youngster. She's doing some shadowing. Oh.
Yeah, she is nattering away over there.
Nattering away.
But certainly, and if you, I mean, Tom Haynes, so we were discussing Tom, we were talking next door with some of the boys from the press, that he bowls very much wicket to wicket, Tom. So as a batsman, and you're a batter, Nicky, you would, you've got to play every delivery.
You've got to play, yes. And Dave and I were just actually discussing when he is bowling over the wicket, he has a very interesting...
In comes Haynes, the older new batsman, who's Lewis Rees, who lets that go outside the off stump. There is no run.
He has a very interesting way of getting back to the top of his run-up. Like, he cuts through as though he's like a left-arm bowler.
Yes.
And he does a little loop, then he makes his way back through his run-up. And we were just saying that must be quite distracting as well, because you're not expecting those angles.
He doesn't break stride, does he? He doesn't turn and stop. He just runs. He just runs. There he goes. He's in again. 2 slips go down, comes into bowl to Rees, and Rees is forward. He's played on the onside, rather squared up.
Whenever he bowls, there's lots of oohs and ahs,
there is.
aren't there? Definitely.
Well, good applause around the ground. And Sussex will be very pleased with their morning's work. There's still another half hour to go. You listen to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Derby. Adrian Harms and Nicky Chowdhury with you on commentary.
You can reach us on Twitter as well, which is, Adrian?
You can tweet us at BBC Radio Sussex, at Fletch Sport, or you can email us sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. Dave is with us, so Nicky's going to leave us for a while. Nicky will be back with us after lunch. And Fletch is going to rejoin us. And it's going to be Steve Finn, who is going to be running in from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. He's going to be bowling to the right-handed Wayne Madsen, who's on 21. As in comes Finn. He's in and bowls, and Madsen lets that go, taken by Ollie Carter. And there is no run. Ollie Carter, who's probably the most relieved man in the ground, having put down Shan Masood. Haynes, the skipper, was fuming when that chance went down, but in the end it didn't prove too expensive from a Sussex perspective. His mark. 2 slips, third man, backward point, cover mid-off, or mid-on, 2 men set back on the leg side. Wheels around in the sunshine, and in and bowls to Wayne Madsen is in and bowls, and Madsen solidly forward. Finn fields off his own bowling, and there is no run.
Good morning for Sussex.
Very good morning.
Really good morning for Sussex.
Yeah.
To get Masood, big.
Yeah. And when that chance went down, I thought to myself, crumbs, because Carter didn't keep last week, down, or a couple of weeks ago, down in Cardiff. As in comes Finn and bowls. Madsen, that's a good leave. Taken by Carter. There is no run. Because I wonder whether Rizwan might keep in this match. And when that chance went down, you suddenly thought, wow, not easy standing up to a medium pacer, but that's what you meant,
Yeah, it's got to be done, hasn't it?
It was, and I think for a keeper, I know it's always very easy from here, but for a keeper standing up to the stumps, I think that was one he would have expected to have taken. Anyway, it didn't cost Sussex too much. As in comes Finn over the wicket bowls, and Madsen forward. Plays to Haynes, no run. Yes, thank you, Mark, just to clear that one up. Well, it's been a terrific morning here for Sussex in the sunshine at Hove, because Derbyshire won the toss and they've been reduced to 83 for 4 this morning. 2 wickets for Sean Hunt, 1 for Steve Finn and 1 for the skipper Tom Haynes. So Sussex without a win in their last 19 games. Could this be the game where they break that awful run of form? Derbyshire 83 for 4. Meanwhile, at the Oval, Surrey batting first against Kent. Surrey 105 for 2. Patel for 40 and Burns for 24, the batsman out. We will be getting lunch, and I'm delighted to say that the voucher has arrived, Mark, which is the best thing that happened. So I'm looking at it now. 1 food item, 1 snack item, 1 soft stroke hot drink, and that'll be with us in about half an hour. I don't know where we go. There's a cafe here called Greg's, which is named after the famous Sussex cricketer Tony Gregg. So I'll let you know after lunch, Mike, but it's bound to be good. It is indeed a different Greg's, yeah, different spelling, but they will have sausage rolls. Thanks, Mark. Steve Finn finishes off his over, the bowl rattles into the thigh pad, bounces out into the offside, and there is no run. Derbyshire 84 for 4, Rees yet to score, Madsen on 22.
Nice of them to mention your award again, though, Adrian. Yeah, back. Some of us won it before you.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
And I'm sure that precludes us from winning it again, because I keep entering. Getting nowhere near.
Well, I think it used to be cricket writers, and now it's ECB, isn't it?
Well, are you in possession of the silver bat?
I haven't received a thing.
Oh, it's beautiful, man. Beautiful. Here comes Haynes in from the CN, bowling to Wayne Madsen, who pushes it out to mid-off, and there's no... In a little box, a glass-fronted cabinet sort of box. I had it on the wall for a year, and it was a silver cricket bat, and it actually described it as it was the Christopher Martin Jenkins Young Broadcaster of the Year, and I won it when I was about 55. So it's a few years ago now. This one is defended by Wayne Madsen. Scotty Reed, I think, had won it before me, and they spelt his name wrong.
Oh no!
So they got the wrong kind of Reed. Yeah, so it was very nice.
So I'm told
and
something.
A very large cash prize came with mine.
Yeah, well, I don't think that happens anymore.
All declared for tax, of course.
So apparently something's going to happen at some stage. So we'll wait and see.
Richly deserved. Haynes but also set a leave by Wayne Madsen. Leas Deploy leaving the ball and being bowled. Not great. Not a great look, is it, when you leave the ball and you're bowled?
Well, it's interesting, Fletch, because from the angle that we're commentating from, the better angle is actually from the press box.
Yes. Well, yes.
Because I couldn't. I mean, I saw he was bowled, but I couldn't quite see what happened.
Yeah, I just caught the replay on the big screen, and it was a leave. This one is past the edge of Wayne Madsen's bat. He may well have played inside the line of that one. Who can tell from, as Adrian says, from our angle. It should be the perfect angle for watching cricket, but the umpires just obscure our view a little bit, and that's our excuse, and we're sticking to it. 24. Plan for this afternoon. I'm not sure. He's clipped into the leg side by Wayne Madsen for a single. He moves on to 23. Lewis Rees yet to get off the mark. Only faced the 3 deliveries. Hasn't had a great time in the county championship, Lewis Rees, so far this season. More used to opening, but of course Shamsu's arrival and Billy Godwin being the skipper means he's down in the middle order. So we've got 170 runs in the 8 innings that he's batted at an average of 24. And the wicket comes Haynes to the left-handed Rees, who leaves that one alone outside the off stump. It's taken by Ollie Carter, and it's the end of the over. It's 84. 5 rather for 4. Madsen 23. Rees yet to get off the mark. Haynes 4 overs, 1 for 15. Very good too. It was strange because the first over that he bowled, he went for 4 down to third man, and it was off the edge of Shan Masood's bat. There was a big appeal, and then he got 3 where he clipped it not far from the man at mid-wicket. So you can tell from the very start that there's 7 runs off his first 3 balls, and he's only gone for 15 in his 4 overs in total. Jack looks like he's coming back for a little burst before lunch. So the old boy hasn't stiffened up too much.
Yeah.
But he was reaching veteran status about 5 years ago.
Yeah,
so he's done well to carry on.
I think he's 38, isn't he?
Yeah, he's done well to still be going. But he was quite a late arrival into professional cricket, wasn't he? Because he played minor counties for a bit before Oxfordshire, I think.
We'll double check that, I think. In comes Brooks, bowls to Madsen, who drives nicely to mid-off.
I do know
he's
there is no big
run.
Oxford United fan. Big Oxford United, but somebody has to be, though.
Well, I noticed at Glastonbury last night there was a big flag flying, someone in the audience there, and that had an Oxford City flag. You know, one of those big flags you see at festivals.
On the big bendy poles.
There was one that said Oxford City, there was one that said Bath City. So it was quite nice to see some non-league sides with their flags.
Favouritism.
In comes Brooks, bowls, and Madsen clips this to mid-wicket, fielded by Lenham, and there is no run.
I've never been to Glastonbury. I used to go to Monsters of Rock at, before Download became Download, it was Monsters of Rock at Donington, and I don't think the big flags were a thing when I was there. It would be really annoying if you were at the reasonably far back and you couldn't see past all these flags at the stage of the person you wanted to see. But
I went 3 years ago, Fletch. In comes Brooks, bowls. Madsen pulls, and that's 4 runs. Too short from Jack Brooks, and Wayne Madsen, who's in terrific form, wasn't going to miss out, and he pulls that away to him. A lovely-looking shot. He goes to 27, and Derbyshire 89 for 4. Lovely shot. And so you have to enrol now to get tickets. And so I enrol every year. Well, you just keep it ticking over. But it's just a nightmare trying to get tickets. You know, I think this year there's 5 of us in the family, and everyone had about 3 devices, and nothing. No. And there's some people you know every year. Oh yeah, this is the way you do it, but they're more IT savvy than I am, clearly. In comes Brooks, bowls, and Madsen clips this to mid-wicket. Good cricket, actually, because the mid-wicket had gone back to deep mid-wicket. Madsen noticed it and just flicked the ball into mid-wicket, picks up a single. He goes to 28. Derbyshire are 90 for 4. I really enjoy. I mean, we were lucky the year we went, Fletch, because it didn't rain. The weather wasn't roasting hot. It was a bit like this, to be honest. But I was talking to a fellow one morning. We were getting a coffee, and I said to this fellow, "This is great." And he said, "You wouldn't have said that last year." He said, "We were knee deep in mud," and he said he said it was horrible. Yeah. So I think but it was good fun, I have to say. 2 slips. Tom Alsop and Mohammed Rizwan. Ollie Carter behind the stumps, having a natter to the pair of them. Backward point is Alistair Orr. Archie Lenham at cover. Tom Haynes at mid-off. In comes Brooks, bowls, and the first runs for Lewis Rees as he clips that down to fine leg, where it's fielded by Sean Hunter. I'm a little surprised. He's only bowled 5 overs this morning. Figures of 2 for 9. Don't know whether he might get a little whirl maybe before lunch. He trots across to the other side. He's been kept fit, is Sean Hunt, because he's just trotting all the way across to fine leg on the other side.
Alexander's been in touch with me on Twitter. He's in the United States. He's on the eastern seaboard.
Brooks in bowls to Madsen. If there was a third slip, he may have been in trouble. Instead, it's run away for 4 runs. Alistair Orr racing around the boundary at third man. He's furious with himself because
he should be, really.
He should have stopped that, and he kicks at the turf because it's run away for 4 runs and 4 more to Wayne Madsen, who goes to 32 and Derbyshire 95 for 4.
Alexander says he's listening to the match while watering the garden. Oh, that's quite early, isn't it? It's 5 hours difference. I would have thought they're 5 hours behind. He says, very good, Alexander. Thinking of new ideas to email the ECB to help improve the sport. Well done. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. There's all sorts of nonsense being floated around at the moment, and the sooner that gets snuffed out, the better. And Nick says, Nick Hart's on... not the best start. Signing off now, playing for Elworth Fourths today. Well done.
Nice.
Haynes is in from the CN outside the off stump, left alone by Lewis Rees and through to the keeper. And we just spotted in that Surrey-Kent game, it was Nicky who looked it up for me, but Toby Petman, who played at Chesterfield for Derbyshire against Middlesex in the last round of championship matches, got the first wicket for Kent today. He was on loan from Notts, so he's gone out on loan for a second successive game, and he's had more success. Haynes bowls, that's pushed out to the offside by Rees. No, go on. Did it say he started at Oxfordshire in the
have a look. I'm just going to read, actually. Steve Hallam's been in touch, and he says he said, I'm finding it frustrating your commentary is about a second or two in front of the pictures, so I'll pass that on to the lads who are running the live stream here at Sussex. So just someone suggesting maybe it's not quite in sync, fellas.
Well, very good, though. Haynes bowls, and I'll just wait a moment. Lewis Rees leaves it alone outside the off stump. There you go, that'll match up quite nicely.
You know your cricket fletch, Jack Alexander Brooks, born in Oxford on the 4th of June 1984. And indeed, he did play for Oxfordshire between 2004 and 2009.
And then went to Yorkshire after that,
yeah,
which is a good effort to come out of the minor counties and had the success that he had. That one's pushed into the offside. There's no run. Lewis Rees won the championship a few times with Yorkshire.
Yes, he went to Oxford, to Northamptonshire, then to Yorkshire.
Yeah. The Willie route. He still turns the wrong way, Haynes, when he's bowling around the wicket. As that one is outside the off stump. I never noticed it at Derby, you know. When he walks, he goes the wrong way.
Yeah, and he doesn't stop, does he?
No.
He just wheels around and
he's off.
and comes back in again.
He's off. He doesn't stop at the top of his mark. He almost starts his run up with his back to the bowler, walking towards us. Here he goes, whack, and now he's into it. Round the wicket to the left-handed Lewis Rees, who goes back and defends it straight back to him. End of the over. 95 for 4. Rees has 1. Madsen has 32.
Interesting, Tom Haynes, because he made that wonderful 243 up at Derbyshire in the second match of the season. One of 3 double centurions in that match. And Tom, leading English run scorer in the county championship last season, and a few question marks at the minute around Zach Crawley at the top of the England order, and people wondering whether Tom is in line. But actually, if you take out the 243 that he made at Derby, Tom is only averaging 25 this season for Sussex, so he's due a score. And a lot of people wondering whether, skippering a side that is having a rough time in the championship, whether he should be skippering and opening the batting. Tom feels it helps his game, but the stats this year perhaps don't quite suggest that. As in comes Brooks, bowls to Madsen, played out into the offside, fielded by Rawlins. There is no run, and I noticed that this last week Tom was playing for the Seconds. There was a game up at Billericay in which he played in, perhaps just trying to find himself a little bit of form. But it is difficult when you don't play T20. So you get these gaps, and then you're back in for a game, and then it's not easy, particularly when you're an opener. Brooks bowls to Madsen, good delivery, which would have hit middle and off. Haynes fields at mid-on, there is no run.
Billy Goldman in the same boat, doesn't play T20 cricket, comes back to captain the side in the championship. It just seems very strange. I
agree.
Very strange indeed.
I think I spoke to Tom pre-season actually, and he would like to play T20. Feels he, as I think any young player will want to. As in comes Brooks and bowls, and driven by Madsen straight back down the ground, there is no run. Only because I don't think you want to get I mean, let's be honest about it. The money in the game is in the shorter form of the game. If you're a young cricketer and you're going to make yourself money, the way to do that is to be playing the shorter form. So whether you can adapt. And Grant Flower was talking about this as well, and saying that he thinks the principles of batting are the same, whatever format you're playing. You need to adapt your game. Brooks in and bowls, and Madsen cuts, and it's a good shot as always around the boundary and fields at third man, gets in the throw. One more to Madsen, who looks in good nick. He's on 33, Derbyshire 96 for 4. But Tom, certainly, I think with the injuries Sussex have had and the departures they've had, would have hoped to have been in contention. But perhaps the feeling is he's got enough on his plate.
Somebody who could bat and bowl, which he clearly can.
You absolutely.
Would be very useful.
I agree.
Even if he doesn't bowl, like Lewis Rees hasn't bowled in T20, but he can. So
yes.
It turns him into a very useful cricketer.
No, I agree. Brooks around the wicket bowls. He beats Rees outside the off stump, taken by Carter, and there is no run. And Alistair Orr, who primarily in his Sussex career has been regarded as a very solid opening batsman, made some runs in the T20 second 11 competition and made his way into the first team and made runs. He's done well as Ali Orr. Maybe a slight frustration for Tom at the moment. In comes Brooks around the wicket bowls, and Rees this time solidly forward played into the offside. There is no run. Interesting this view we have of Jack Brooks bowling. That's the end of the over, by the way. 96 for 4, Madsen 33, Rees on 1, Brooks 7 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 30. Just watching the line that he's bowling, most deliveries in that over would have probably hit the stumps, Fletch. He is bowling a decent line.
He's been a good operator for many, many years, hasn't he, Jack Brooks? Really good operator. I've got some I's to dot and T's to cross with the Shan Masood getting to 1,000.
Well, you go ahead.
Just banging on about it. He was out for 46, LBW to Stephen Finn. We've had a shout for LBW, a couple of deliveries earlier. Tom Haines is going to continue from the C, and he's bowling to Wayne Madsen, who pushes it out into the offside onto a pitch that's covered at the moment, which is clearly going to be used on Friday for a T20. Masood took him 12 innings to get to 1,000 runs, which makes him the quickest Derbyshire batsman to get there, and he beat the record quite comfortably. Peter Kirsten, who got there in 16 innings for Derbyshire. This next delivery from Haynes is pushed out into the offside, and that's a very strange motion from Ray Rollins as the ball goes past him. He sort of kicks at the air. It's fielded by Stephen Finn. The batsman goes through for a single. Madsen to 34, 97 for 4. And the names on this list are absolutely remarkable, who is blown out of the water. Peter Bowler and Chris Rogers, 17 innings. John Morris, 18. John Wright, 19. Kim Barner did it twice in 19 innings. Chris Adams did it in 19, as did Michael Divenuto, I beg your pardon, as that one is pushed out into the offside, and Simon Katic. I mean, there are some very, very good cricketers who have been absolutely blown out of the water by Shan Masood, doing it in 12 innings, so congratulations to him. Just a shame we're not going to have to wait until the second innings to see him again, but there we go.
But Ali looked in terrific form again today. It was a surprise when he was out.
Pushed again out into the offside by Lewis Rees, and there is no run.
What's the deal with Masood? Is he back next year?
No, not yet.
Right.
Not yet. Signed a 1-year deal. I mean, it clearly depends on Pakistan commitments as well.
Yeah.
He wanted to get back in the Pakistan squad. Haynes bowls and Rees pushes it up towards mid-off, and it's been, was it put down?
I think it was.
Sean Hunt.
Yeah, I think that's a drop.
Lewis Rees.
Yeah, I think
life on one.
I think it was a drop. Sean Hunt, he was at mid-off, whether he was slightly on his heels. His skipper's not looking at him. Look, let's see if Tom looks at him now. Give me the ball. He is not happy, Tom Haines. He's had 2 chances put down.
He's weighing again now to bowl to Lewis Rees, who clips this one into the leg side. There is no run on this occasion either, and it remains 97 for 4. Just 1 runner off the Haines over. 6 overs, 1 for 16. His figures in Derbyshire are 97 for 4.
I reckon that was a chance.
You might be right. I wasn't entirely sure whether it had carried, but then you look at the rest of the reaction from the rest of the fielders. This is bizarre. I've got to nip off, but I'll be back very quickly. We have a timed bulletin at 1 o'clock because they go into a pre-recorded Derby County story, so I'll be about 2 minutes. Hopefully.
That's all right. Fletch will return in a mo. Jack Brooks is going to carry on from the Cromwell Road end. How many overs have we had this morning? 28. In comes Brooks. Bowls. And he said, that looks very out to me. Brooks is always, Sussex are all up. That looks a really good shout from Jack Brooks. He can't believe that hasn't been given. He's standing and he's staring, hands on hips. And he needs to be a little careful, does Jack Brooks, because that was very nearly reaching sort of an area where the umpire could saying there was a bit of dissent. But I have to say, it cut back to the right-handed Madsen, who looked like he was on the back foot. And from where we're commentating, that looked very, very tight. And had that been a test match with the review available, there is no question Sussex would have reviewed that. That looked very, very close. Brooks. I think he's nodding away to our right-hand side. In comes Brooks again, bowls to Madsen, who clips this one to wideish mid-on, fielded by Tom Haynes. Madsen picks up a single, he goes to 34. Derbyshire to 98 for 4. I don't know whether Fletch saw that. He may have been in between commentary boxes when that appeal was made, but you wouldn't have been at all surprised to see the umpire's finger raised then, Fletch. I don't know if you saw it.
No, I missed it. Sorry,
okay.
I missed it completely.
It did look very, very tight. But Brooks was always, as I say, in the realms of dissent because he just stood for ages waiting as in comes Brooks, bowls to Rees, who plays down the onside, followed by Rawlins, and there is no run. He looked absolutely furious it wasn't given.
Could get the club to pay the fine.
Anyway, Madsen survived. Or survives. He's on 35. And Derbyshire, probably with one more over to go until lunch, on 98 for 4. Lewis Rees on 1, Wayne Madsen on 35. Brooks without a wicket so far this morning. Thought he had one then. In bowls to Rees, who lets that one go outside the off stump, taken by Carter. And there is no run. 2 slips. Point to cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Deep back was square in the fine leg. What's made you laugh?
Well, I've just seen it. I just managed to scroll back to it. It looks out to me.
Well, it looked very out to us as well. Brooks couldn't believe it wasn't given. Yeah.
Unless it pitched outside leg.
Which I don't think it did.
No.
No,
no, it couldn't have done. It's the right-handed Wayne Madsen.
Yeah.
So it looks out.
From here, we said that looks very out.
It looked out.
Brooks in, but that didn't miss the off stump by very much. A good leave by Lewis Rees, and there is no run. So we looked at the replay here and wait. Well, I think in a season you get some where you think, well, that's a poor decision, and others where you, as a batsman, you get lucky. And I think Wayne Madsen has had a bit of a result there, to be honest.
Yeah, no, I think you're right.
He survives. He's on 35. There's Brooks in around the wicket, bowls, and Rees again. Good judgment, lets that one go through to Ollie Carter. There is no run. We'll certainly have one more over before lunch. Jack Brooks looks frustrated. He's taken off his headband as he wanders back to his fielding position. I think he's just perhaps reminding. He's having a natural way now, is Jack Brooks, to down at the far end, and I think he's just saying, well, why was that not out?
Yeah, so do well to give him a reason, especially when he goes back and sees the video which the analyst will have ready for him, won't he?
He's put his cap on in a sort of really frustrated way, hasn't he? Yeah. I think we all get one more over before lunch, Fletch, and it's going to be Tom Haynes.
Ian Crooks has been in touch, as he often does. It's always good to hear from you, Ian. I can't read the whole email out because it's exceptionally long. Here is Haynes in a bowls to Wayne Madsen, who pushes this up to mid-on. And there's no run. 98 for 4 it remains. He'd been at Headingley on Friday to witness what he says is one of the most dramatic days of Test cricket. The new ball spell and Bairstow and Owen with the counter-attack. And then he made it to his parents' house in Nottingham in time to watch the feed As in goes Haynes again and bowls to Manson. This one's off and inside half of the bat into the leg side. To see the feed of the last over bowled by George Scrimshaw on Friday night. He says it's the most remarkable last over since Frankie Griffiths defended 9 at Lord's all those years ago in the final of the Benson and Hedges Cup. It was being compared to that by a number of people. He says he should also apologise to Big George, as he suggested in rather strong terms that he shouldn't be bowling the last over. Haynes bowls, and that one is pushed up down the pitch, and again there's no run. Thank you for the kind words, Ian, and thank you for the email. And it was a remarkable last over. And I was commentating on it, obviously, and I said, I'm sure George Scrimshaw's just shaking his head there. And I thought he was being asked if he wanted to bowl it, but he insisted afterwards, no, always wanted to bowl it.
That's terrific.
Haynes in. That one is pushed out into the offside. We might see George at some point on the field here because he is the 12th man, along with Ben Aitchison. They go through for a single there. Wayne Madsen gets off strike just before lunch. He moves to 36. 99 for 4 now. They got to 115 overs. So they've continued to score pretty quickly, but 2 balls away from completing 30. So it would be a sort of even 50 per 15 overs. But they have lost 4 wickets, Derbyshire. Haynes is in around the wicket to bowl to Lewis Rees, who leaves alone outside the off stump to go through to the keeper. So yeah, Big George Scrimshaw is one of the 12th men, if you can have 2 12th men, you know what I mean though. And the other one is Ben Aitchison, and it's absolutely brilliant to see Ben Aitchison back with the squad. He hasn't played all season. He played a pre-season game, and he suffered one of those stress fractures that the quick bowlers suffer from. Haynes around the wicket bowls to Rees, who pushes this one out into the offside. And Wayne Madsen taps his bat back over the crease and turns around and makes his way towards the pavilion, because that is lunch on day 1 of this game between Sussex and Derbyshire, and it's been Sussex's morning. There is no question. 4 wickets have fallen. Billy Godleman for 6, Brooke Guest for 2, both to Sean Hunt, who bowled really nicely first up. Shan Masood passed 1,000 runs for the season, but was LBW to Finn for 46, and Deploy, playing no shot, was bowled by Tom Haynes for 4. Lewis Rees has 1, Wayne Madsen has 36. As I say, at lunch, Derbyshire, having won the toss and decided about first, let's not forget, a 99 for 4.
Fletch, thanks very much indeed. Thanks as well to Nikki. Don't go anywhere if you're listening to us on the stream, because we're going to be talking to the authors of the book The Field of Dreams in a few moments' time, a book commemorating 150 years at the county ground Hove, written by Patrick Faraday and James Metier, who will be coming in, certainly Patrick, to have a natter to us in a few moments' time about the book. It's a wonderful book with a range of photographs and wonderful stories in there as the players make their way off. Just Finn and one for Tom Haynes. So a good morning in the sunshine at Hove. Meanwhile, up at the Oval, also a good morning for Surrey. They've reached lunch 137 for 2 in their game against Kent. And in the Test match at Headingley, New Zealand 254 for 5. They lead England by 223. That's our cricket update done, and they haven't turned the music off, which is incredibly irritating, but never mind. Yeah, just finally, your thoughts on Sussex this morning, because it's been a rare good morning for Sussex.
It has, four wickets on a good pitch. That's I've been a bit worried about Mr. Madsen sitting on 36. He's a decent batsman. They could do with getting him out quite quickly.
Well, it's a wonderful afternoon to watch cricket. I can see the players are just sort of starting to gather at the top of the balcony, so we ought to let you go and find your place. So just a reminder, people listening to us, it's Field of Dreams, 150 years at the County Ground. I've learned something, Patrick, so thank you so much
for inviting me.
Well, thank you. And just a quick reminder where people can get it again. And you said the club shop and all sort of good outlets.
Yep, Amazon, Waterstones, wherever, any bookshop, or if they haven't got it, all the local Brighton ones have got it in stock, and any other one will order it for you.
Wonderful stuff. Well, Patrick, thanks so much for joining us here. Our commentary team are moving into position for the post-lunch session with Derbyshire 99 for 4. So, Patrick, thanks so much for joining us. And commentary will resume in a couple of minutes' time. I'll leave the effects microphone just bubbling away. And then straight after lunch, you'll be joined by Nikki and by Dave Fletcher.
Welcome back to the County Ground in Hove. I have no idea where that noise is coming from. We've just had a look out of the window. I cannot tell where all that racket is coming from.
Can't figure it out at all. Where is it?
I'll turn it down a bit now. Nikki Chowdhury and Dave Fletcher with you. We'll let Adrian get something to eat, because he's just spent the entire lunch break talking about the book Field of Dreams, 150 Years at the County Ground in Hove by Patrick Faraday and James Metier. If indeed that is how you pronounce James's surname, but if it isn't, I apologise. Here we've got quite the game going on. We've got a game that's moved on quite nicely, because Derbyshire are 4 now, 99 for 4. They will resume on this afternoon. I can't even type a password correctly. Look at that.
Third time lucky here, Dave. There we go.
There we are, 99 for 4. Billy Goldman, caught by Tom Alsop of the bowling of Sean Hunt for 6. Hunt also bowled Brooke Guest, who dragged one on for 2. It was 24 for 2 at that stage. Shan Masood, LBW, bowled Stephen Finn for 46. And Leas Deploy, playing no shot, bowled by Tom Haynes for 4. Lewis Rees, who was dropped by Sean Hunt, has 1. Wayne Madsen, 36 from 68 deliveries, 99 for 4. Sussex, Nikki, bowled really nicely this morning, didn't they?
They bowled really nicely this morning. Derby are currently 99 for 4. Clearly Sussex did something right, didn't they?
Well, it was definitely their morning, no question about it. Elsewhere in the second division at lunch, Worcestershire 84 for 5 against Glamorgan at New Road. And Middlesex 120 for 2. Nottinghamshire, I beg your pardon, 120 for 2 against Middlesex at Trent Bridge. I did notice that Ben Slater was one of the batsmen out. He was the first man out, the former Derbyshire opener. I didn't take much notice of the game after that, I've got to say. The second man out was Ben Duckett, who was dismissed for 37. Joe Clark's got 23, and Hasib Hamid is still there on 42, and why he was jettisoned by England, I have no idea. But he was. Ireland take on India in a T20 international in Malahide this afternoon. It's a 4:30 start. It is fascinating. I will have a look and see what kind of side India are putting out in that T20 international, because it's likely to be the same squad that faces Derbyshire. On Friday they also play Northamptonshire and Leicestershire while they're in the country.
Apparently, rumour has it that's going to be the same squad that's going to face England as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I read.
So it should be very exciting. They've sold half the tickets, or at least half of the tickets already at Derby for that game, so it should be a terrific atmosphere. Here's Jack Brooks beginning the afternoon session, bowling to Wayne Madsen. Ball pushed out backward of square on the offside. They go through for the first run, and the 100 is up. That's why that gentleman away to our right is clapping, presumably. I was waiting for the applause, but there wasn't any. 100. Must be the side. I know there are Derbyshire supporters in, because I've just been speaking to one outside who'll be joining us later on this evening for a drink. We won't be able to understand a word he's saying, of course, but we will be definitely joining us for a drink. Bless him, old goose. 100 for 4. Madsen on to 37. Lewis Rees then 1 from 23 balls, and Brooks bowls to him, and he bowls too far outside the off stump for Lewis Rees to be even interested in playing a shot at. He goes through to the wicket keeper, and there's no run. Still glorious here in Hove. The sun did. Or no, it didn't, because it never moved. Well, it does move, but no, it doesn't move, does it? No, the sun doesn't move.
It doesn't move, does it?
It was the clouds that moved in front of the sun. The sun didn't go behind the cloud just moved in front of it. The sun doesn't move. I do know that. It comes Brooks, and again he's wide of the off stump. I was never very good at physics and that kind of thing, but I do know that the sun doesn't move. It's the Earth that moves.
That moves, isn't it?
Yeah, and that's...
You got me thinking now, Dave.
And it's a sphere. The Earth's a sphere. We all know that nowadays, and surely nobody still believes it's flat.
People believed it was flat. That was a thing.
Oh, yeah. Well, there is still the Flat Earth Society, but, people used to think that the Earth was flat and you'd drop off the edges of it. In comes, long time ago, long time ago. Brooks, wide of the off stump, left alone by Lewis Rees, and it goes through to the keeper. But the Earth, I can assure everybody, isn't flat. I've seen photographs of it.
It's a sphere.
Yeah, definitely a sphere. Mohammed Rizwan. I think a lot of the youngsters are shouting at Mohammed Rizwan and trying to attract his attention, and he's just turned around and given them a wave, so that might just calm them down momentarily. And there's Brooks around the wicket bowls, and this one he has to play Lewis Rees, and it's pushed out into the offside. And there is no runners. It's fielded there by the man galloping in, Ali Orr. Rather let himself down on one occasion down on the boundary to our right-hand side when he slid around parallel to the rope and allowed the ball to hit his thigh and bounce over it and go for 4 runs. He was furious with himself. Brooks bowls to Rees. That's a lot. That's probably the widest of the lot.
That was pretty wide, wasn't it?
Yeah, and he stiffened up at lunchtime. End of the first over after lunch, just the 1 run from it, but Lewis Rees only had to play at one of the balls that he faced. Derbyshire 100 for 4.
And by the looks of it, got a change of bowling from the Seahand, Sean Hunt.
Makes sense, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does make sense.
Bowled really nicely this morning.
Bowled really well.
A couple of wickets. Got rid of Billy Godleman, the Derbyshire skipper, and Brooke Guest for 6 and 2. And Brooke Guest has been in pretty good nick this season with the in red ball cricket. All formats. Wicket-keeper. It was interesting to listen to Adrian talking about how many wicket-keepers Sussex have had. I think he went through 4 different names. Well, Brooke Guest keeps wicket in county championship cricket. He keeps wicket in T20 cricket, and I'd be surprised if he didn't keep wicket in 50-over cricket as well for Derbyshire. A man for all formats, but he's gone. He only made 2. Deploy made 4. Godleman made 6. Rees has only made 1 so far while he's been out there, but he is still out there. Only 2 players into double figures. Masood on 46. And Madsen on 37 from 69 deliveries so far. Sean Hunt just prowls at the top of his mark because they can't work out what to do with caps and helmets. There is now...
It's a bit of faffing going on, isn't there?
The Gully's wearing a helmet. He's quite close, but he is wearing a helmet. In goes Hunt and bowls, and it's pushed down the ground and down the slope as well by Wayne Madsen. They've run 1, they're going to come back for a second. That's a good bit of work by Haynes sliding in, keeps them down to 2. Madsen moves on to 39, 102 for 4. But yeah, the Gully's got a fielding helmet on. I think it's Delroy Rawlins.
Looks it.
Yeah.
It's quite far away from here.
Well, my eyes are awful.
Yeah, I'm like squinting, trying to see.
I think it's Delray, rather.
Looks like Delray Rawlins.
Yeah. He's got his hands on his knees now. Hunt bowls to Madsen, and he turns this one into the leg side down towards backward square leg. And they go through for another single. That is almost certainly out there in the distance, Jack Brooks, but I wouldn't swear to it. It's certainly where he should be. Although he is moving close to the square leg position now, rather than he won't be square leg there, will he? Because Lewis Rees is left-handed, so it'll be a backward point. That's quite exciting for a fast bowler to be a backward point. In the press box, reading copies of Field of Dreams now as well. Look, it's been
they are
liberally spread around the press area.
Man and our writers is lost in the book.
He is. Good job. He's got the stream to fall back on. Here goes Hunt from the CN, bowls wide of the off stump. Lewis Rees, as he has done pretty consistently in this innings since lunch, leaves alone outside the off stump. Ball goes through to the keeper. Feather, just to our left, is now rising again. There must be some thermals out there. Just floating around. I assume it's from a gull. It's white. Switch it station just to our left-hand side. Two slips in place. Hunt bowls to Rees, who leaves alone outside the off stump. Allows the ball to go through to the keeper. And there is no run. It is exceptional. It's a beautiful day, but it is warm in here.
It is really warm in here.
I'm sure we've got air conditioning.
There is aircon. I'm going to try and see if I can figure it out. It's not on.
Is it not on?
No, I'm going to have to figure it out.
Stick the aircon on, Nicky, go on. If you do nothing else today, that will be a major achievement, because I certainly couldn't work out. I can't work out air conditioning. In comes Hunt again, left alone outside the off stump by... Well, I can hear it now. Yeah, I can definitely hear it now, but I'm going to be too cold in a minute. I will be too cold in a minute.
Yeah, that's what's going to happen, isn't it? Then we're going to have to turn it off again.
At least you worked out how to turn it on. That's very impressive.
Oh, it's getting really warm in here.
Well, it's quite stuffy, isn't it? No windows that open in our commentary boxes here at Hove.
We're not the lucky ones, though. Guys in the box on the right are, aren't they? They have a nice big window.
Well, yes, they have, but as that one is pushed out into the offside to end the over, 3 runs from it, 103 for 4. They're lucky, but they had to shut the window because the window is sort of at an angle so that they
Reflects
can't.
a bit as well, doesn't it?
They can't see us, but we can see them. It's one of those kind of windows. But when it's open, of course, it just becomes easy for people out in the middle to see into the press box, and Billy Godman ordered it to be shut. So it's been shut ever since. He's got very good peripheral vision, Billy Godman. Doesn't like any distractions. Continue. Haynes just doing some stretching as this one is played out and missed by Wayne Madsen. That was an expansive shot, bat too far away from his body, I would suggest.
Yeah, he did quite try and reach for that one, didn't he?
And he knows. He's just...
he knows. He's wandered off to square leg, telling himself...
He's having a chat with himself.
Rein it back in.
Yeah, having a chat with himself. Ray Rawlins still has the helmet on at Gully. And that one is driven up the hill, down the ground by Wayne Madsen for 4. That's a glorious shot.
That's a lovely shot.
The delivery after he plays and misses, it gives him a little half volley outside the off stump, and he just hammers it away.
Beautifully.
He's such a good player, Wayne Madsen. 38 years of age now.
38, did you say?
Getting on, but he's been terrific this season. Right back in form, playing the white ball cricket of his life, really. All the shots, and he's been pretty decent in red ball as well. He's shedding 2 double century stands with Shan Masood. As this next one, he's turned into the leg side. He does well to keep that away from the man at mid-wicket. They're going to come back for 2 more. And he'll move on to 46, will Wayne Madsen, and Derbyshire up to 109 for 4. You can always tell the difference between batsmen who are in form and out of form, and Lewis Rees hasn't got many runs this season and isn't going after the ball. He's determined to stay out there, whereas Wayne Madsen, who has got runs this season, is happy to play a few shots. I know he's been out there a lot longer as well as he defends this next one.
Yeah, Madsen's played 75 deliveries, whereas Rees has played 32, so pretty much double that, isn't he? It's double the time.
And his first-class average is 76.5. In fact, it'll have gone up by now, I'm sure. Shan Masood now has an average in first-class cricket of 86, and Wayne Madsen's is up to 80. Anuj Dal still to come. He's averaging 64 this season. Alex Thompson. Next delivery from Brooks, pushed out into the offside, fielded by the man in the covers. Alex Thompson, who got his maiden first-class... Was it his maiden first-class 50? I think it was. He's got 2 anyway now. Still to come as well. Sam Connors, who's got 19 runs this season. Mark Watt, who's got 1. And Aidan Kerr, who's yet to play before this match for Derbyshire. The New South Welshman. Madsen waits, Brooks bowls, left alone outside the off stump. And through to wicket-keeper Ollie Carter. That's the end of the over. 109 for 4. Madsen has 46. Rees has 1. We've just got past the number of overs that we should have bowled by lunch, which means another 6:30 finish. When is it not? Can't remember the last time we did get away on time. It might even have been Sussex at Derby earlier this season, and the day's play finished actually at 6 o'clock.
Bang on time.
On 6
wow.
o'clock, and the number of times that happens, well, you could count on the fingers of no hands, in all honesty.
So we've got Sean Hunt continuing from the sea end. He's making his way up the hill. Rees plays on the front foot to cover. There's no run.
Hard work running up this hill all the time.
It must be,
It is.
honestly.
I mean, a lot of grounds.
I feel like it distorts, like, you have a way when you're running up, right? And if you're uphill or downhill, it just changes everything. It just really does distort your run up.
I mean, a lot of grounds, there's a slope, but you can't see it. But here, you can see the slope. I mean, it's a proper hill.
It's definitely easier to go downhill as well. Hunt making his way up through, bowls the ball. Rees has grabbed a single there. He's played that straight to cover. That was a quick run, wasn't it?
I think he's just keen to get off strike, bless him.
Run to the other end.
Yeah, watch it. Watch Wayne Madsen bat.
You do you. I'll stay here.
Madsen's now been out there for the number of balls. The number is the same on the back of his shirt. Whereas 77, due to his South African Hockey International number, which was 7. But the 7 was already taken when he arrived at Derbyshire. It isn't now, ironically, but all those years ago it was. But he's now synonymous with the number 77 in English cricket, so he's stuck with that.
People get quite, what's the word?
They get very
Superstitious with their numbers, don't they?
Attach them. Look, Shan Masood's 94 is the number he wears in international cricket. And at the Multan Sultans in the PSL.
I know someone who I used to play with that they would only bat at an odd number. They wouldn't care where. Hunt through the crease, bowls the ball, is driven straight back down. He feels that off his own bowling.
Well, that's pushing superstitions to extremes, surely.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, to only want to bat at an...
They were mainly an opening batsman, but sometimes when it does get changed around depending on the sort of fixture you're playing, then they were like, I don't mind where I bat as long as it's an odd number. I don't understand it. I'm not very superstitious, to be fair.
Well, the good thing about batting at odd numbers is you've got one more odd number you can bat at, so it gives you one more option than if you were even only, wouldn't it?
Hunt uphill, bowls the ball, and that is defended by Madsen on the front foot to cover. Ali Orr comes in and fields it. Bit more cloud cover coming through.
Yeah.
Bit more clouds.
That sun's moved. It hasn't. It hasn't gone anywhere. It's in exactly the same place it was before. It's the clouds that are moving. But it is sort of coming in from the west at the moment.
You can see they're moving quite quickly.
They are. It's relatively breezy. I mean, we're right next to the sea, aren't we? So it's almost always going to be breezy. Breeze coming from the south-ish.
Hunt bowls. And that is driven, lovely flat batted cover drive down to the boundary. That has made its way Madsen's 4. That is a long boundary, honestly.
Beautiful shot, though, wasn't it? Beautiful half century for Wayne Madsen.
It's 50 up for Madsen off 80. That brings Derby to 114 for 4.
80 balls, that was his 8th 4. Chubby's there. There's a still.
They're clearly excited about something.
I can't see where they are, don't Nicky. That's what's fooling me. I cannot see them.
I don't think it's the ones that are far to our left.
No.
It sounds like they're much closer.
Yeah,
unless
sounds
they're
like-
hiding. It's like they're right under the...
Sounds like they're sitting next to the effects microphone.
Hunt uphill, bowling to Madsen. Madsen's driven that straight past Hunt. Hunt fields that off his own bowling. It was a lovely straight drive for nothing, though. That is the end of the over. Derbyshire 114 for 4.
There we are. Sorry, I switched it off to cough and failed to switch it back on again. The shot that he played, the straight drive earlier in the over that Hunt fielded off his own bowling, it was like pinball for a moment because it came off Hunt and crashed into Lewis Rees and then started to dribble towards the stumps. We've seen some unlucky dismissals. You mentioned that one.
Yeah, Nichols' dismissal in the Test match.
Old Harvey Nicks in the Test match. Henry Nichols.
I think everyone looked surprised. I remember Ben Stokes, once they all went into the huddle, he's like, that was out, you could see it.
Well, it was strange because Jack Leach did an interview afterwards and he said, we weren't sure if it was out or not. I mean, there were an awful lot of laws in cricket. I saw a 5-run penalty last Sunday.
5-run penalty.
In comes Jack Brooks and bowls. That's driven gloriously by Lewis Rees for 4. Out through the extra cover region. It's going to hit the rope now. It was hit better than that, but it's a long way, as Nicky was saying, out to the boundary on the left-hand side. His first boundary of his innings. He moves on to 6, 118 for 4. It was a T20 match at Edgbaston. Warwickshire, as I like to call them, because I can't call them the other name.
Which is... I'm going to make you say it.
Well, they're called Birmingham Bears.
Why don't you like saying it?
Well, because it's Warwickshire. Well,
It is, that is true.
You can't just change your name because the city council's bailed you out. But anyway, well, you can't, can you? I hope I get time to tell this story. Brooks is going to get around the wicket bowls. The hesitation there as Lewis Rees calls Wayne Madsen through, and they might even get another run here.
They're
And they
coming
are
back.
going to come back for an overthrow as well, and that was all a bit messy. It was a messy piece of running initially. It was a messy throw.
Overthrown. There was no backing up.
It was Archie Lenham's throw. It missed the wicket keeper. He's kicking the ground now. It's Lenham. The ball went away, and they come back for 2. And the upshot is that Derbyshire move on to 120 for 4. And I've got even less time to tell this story.
Tell me the story, come on.
Craig Brathwaite. Ball was played back to him by Wayne Madsen. Madsen didn't budge an inch. Brathwaite picked it up and turned and threw the ball, and it hit Wayne Madsen. He threw it quite hard as well. It was Steve O'Shaughnessy, the umpire, who immediately, Madsen didn't like it. In fact, it hit Madsen so hard. As Rees waits and pushes this one out into the outside. They're going to go through for a quick single here, and on this occasion the ball isn't picked up cleanly by Ali Orr, and they get through comfortably. 121 for 4. Rees moves on to 9.
They clearly identified where they're going to take their singles, haven't they?
Yeah. So the ball. I've got.
Come on, let's get this story done with.
I've got an update at 3 minutes past 2. So Brathwaite throws the ball, hits Wayne Madsen. I thought it hit him on the back of the leg. He told me later it had hit his bat, but either way, it dribbled out. They went through for a run, and then the umpires conferred. Madsen started pointing. Most mild-mannered man you've ever met in your life. Sean Massoud was out there with him. He was remonstrating, and umpire Steve O'Shaughnessy signalled 5 penalty runs, which I'd never seen signalled before. It was arm across the chest and a pat of the chest. They got 6 runs from the ball that just dribbled out into the offside. That one has squared Madsen up. The start of a new over from Jack Brooks.
That is bizarre.
Gets a single down towards backward point. He moves on to 51. It's 124 for 4. Yeah, so that was the story. Well, it wasn't a great story, but it was a story, you know. Filled a bit of time, didn't it? Filled a bit of time. They can't all be winners, these stories. If I have a 50% strike rate, I'm more than happy. Brooks bowls round the wicket. Rees leaves alone.
This left-hand, right-hand combo's got the Sussex boys doing their yards, haven't they? They're running from this side to that side.
But Derbyshire have got a lot of left-handers because Billy Godleman is Chamasuda left-handed, Leo Staploy's left-handed, Lewis Rees is left-handed, Mark Watt's left-handed. I think they've got more left-handers than right-handers. Mark Watt isn't going to trouble the scorers too much, but with the greatest of respect to a man who's rapidly becoming my favourite cricketer, Brooks around the wicket, bowls, and that one is just pushed back up towards mid-on, where Brooks does the fielding off his own bowling. You could hear Wayne Madsen scream no, and as a result there is no run. Rees remains on now. This is like an over that seems to have gone on forever.
It does feel like it, doesn't it?
Doesn't it? There was a 4, then a 2, then now then there. See, I missed a no ball, and I apologise. There was a no ball in there, which is why it appears to be going on forever.
You were telling the story, so it's all right.
Well, now that's another story. This Brooks comes in and bowls. That's driven straight to the man that Delray Rawlins extra cover, and the over that keeps on giving has finally stopped giving because it's finished. And I'm going to go and update BBC Radio Derby listeners. So take it away, Nick.
Sure, great. Thanks, Dave. I think, is Adrian going to be joining us? Is he going to be coming back? Maybe he's just finishing his lunch. I think he's still finishing his lunch. Right, so we've got Sean Hunt continuing from the sea end. Adrian's come over with his Mars bar and orange fizzy drink. What is that called? San Pellegrino, is it?
Rather nice, isn't it?
Transfer yourself to Sorrento, eh? Julian's going, we can't, but...
These two have done rather well since lunch, haven't they?
Yeah, they have.
The runs are coming a little too freely as far as Sussex are concerned.
Yeah.
And there's a big debate going on now between Tom Haynes, Sean Hunt, and Steve Finn, who's just lending his experience just to try this run rate down.
They're all stood in height order. It's quite funny.
We were talking at lunchtime. I talked to Patrick Faraday, one of the co-authors of this wonderful book, The Field of Dreams, and I was saying, how do you see this game? And he said, well, I'm a bit worried about Wayne Madsen, who's moved on to 51. And he's facing Sean Hunt, who's running in from the sea end of the ground. He's in on bowls and some drives straight down the track. Hunt's a very good fielder off his own bowling.
He's done quite a few of them, hasn't he?
He does, yeah. He's impressive figures as well. He's in his 8th over, 1 maiden, 2 fought, 17. 2 slips. A wideish, it's almost like a deep backward point, Archie Lenham, all the way out there. Then there's an orthodox point, extra cover mid-off. And Steve Finn is now wanting more changes. He's always captaining the side, actually, Steve Finn, from mid-off. As in comes Hunt around the wicket, bowls and driven by Madsen away through the offside. More runs here. I don't think it's going to go for 4 because Alior is very quick across the ground and he just pulls the ball up inside the ground, inside the rope, I should say, but not before Madsen's come back for 3 runs. And a good round of applause from the youngsters who are applauding over on the far side of having a thoroughly enjoyable day. They've got the
The
headgear, what would you call that?
I don't know, I was just about to ask.
Like a headdress. That's the word I'm looking for.
It's not exactly a hat, it's like a head banner.
Yeah, the spectators wear those when it's for the T20 games. But a lovely shot by Madsen, who goes to 54. Derbyshire 127 for 4. That's Hunt in the game, bowls to Rees. Good delivery right up in the block hole, and Rees is forward and plays to Orr, who fields at mid-wicket, and there is no run. So for the left-hander, there are 2 slips, a backward point, cover, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a deep fine leg. Archie Lenham all the way down there at the far end of the ground. The wicket this week set very close to the clock tower scoreboard side of the ground as Hunt, in bright sunshine here at Hove, runs away from us. He's in on bowls and let go by Lewis Rees outside the off stump, and there is no run. What did you avail yourself of in the Greg's restaurant?
I got myself a pizza because there were no options left that I could have.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. That's mine. Get your hands off. Steve Finn seemed to go a little deeper here at mid-on. Now he's wandering more to an orthodox mid-on position as Hunt is in. Over the wicket, bowls, let go outside the sub, swinging away from the left-handed Lewis Rees, taken low down by Ollie Carter, almost in front of first slip Tom Alsop with his hands on his knees. And there is no run. Alior claps his hands at mid-wicket. Been a good spell this for Derbyshire since lunch. Going to lunch on 98 for 4, now 127 for 4, so 29 runs have come since the lunch break. And 6 overs since, as in comes Hunt and bowls, and Rees clips this one away. And Sean Hunt goes flat. It's the third time a Sussex bowler has fallen over today. He looks okay, gets himself to his feet. It was clipped to mid-wicket, fielded by All. It's the end of the over. I'm going to finish eating my Mars bar and drinking my drink, and I'm going to leave you again with Fletch and Nikki.
Go enjoy that Mars bar, Adrian.
About making him do that over, really, because he didn't have a lunch break at all, did he? He was too busy talking about Field of Dreams, 150 years at the county ground in Hove, which everybody is currently reading in the press box.
They've all got a copy.
It's unbelievable. The only people who haven't got copies are me and you, so that one might go in my bag. No, it
Where's
won't.
mine?
No, it won't. That was, incidentally, I forgot to mention before, and I've just looked it up, actually. Wayne Madsen, the 8th time this season he's got to 50, and he's gone on to make hundreds on a couple of occasions as well. So, said he was in decent nick, and he certainly is. Wayne Madsen. Go see Stephen Finn. It's exciting.
Yep.
One of the nicest men in cricket. There are so many of them, though. And I'm sure the women are the same. I just haven't had the opportunity to cover much women's cricket. But
We're nice, you know. We can be nice.
I'm sure you're all very, very nice. But Stephen Finn did a bit of commentary with myself and Kevin Hand in a Middlesex Derbyshire game at Lord's a couple of years ago. He's in now to bowl to Wayne Madsen. And when he's pushed out into the offside, he's a good laugh. And has always spoken ever since. So hopefully I can bump into Finney at some point over the course of the next few days. Seek him out and say hello, shake his hand. Him and Billy Godleman grew up together, both on Middlesex's books when they were coming through. In fact, both made their first class. Obviously, Stephen Finn did, but Billy Godleman also making his first class debut for Middlesex way back in the day. But it worked out nicely because one wanted to bowl all day and the other one wanted to bat all day in the nets. Here is the one who wanted to bowl, Stephen Finn, in to bowl to Wayne Madsen, pushed out into the onside. And there is no run as it goes up to the man at mid-on. So, yeah, they've been firm friends for many, many, many years, Stephen Finn and Billy Godleman. Godleman, another big friend of his, Alex Wakely, formerly of Northamptonshire, recently retired skipper at Northamptonshire. They went on an England under-19 tour together. It's Madsen. 2 slips in place, waits. And this next delivery from Finn is clipped straight up to mid-wicket, and there's no run. But, yeah, cricket is... As I said this morning, footballers at a certain level are terrific, and at League One level, which is where I operate at the moment with Burton Albion, they're all terrific. The players at Burton Albion are always happy to talk and are very friendly when you're not talking on air. You know, they'll wave and nod and all the rest of it, but you don't quite have the same access to football players as you seem to have to cricketers. This one is pushed out into the offside by Wayne Madsen. Ray Rawlings.
So they interact a bit more than cricketers?
Yeah, I think so. But, I mean, even footballers at League One level get decent money. I'm not saying cricketers at the top of county championship cricket get fairly decent money as well, but it's certainly nowhere near football standards, is it?
No, and I think that's a bit hard to compare, isn't it? Especially comparing, against football.
There is Finn again. Madsen goes onto the back foot. Good stop by Rawlings, tumbling away to his left-hand side at cover.
Everyone's tumbling today.
Yeah, they
Bowlers are tumbling, the fielders are tumbling.
Well, Stephen Finn, as Adrian mentioned, he fell over twice at the end of his follow-through from the end, from the Cromwell Road end, where he's bowling from now in his first spell this morning. He also did a tumbling stop at... it was either mid-on or mid-off. Can't remember if it was a right-hander or a left-hander batting at the time, so he's been on the floor plenty.
Yeah, Sean Hunt did it as well off his own bowling.
He's in now. That's a short delivery, and it's going to be 6. Out towards the short boundary, backward point, in the air all the way, and over the head of the man stationed there for that particular shot. He was banged in a bit too short, really, by Stephen Finn, and he's got to be careful because that is a very short boundary. The first 6 of the match, when Madsen moves to 60, Derbyshire 133 for 4.
Really
too short. And if
short ball, and that's gone to the short end of the boundary.
But if it's short and outside the off stump, it gives Madsen, who will still be in that one-day mindset, it gives him the opportunity to throw the bat at it. And it's such a short distance. Well, what are we can't be talking more than 45, 50 yards down to the...
Yeah, and obviously with the pace that Finn's bowling at, he doesn't really have to do much, Madsen, as long as he just guides it down there. The pace of the ball does all the work. We've got Sean Hunt continuing from the C end. Making his way uphill to Reese, who defends that off the front foot straight into the hands of Delray Rawlins. There's no runs there.
Yeah, it's as far over as I can remember in my trips to Hove in recent years that we've played first-class cricket. It's not quite Trent Bridge-esque, which is the first-class game we played there was ridiculous.
And into bowl. Reese leaves this outside the off stump.
I think that the 30-yard circle, if there had been one, it was a first-class match, so there wasn't one, obviously, but if there had been a 30-yard circle, it would have been in about the third row of the stand. There was so close. You know, the stupid stand, as I call it, nobody else likes that. Well, not in Nottingham anyway, that cuts off that entire corner down the Bridgeford Road. Well, we were very close to that. Too close for a first-class match. It was disrespectful.
Hunt to Reese. Reese defends that again to Rawlins. No run. A bit of aggressive piece of fielding there. I think they were looking to take a single and Rawlins attacked that, so really just cut that idea out of their mind.
As Adrian said, 99 for 4 at lunch, 133 for 4 now, so 34 runs since lunch, and we've only been going, 25 minutes or so, perhaps half an hour now. It's a good rate.
Hunt to Reese, plays it off the back foot. It's gone down to the boundary and straight through the gully region. That brings up 137 for Derby. They're currently 137 for 4.
Took his hand off the bat handle there.
Yeah, I just took his bottom off, hand off. Took a bit of height, that one, as well, so it's probably...
It seems to be rolling as quickly up the hill as it is down the hill. I know that, again, I'm not very good at physics, but I'm fairly sure that isn't possible. But
your physics is going to be better than mine. I was atrocious at physics.
But you'll have done it more recently than me.
Bowls, Reese defends it straight back to the bowler.
That's why I was quite good at history, because I was in most of it. See? Whereas you, it's years ago. Me, I was there. So I can
wasn't even born when that was going on.
I can do the history. It's the physics which are...
physics. Oh, what a horrible subject.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Apologies to any physics teachers out there.
Yeah, sorry. But I was just terrible.
Physics and chemistry. Dear, oh dear.
Even though they would give us all the equation sheets as well, I was just terrible. Hunt to Reese, who's played that off the front foot. It's gone, played it to point. There is no run. That is the end of the over. Derbyshire 137 for 4.
So what's an equation sheet?
So the exams.
Don't tell me it's a sheet with equations.
Yes.
Because I'm not. No. I need more than that.
No, so like when you'd open your paper, I remember for my GCSEs, which was a very long time ago now, you'd open the paper and then the first page was just all the equations that you could possibly need. Like we were given most of the equations, maybe like 2 or 3 here and there that you weren't actually told. And then obviously after that, it was just all the questions. But you'd have to know which equations to use where. Or maybe you'd have to use 2 equations. I don't know. Honestly, my physics result was shocking.
And when you say a long, long time ago now, do we have a year on that?
2016.
Blimey, a long, long time ago. Here's Stephen Finn bowling to Wayne Madsen, who guides this to backward point.
For me, no, not 2016, 2014, sorry. 2014. 16 was my A-levels.
I've got T-shirts that are older than that. I might even be wearing one now, actually. 2014.
It was a long time ago.
No, it wasn't, clearly. It wasn't. In percentage terms of your life, it was a long time ago.
In percentage terms of my life,
it was. In percentage terms of my life, it was yesterday. On 38 for 4 after that single to Madsen. It moves on to 61. Yes, I've been commentating with a lot of youngsters this season so far. Doesn't half make you feel old, I can tell you.
8 years ago?
But yes, there's no time at all. This one is left alone outside the off stump by Lewis Reese. I started covering Derbyshire in 2016. And I'm relatively new on the circuit. I mean, Adrian's been doing it longer than I have. Dave Bracegirdle at Notts, Richard Ray at Leicestershire, Clive and the boys at Edgbaston covering Birmingham. Scott Reed's been doing it a lot longer than that. I mean, I'm a relative newcomer to this, and I've been doing it since 2016. I still feel like a new boy. This one is left alone outside, angling towards the stumps, but not close enough for Rees to have to play a shot at it as he goes through to the wicket-keeper, Ollie Carter.
Okay, fine. It wasn't that long ago then.
No, it wasn't. You know, which is why you should be better at it than I am.
That was so bad.
It was never my thing, really.
I think my teachers even gave up on me when they were just like, it doesn't really count as long as you do well in in chemistry and bio, you should be okay.
Just turn up. Just
Rock up. Write your name.
Finn's next delivery is wide of the off stump as well and through to the keeper. Not an awful lot of action in this over so far. A single off the first ball, 4 dot balls to follow it. Strange it just happened. I have no idea how I did that. I could do things on a computer that I have no idea how they happen. Notts have moved to 141 for 2 now against Middlesex and Trent Bridge in the game at the top of the table in the second division. Worcestershire 110 for 5 against Glamorgan at New Road. As Finn bowls, again it's outside the off stump. Again, Lewis Rees allows it to go through to the keeper. And once more, there is no run. And New Zealand continue to bat. There's a very pesky 6th wicket stand going on at the moment. 268 for 5 now. Darryl Mitchell, who else? 52. Tom Blundell, who else? On 51. Partnership worth 107. After poor old Harvey Nicks was caught and bowled by Jack Leach for 7. In comes Finn again, bowls, well, you guessed it, outside the off stump, left alone by Lewis Rees. Ball goes through to the keeper, and it's the end of the over. 138 for 4 Derbyshire at the end of the over. We've had now 39. So this ball will be starting, if it's from the same batch, I haven't heard anything definitive, will be starting to get a bit soft now as well, so it won't be doing as much for the bowl as if it was doing a lot to start with. Shouldn't go to the boundary quite as much because it's harder to hit, and this is where county cricket rather lets itself down a little bit.
We've had a helmet run on for the keeper because there's been a change in bowling from the CN. Tom Haynes is back into the attack.
Not a surprise because he always looks like taking wickets, Tom Haynes, doesn't he?
Now I'm not going to be able to unsee his little way back to the top of his mark and his little.
And he does it either side as well.
It's not so much on
bizarre.
when he's round the wicket though. I think when he's over the wicket, it's a bit more.
Yes, it looks
a bit more prominent.
Strange,
Yes,
it looks strange. Sure, he knows what he's doing. Look where Delray Rawlins is now. He's on he's about a yard to the left of the cut strip as we're looking at a fairly straight,
very straight,
short mid-off.
Haynes are up the hill. Bowls to Madsen, who's driven that straight to Stephen Finn at mid-off, no run.
Don't drive it too far away from Rawlins there.
Yeah.
Got to be careful. I'm sure he's well aware of him because he'd be right in his eye line.
Right in his face.
Yeah.
There you go, he's done it. Haynes has done a little twirl, and there he is at the top. Running into Madsen, bowls it, who Madsen has played that to cover. They've taken a single there. Madsen currently on 62 off 93 deliveries.
When Rawlins is standing there, there barely seems to be room for Haynes to get up to the crease and bowl. He seems to be bowling through a very narrow gap, doesn't he? But Rawlins is moving now.
And given that before lunch when he was bowling, then he diverts off wicket towards third slip. So, Rawlins is definitely in his way. Haynes uphill to Rees. Rees played that off the back foot straight into the hands of Rawlins, who stopped that no run. He seems to have hurt his finger, shaking his hand in a bit of discomfort.
Might have gone soft, but it hasn't gone soft enough that it won't hurt.
Yeah. When does a cricket ball not hurt, let's be honest?
Oh, yeah, that is true. That is true. I've got a wonky finger there because the ball hit.
Got lots of wonky fingers. Haynes in, bowls the ball. They've gone up. Oh. Right, there's an appeal for an LBW there. They've all gone up. But unfortunately, that is not out. Haynes looks very disappointed as he makes his way back to the top of his run-up.
Yeah, again, impossible for us to tell, even though we're right behind the bowler's arm. So
the umpire's right in our way, right in our vision.
Have a look at this one. It was going down, I think. That would be my guess.
Haynes back in, bowls it. And that is played off the front foot. Rizwan feels no run there.
Yeah, they're going down to show us a replay, which is basically the same thing that I've just watched and not even slowed down. So that isn't going to help me enormously. And in fact, it's disappeared. So there we are. That didn't work. Excellent. Thanks for coming.
Haynes to Rees, who leaves that outside the off stump. That is the end of the over. Derbyshire 139 for 4 of 40 overs.
Yeah, it was a big shout, wasn't it? But as I say, I just got a quick glimpse of the stream. It looked like it might be going down to me. Certainly, it pitched in line, and the fact it's coming around the wicket and angling it towards leg stump. Once it's hit the batsman in line, I think it's relatively safe. And Graham Lloyd, young Bumble, decided, I say young Bumble, I think he's older than me, decided it wasn't out.
Young Bumble.
Remains on 13. Madson's on 62. 139 for 4 as Stephen Finn begins a new over from the Cromwell Road end. 9 overs, 1 for 36 his figures so far. And the first delivery of the over. He's turned into the leg side. Again, there's some hesitation between the two batsmen. Wayne Madsen was the man who hesitated most. Unfortunately for Derbyshire, the ball was thrown to the end, to which Lewis Rees was running. So they do get through for the single. So moves on to 63, Derbyshire to 140 for 4 now. These two came together with a score on 83, so the partnership worth 57. Therefore, the biggest of the match so far, because Shan Masood and Madsen put on 50 for the third wicket before Masood went for 46. Finn around the wicket. Can he get one on target? That one isn't. Wide of the off stump, left alone by Lewis Rees and through to the keeper. Well, he's bowled consistently to Lewis Rees wide of the off stump, and Lewis Rees has consistently left it alone. Happy to stick around out there for a bit, though. Lewis Rees has been caught and bowled twice in the T20 in the last 7 days.
All right.
Just clipping the ball straight back to the bowler, and they were both spinners from memory. I think one was Matt Carter at Notts. He was out off a spinner last night, Friday night as well. He waits now, leaves alone outside the off stump, offering no shot, just pushing his front leg a little bit forward, but not a big stride. Allowing it to go through to the keeper. It's the first light aircraft of the match.
What are those aircrafts called? Those like mini ones? It's one of those small like training planes, aren't they?
I don't know. They're special now. I just call them light aircraft.
Light
really.
aircraft,
Yeah. They'll be called something, I've no doubt. This next one, he's ball edged into the ground and drops just short of Tom Alsop at slip. Soft hands, Lewis Rees will tell us. That was a genuine edge.
Just did not carry to Alsop there.
Alsop's hurt his right hand, or his right wrist. Trying to stop that. Nasty. It's a pat on the back for his troubles from Ollie Carter, which will no doubt make it feel 100% better. Ollie Carter's got plenty of hair under that cap, I notice. I want to see him without his cap on.
He's got a mullet.
Yeah,
he's got a mullet.
Has he?
Yes.
Oh, excellent. Yeah, it's all coming out the back of his cap. Now, that one is playing into the leg side. I've only just noticed it. It seems to be a sort of speckled bit of blonde dye in there, kind of mullet as well.
He's got enough that I think you could even plait it. It's that long.
Oh, that's a magnificent effort. I'd love that. I'd love any hair, but I'd love that.
You sound like my dad. I'd love any hair.
I used to have long hair back in the day, way before you did all those exams, but I'd already lost it by then. Here comes, sound like your dad, thanks. This one's turned down to fine leg by Lewis Rees for a single, as it's fielded by Sean Hunt.
Honestly, though, I don't think I've met a man more paranoid about losing hair. But than my dad, he's the most paranoid person. Oh, it's quite comical at points.
It never really bothered me, which was just as well.
I think it's good when it doesn't bother you, honestly. I think if you're it's genetics play a factor. It's part of age.
It is what it is, isn't it? As they say these days. That was the end of the over, incidentally. 141 for 4. Rees pinks the strike with that single. He's on 14. Wayne Madsen has 63. And it's going to be Haynes to continue by the look of it.
Yeah, by the looks of it. Let's grab the ball.
What on earth is the mid-wicket doing?
He's having a bit of a stretch. Rizwan is having a bit of a stretch over at mid-wicket.
A little stretch. I don't think I could do that. I certainly wouldn't get back up again.
Got to do some yoga, work on that flexibility. Haynes uphill to Reese. Flicked that to mid-wicket. No run. Rizwan's got a hand on it, so it stopped the ball going up further than it should have.
Makes all that stretching worthwhile, doesn't it, when you get down to the ball?
Well, if you
like
can
that?
stretch and now you can stop the ball, then you've done your job.
Yeah, absolutely.
There was a purpose to the stretch, so you could do that. Haynes running uphill to Reese, bowls the ball. Reese has driven that straight to the hands of mid-off, no run. A nice little long barrier from Sean Hunt at mid-off. So he doesn't really have that angled 12 hit. That's not as evident. Haynes back to Reese, who's played that off the front foot defence to the hands of Delray Rawlins. No run there.
I think it looks all right when he's bowling around the wicket because he's almost turning the right way if he was a left-handed bowler bowling over the wicket, whereas if he's a right-arm bowler bowling over the wicket, it's completely wrong.
Yeah. It's not allowed.
It's completely wrong. Hope all of you at home can't unsee it either.
Now that you've seen it. Haynes bowled the ball and they've gone up and ball's been played down to fine leg. It's racing away to the boundary and I think that's gone for 4. It's quite far away, that boundary. It's so big. Yep, umpire singled 4. That brings up 18 for Reese. Derby currently on 145 for 4. Lots of runs post-lunch, isn't it?
Yeah. What's that, 46 now without loss in the post-lunch session. Just to stop you getting an awful lot of correspondence, don't forget to put the Shire on the end of Derby. They get very particular about
Oh,
it.
oops, sorry.
Yeah. No, I'm just trying to save you on social media.
Okay, Derbyshire has Haynes' bowl that is driven through cover beautifully down to the boundary by Reese. That brings him to 22.
Yeah, they are. The Derby is the football team.
Derbyshire.
Derbyshire are the. Adrian's back now, hopefully without any indigestion. Very brave. He's turned the aircon
off. Haynes in to Reese, who's defended it straight back to the bowler.
Absolutely freezing, mate. Yeah.
We were really warm, and then we were like, "Oh, we need to turn the aircon on." That is the end of the over. Derbyshire currently 149 for 4 of 42 overs. We've got Adrian back here after he's enjoyed his Mars bar. He didn't get nicked by Dave either.
No, it didn't.
Very close to.
Yeah, we were just discussing the T20 game here next Sunday. Is Sussex's last of their campaign. It's we'll get it changed on the BBC website. It's showing us a 2:30 start, but it's not. It's actually a 6:30 start. So if you're listening and you're thinking you're going to come down to Hove, it's a 6:30 start next Sunday for the game against Hampshire here in the T20. This has been a good little spell since lunch for it's Finn down the hill, bowls, and Madsen clips that to mid-wicket, fielded by Orr, no run. Yeah, good little spell for Derbyshire since lunch, going to lunch on 98 for 4. And this is a good partnership between these two. But a bit of speculation, Nicky, as to whether Lewis Reese was dropped before lunch. No one can give me a definitive. Do you remember we thought he'd been dropped at mid-off by Sean Hunt when he had just won. The score was on 97.
I don't believe he was he?
Well, we're not sure if it bounced in front of him or whether it was actually... I think it was a chance. In comes Finn, bowls to Madsen, who works this through backward point and picks up a single fielded by Ibrahim, who comes in to field. And the Derbyshire 150 is up, 150 for 4. Is there going to be some applause around the ground? Madsen goes to 64. And this partnership is now worth 17 plus 50, so that's 67 between this pair. The batsmen, if you're just joining us, Shan Masood for 46, Billy Godman for 6, Brooke Guest for 2, Louis Deploy for 4. Steve Finn bowling down the hill from the Cromwell Road end, coming into bowl to Lewis Rees, who lets that one go outside the off stump, and there is no run. Hasn't quite got his radar right, I don't think, Steve Finn, since lunch. There was an over I was watching next door, and I think Lewis Rees let 5 of the 6 deliveries just sail by outside his off stump. He didn't have to play them.
Didn't have to play at them. It doesn't seem to be carrying much as well. Ollie Carter's taking the ball pretty low down.
Carter with the gloves, despite the fact that Hamid Rizwan is in the side. 2 slips, all stop on Rizwan, go down, and Finn is on his way from the Cromwell Road in bowls and driven by Rees.
More of a playable line, that one, wasn't it?
Yeah, just outside of the off stump and driven to Tom Haynes at mid-off.
The balcony with the coloured washing is back, Adrian.
It is. It's an everyday occurrence there, isn't it? So what towels we got today? Red, brown, orange.
Yellow. Got a bright yellow
Oh,
one.
you call that bright? Okay, yeah. Looks like a couple of tea towels, do you reckon, there as well? They don't look like towels. And also washing hanging up as well on the line. As in comes Finn and bowls. Oh, that's a good delivery. That's well, that's extraordinarily unlucky. It was a terrific delivery by Steve Finn.
It's all hands on heads. Every single player's got their hands on their head.
Well, it pitched just outside of off stump. It went over the top of middle, and Ollie Carter took it going down the leg side. That was a terrific delivery. How they didn't hit the top of the middle stump, I'm not too sure, but it didn't miss by very much. Lovely delivery by Steve Finn. He's picked up just the 1 wicket so far today. And the big wicket of Shan Masood, who he had LBW for 46. Finn is in and bowls, and again right on the stumps, and played very late by Lewis Rees to mid-wicket. And there is no run. It is the end of the over. 150 for 4, Rees on 22, Madsen on 64. And Sussex just, striving for this breakthrough. So far they haven't turned to spin, but I can see Archie Lenham is warming up, Nikki.
Yep, he's giving his arms a bit of a rollover, isn't he? So I'm sure he's going to be into the attack pretty soon. But for now, Haynes is continuing from the sea end as he hands his jumper over to the umpire. Adjusting his field a bit, asking Rizwan to go slightly wider. Bit of a field to change.
Well, Steve Finn is running across the outfield and waving at the pavilion almost as if he wants to come off. What's he doing there? Yes.
He's waving up to somebody on the pavilion.
I think he wants a drink.
He's putting himself down at deep cover as Haynes is coming uphill, bowling to Madsen, who's driven that straight to mid-off for no run.
Oh, New Zealand have lost a wicket in the Test match. New Zealand now 279 for 6, and Mitchell the man out for 56 LBW to Matthew Potts, who's got the very impressive figures, 18 overs, 3 for 36.
Haynes has bowled that. They've played that down to square leg for 1. That brings Rees on to strike. The umpires have a lot of walking to do. I'm sure they're going to be clocking up their steps today, aren't they? Left hand, right hand, left hand, right hand. Haynes continuing uphill, in he comes to Rees, who's defended that straight into the hands of Delroy Rawlins. No run there.
A lovely cover drive, hasn't he, Lewis Rees?
Lovely cover drive, yeah.
Anything on the front foot, anything outside of that off stump. Lewis Rees looks very powerful in that position.
Haynes continuing uphill, in he comes. And Rees again continues. Lovely little defence straight to Delroy Rawlins. It's lovely straight face of the bat, isn't it? Really looks solid when he comes forward.
Well, we'll get Fletch back on commentary in a minute and we'll ask him that question. I'm just trying to get the definitive answer as to whether Lewis Rees was dropped before lunch at mid-off. I mean, there's a bit of conjecture in the press box as to whether it actually carried. I thought it probably did, judging by the fielder's reaction.
Haynes in. Rees had just played that off his hips into the hands of mid-wicket. There's no run there, another dot ball.
Because that would have seen...
Good over so far.
Yeah, would have seen Derbyshire go to lunch, 97 for 5, which would have been a big difference. Lewis Rees out. But these two have batted really well since lunch.
Good over from Haynes so far, just one off it.
Yes, hello, Sylvie. Well, here at Hove, Derbyshire now 151 for 4. They won the toss and decided to bat first. Wayne Madsen is the mainstay of this innings. He's going along very nicely. He's on 65. 2 wickets earlier on for Sean Hunt. Meanwhile, in the first division of the county championship at the Oval, Surrey going along very nicely against Kent. They're 186 for 2, with Hashim Amla not out on 68. Sorry, Nikki, I interrupted your commentary.
No worries. It is the end of the over, and Derbyshire currently won 51 for 4 off 44 overs.
So I think we're going to have a little change. Fletcher's with us. I think Nikki's going to take a break for half an hour, and it'll be Fletcher coming back in.
Yep, I'll see you in a bit, Adrian.
Yeah, we will. We'll swatch over headphones as well.
Nicely done, Adrian. Nicely done. Stephen Finn begins a new over from the Cromwell Road end, bowling to Wayne Madsen. That one's pushed into the mid-wicket region. They go through. No, they don't go through for a single at all. I lost concentration. I knew it couldn't happen. Yes, he was dropped.
It was a drop.
Yes, would be my answer to the question.
No, I agree.
if
I was asking Dave Griffin, who takes photographs from all parts of the ground, and I wonder if it might have been something he'd had a camera on, but he was saying that he didn't and wasn't sure that it was a drop or not.
I wrote down Reese on 1, dropped by Sean Hunt, and
yeah, I have as well.
What sort of suggested to me that he had been dropped, as in comes Finn again, and Madsen pushes it back to the former England international. What makes me think that it was is that it was Tom Haynes, wasn't it, who was bowling?
Yes.
And he never looked at him.
No, he didn't.
Walked straight past. So I think he was dropped. So relatively expensive. In fact, I've just been through there, and Bruce basically said, well, dropping Lewis Rees could be expensive. Well, so far it's cost 21, plus the partnership with Wayne Madsen, who's on strike at the moment, who pushes this next ball out into the offside. Delray Rawlings does the fielding, and there's no run. They're noisy, those kids. It's great. Don't get me wrong, and I'm happy for them to shout as much as they like, as long as they're at cricket. I heard 2 youngsters on Test Match Special when I was driving down yesterday. I listened to an awful lot of Test Match Special, a bit too much possibly, but they had 2 of the Derbyshire of the Yorkshire under 12s in the box. As Finn is in and bowls. That one is off inside edge onto pad out into the leg side. Wayne Madsen, no run. Stifled appeals from Stephen Finn. And both were asked what their favourite form of cricket was. And both said Test cricket. I know they were at a Test match, but they both said Test cricket. And one of them was actually asked about the 100, because, of course, on Test Match Special, it's obligatory to mention the 100. And they said, no, Test match cricket. Test match cricket. Quite right, too. Well done, boys. They deserve great recognition for that. Well done to them. 151 for 4 here as Finn is in, and that's a short delivery that Madsen ducks underneath. The previous short delivery was a bit wider, a couple of overs ago, perhaps 3 overs ago, from Stephen Finn from the Cromwell Road end, that he just basically uppercut for 6 down to the backward point boundary. And bless him, there was a man on the backward point boundary, didn't stand a chance. Some of those permanent temporary structures, or temporary permanent structures away to our right, were in more danger than the fielder. But these players, some of them, still in one-day mode to a degree. As Finn is in and bowls to Madsen, who gets a full delivery, drives it straight back down the ground. It's so straight that it hits the stumps at the far end, and no run is possible. The bails are going to be replaced by Hassan Adnan, the former Derbyshire man, who's umpiring at one end, Graham Lloyd at the other, and Derbyshire at the end of the over. 151 for 4 with Rees on 22, Madsen on 65, and this partnership now at 68.
Yeah, I think we're just starting to swing Derbyshire's way. There's been a good partnership between these two. I thought I saw Archie Lennon warming up a little while ago, but we haven't seen any spin. Tom Haynes has been very happy to rely on his seamers, including himself. He's bowled quite a bit, Tom Haynes. He's peeling off his jumper, and he's going to bowl his 11th over.
Bowled a lot of Derby, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
He did bowl a lot. From memory, he felt like he bowled a lot of Derby. Anyway.
Yeah, he did.
He was on the pitch a long time.
Yeah, batted a lot as well, didn't he?
He seemed to be on the pitch for most of the game.
Yeah, 18 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 35. In comes Haynes over the wicket, bowls to Lewis Rees outside of the off stump. Nicely taken by Carter, no
I
run.
knew you'd have a record of that. That's why I asked the question. Did he bowl in the second innings?
I don't think we got that far, did we?
Oh, did we not? No, we probably didn't.
So,
we probably didn't. No,
yeah, yes, right, because Derbyshire forced the follow on, didn't they? Derbyshire made 505 for 8 in 103 overs. Shan Masood made 239.
Coming back to me now.
Sussex were bundled out for 174.
Batted appallingly, didn't they?
Yeah. And then 513 for 3 second time around.
We had one day when about 15 wickets fell and none on the rest of the days.
Yeah. In comes Haynes bowls, taken again by Carter, no run. So Mohammed Rizwan did play in that game. I think he played at Derby and then he played...
He definitely kept in that game.
Yes.
Yeah.
And he batted and he didn't make many runs, I don't think. 22. But didn't bat in the second innings. In comes Haynes, bowls and whipped around the leg side. That's a nice looking shot by Lewis Rees. He's going to get at least 1 and probably 2. Steve Finn is chasing the ball back sort of sideways on the boundary. It's strange, gets in the throw. A couple more runs to Lewis Rees, who's looked in good nick here. 24 off 81 deliveries. He survived a drop when he was on just 1, but he's looked very strong through the offside in particular.
Yeah, no, he is a good player, Lewis Rees. I know he's not massively happy at batting down the order.
Haynes in again, bowls, and that was a strange shot. He's almost looking as if he was trying to paddle that one down towards fine leg. Has he been hit on the head?
Yes, I think he has.
Now, he was attempting to paddle it, almost ramp it, I think. And in so doing, I think he's got hit on the head. There was a clonk. No, he's okay. He's taken off his helmet, but immediately...
Look at this stream here.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he's played it straight into his grill, I think, there. And immediately took his helmet off just to inspect it. He's got a smile on his face. He looks all right on the stream.
Yeah.
He doesn't look in much discomfort. But, of course, cricket, one of the sports that takes any blow to the head seriously.
Yes. Absolutely.
It takes the life out of me at football matches when somebody goes down after clashing heads and they get patched up and away you go again. When cricket, they won't allow it. Rugby, they won't allow it.
No, I agree. So we've got a break in play, which will give us a chance to catch up with some of the scores in the other games. I think someone might have had a word with the... I'm with you completely, Dave. I think it's terrific that we've got some youngsters inside the ground today enjoying themselves, but I'm not sure about the lad running up and down the stairs screaming at some...
Oh, was there somebody doing that? No.
Well, yeah, so I think...
They might just spoil the enjoyment of 1 or 2 people, might they?
Yeah, so...
Like.
Anyway, let's give you the updates in the other games, because a wicket has gone down in the Test match. Matthew Potts has just been terrific, hasn't he? I mean, no one would have had him on any sort of England radar. But the third game of the season here against Durham. He bowled a spell to Pujara, and it's the first time this season that Pujara, you felt he'd really had to work for his runs. Didn't give him a going over, but he just bowled really well to him, and Pujara had to be right on the top of his game to keep him out. And he's come in and he's taken his chance, and good luck to him, really. The good news also is that Lewis Rees is okay. I think Fletch called that right. I think it was, you have to go through the protocols, which is absolutely the right thing to do, but he didn't look in any great distress.
No, one of the New Zealand batsmen got hit on the head by by Overton yesterday. I was watching, and they actually broke his helmet.
Wow. In comes Haynes, bowls, and Rees whips this one away through square leg to Steve Finn, who's fielding pretty much on the boundary, a few yards inside. One more to Rees, who's looking increasingly comfortable. He goes to 25. It is the end of the over. Tom Haynes... No, it's not. One more to go, I'm sorry. Figures of 1 for 30. One more ball to go, and this is 11th over.
Left hand, right hand. Very confusing for everybody.
Just the one slip in place now. It's a packed offside field. There's Haynes in bowls, and Madsen is solidly forward and plays it into the offside, fielded by Delray, roll into the covers. That is the end of the over. 154 for 4, Rees on 25, Madsen on 65. 46 overs bowled in the day so far. We've got another 50 to go, so we're a little bit behind time, Sussex. Derbyshire 154 for 4, having at one stage been teetering a little on 83 for ball. Good recovery.
Yeah, no, it has been a good recovery by these two. Let's talk about Wayne Madsen and the fact that the offside was packed. He oughtn't to be tempted. I mean, this is a man who's got 13,500 runs in first-class cricket, so the chances of him... He will play at false shot, otherwise he'd never get out, would he? But he will be very, very wary of where the field is and all the rest of it. We're going to see Dan Ibrahim come back into the attack. Ball 3 overs before lunch for 9 runs, 1 maiden. He's going to be bowling from the Cromwell Road end. These two have put 71 on. Actually added 55 since lunch. A little more than an hour.
Largely untroubled, I'd have to say, Fletch.
Yeah, but the ball will have gone soft by now, won't it? That's the problem. We're 46 overs in, and even if they have changed this batch of balls, the balls this year have been absolutely hopeless.
Yeah, they have.
He's going to be bowling Ibrahim to Lewis Rees first up, and Lewis Rees allows that one to go past the off-stump. Foolish delivery through to the keeper.
Just felt, I mean, it's just an observation that perhaps there's been a few too many balls since lunch that maybe the Derbyshire batsmen haven't had to play out.
Well, Lewis Rees has left an awful lot of deliveries, it seems to me.
Yeah, no, I would agree.
And obviously bowling at, I think you mentioned it, bowling at left-hand, right-hand, but you look down the Derbyshire batting lineup, Masood, Godleman, Deploy, Rees and Watt are all left-handed, so the chances of being a left-hander in there are fairly high. But I don't think they've quite got the line. Stephen Finn certainly didn't quite get the line until I went to do my update, and he got one to nip back and go over middle stump, didn't it, through in between bat and pad to Lewis Rees. That was probably the delivery of the day. As Ibrahim bowls, again wide of the off stump, again left alone by Lewis Rees to go through to the keeper. Absolutely no problem.
Yeah, that was a terrific delivery. In fact, I'm not quite sure it missed the stumps.
No.
But that was more the exception than the...
Yes, no question about it.
Fletch, could you just pass my phone?
Sorry, that's your phone, isn't it? I pushed it over there.
That's okay. They're sending me an authentication number because my laptop is locked.
Excellent.
Whatever that means.
No, I know exactly what it means. I've got one here myself, not an authentication number. Pushed out to the offside, quick single taken by Rees and Madsen. Ball picked up in the offside by Ali Orr. Get through comfortably enough in the end.
You've probably discussed this, and we don't like talking football too much during the cricket commentaries, but I know when I was up at Derby earlier on this season, I actually went to see a game one evening because Derby were playing Fulham, and it was a terrific atmosphere. It was a really thoroughly enjoyable night, I have to say. At that stage, there was all sorts of talk of the new owner and Chris Kircher. I know that hasn't happened, but just Derby, and it looks like a local businessman has come in. Is that right?
Yes,
so that's good news.
A man called Close, a local building firm, looks like they're now favourites to buy Derby County. As Ibrahim bowls to Madsen, it pushes it to Gully, backward point region where Rawlings does the feeling. Of course, the knock-on effect, if you like, and it happened on Friday, as Wayne Rooney has now left the club. Has to be relieved of his duties with immediate effect. But it seemed to me, and I said this on the radio when I was unexpectedly asked for my opinion on Friday. Yes, you can imagine how unpleasant that was for everybody. Ibrahim bowls to Madsen, who defends this one back to the bowler. Wayne Rooney seemed to me to be inextricably linked with the Chris Kirchner bid, because the Chris Kirchner bid included some input from Paul Stretford, who is Wayne Rooney's agent.
Right.
So I think once that one had all disappeared, I spoke to one or two Derby County fans, and they were unhappy largely because the Rooney news was announced on the day that the good news of the takeover was announced. So they struck on the pad here, Wayne Madsen. Big appeal. Hassan Adnan says no. That looked pretty adjacent
good
from
shout.
Here. Yeah, it looked a very decent shout.
I swear it might have just been slipping down the leg side, but it's the second big shout they've had against Madsen.
Well, Madsen should have been out earlier.
Yes.
I don't think there's any question that it was out. We might get a little chance to see this replay here. And what's wrong with this one? Well, yeah, you might be right.
Possibly just slipping down.
Yeah, Ibrahim put his hands, or his head in his hands. He didn't put his hands in his head. That would be unpleasant. But yeah, so they were slightly disappointed that the good news about the takeover, which was announced in the morning or the night before, going into Friday, was then sort of negated by what they perceived as bad news. Delray Rawlings is going to have a ball. The bad news of Wayne Rooney leaving, or him announcing that he was leaving. So there's still a little way to go, but it looks more hopeful now anyway, I think.
Well, I always think we can discuss a little bit of football particularly because, the Albion all those years ago had their issues, which are happily resolved now with a very good ownership structure and all the rest of it. Anyway, Delray Rawlings is coming into the attackers, Fletch was saying. He's been given precedence over Archie Lenham, coming with just the one slip to bowl to Wayne Madsen, and immediately works that ball through mid-wicket. It's going to be a couple of runs here, I think, or maybe just a single, because Lenham is quickly round, fielding at deep mid-wicket and prevents anything more than a single. Rees goes, sorry, that was Rees, he goes to 27, 156 for 4 here, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Derby.
You mentioned Brighton. I've seen Brighton play at Gillingham and the Withdean.
Well, there you go, yeah.
They played at Gillingham many years ago when they were playing there, weren't they?
Who were they playing when you'd have commentated on the game there, Fletch?
Halifax, yeah.
He comes Rawlings, bowls, and driven by Madsen. Rawlings fields of his own bolt. There is no run.
I sat on a flat roof, a tarred flat roof, away from the press box.
Did you?
Yeah.
What had you done to deserve that? In comes Rawlings, bowls to Madsen, plays to mid-on, or to mid-on, fielded by Finn. There is no run.
So it was before that new big main stand at Gillingham was built.
Okay.
And then the Withdean was just, well, it was
There wouldn't have been many there, I would imagine.
No, there weren't.
Rawlings in bowls, cut away by Madsen. Just a single he takes to Archie Lenham, who comes trotting in from that sweeper position on the cover boundary. And there's one more to Madsen, who goes to 66, the total 157 for 4.
Yeah, they were quite dark days, weren't they?
Yeah, absolutely.
When I saw them at the Withdean, I'm trying to remember who the manager at Halifax was, because did Chris Wilder play for Brighton for a brief spell?
I think he did.
He might have come back with them. He might even have been playing, to be honest.
Here comes Rawlings, bowl. And Rees plays this one firmly to mid-wicket, fielded by Orr. There is no run.
Yeah, I think Chris was playing in that game. So parking was an issue.
Here comes Rawlings, bowls, and swept by Lewis Rees. And this is going to go for 4 runs. I don't think Archie Lenham, eager and enthusiastic as he is going to cut that off. And that was not a great delivery by Delray Rawlings. It was outside the leg stump, and Lewis Rees very gratefully accepted it, swept it away through backwards square, and he picks up 4 runs. He goes to 31, 161 for 4, and this is a very good partnership between these two, now worth 78. And Derbyshire 161 for 4, Madsen 66, Rees from 31, and Delray Rawlings over, cost him 6 runs.
Some of the places we used to go to, Adrian.
Oh, I know. Yeah, I was telling someone the other day the craziness of, driving to Barrow and back in a day and all that sort of thing. Just Scarborough and back. Halifax and back.
Well, I've done Torquay United on a Friday night and back.
Whoa, that's brave.
Well, it's lunacy, really. 161 for 4, and comes Ibrahim, driven straight back towards him. He gets something on that, probably just as well, because that might have gone up the hill for 4, but it didn't. No run.
It wasn't as far, but even coming back from Canterbury on Friday night, because I do understand there has to be works done on motorways, but the M25 was shut for a large part, and you're trying to, and of course everyone's going on the diversion routes. It's not what you need at midnight.
No. And again, bowls to Madsen, who goes back into his crease and pushes it out into the offside. Mohammed Rizwan does the fielding cover. For
T20, I mean, the idea is that they're relatively close. And when we go as far as, we were down in Glamorgan last Sunday, which I guess is about the furthest we go. Where are you relatively central for T20?
Well, Derby is, I mean, I am really at Bolton. Yeah. So the furthest north, obviously, is Durham, but we don't go to Durham this year. She's good in one way and not good in another, as Ibrahim bowls, and that one is turned into the leg side, because Durham are one of the poorer sides in the North Group. They don't play Durham twice, they don't play Worcestershire twice, and they're the 2 sides near the bottom of the table, Derbyshire. So their achievements have been all the more impressive. And then as far south as Northants, which is obviously a little bit further south than Warwickshire. So I think it's worse. It's width. It's the width of the South Group, isn't it? That's the problem. It goes from Canterbury at one side all the way across to Glamorgan on the other. 161 for 4. Madsen waits. Ibrahim bowls.
Shot.
He cuts it backward of square 4 runs. It was always that youngster did well to duck out of the way of that one. It was always going to go for 4 because it's the shorter boundary. But as the ball hit the rope, I hope Stephen Finn's telling him that. He's got a smile on his face, as Finney. One of the youngsters sort of went. He thought, I'll have this ball, and then it hit the rope and it took off. And you've got to be careful. You have got to be careful. So yeah, well done, young man. But he did keep his eye on the ball and he ducked.
Good job he did.
Yeah, it is. That's the last thing you want is a cricket ball in the mush. They hurt. 165 for 4. Madsen's moved on to 70 now. As Ibrahim is in and bowls to him and he gets well. That one seemed to stop on him a little bit as he pushed it out into the offside. I don't think he did. It might have just been a slower ball that he wasn't expecting, but his pitch has behaved impeccably. As I said earlier, it didn't have a mark on it. Well, it wouldn't because it was early in day 1, but it still hasn't got a mark on it. It looks a very, very good pitch indeed here at Hove. As they have been up and down the country to a large degree, there have been an awful lot of big runs scored this season. This next one is guided by Madsen out towards Finn on the backward point boundary. He just throws it in underarm. Madsen pinches the strike. He's on 71. Rees has 31. The partnership's 83 in Derbyshire. 166 for 4.
Well, Sussex need to stick to their guns here because at the moment these two are making backing look relatively straightforward, and it has done since lunch, to be honest. Lunchtime score was 98 for 4, so 68 runs have come since lunch. Should have batted any real problems as Rawlins is coming in to bowl to Madsen. He's in and bowls, and Madsen clips this to mid-wicket, and there is no run. We've got some interesting journeys in the 50 over, Dave. We've got a trip where we go up to Durham, then a day off, and then we're in Taunton the day after that. So that's a nice one.
That's a tester.
In comes Rawlins bowls, and Madsen places to short extra fielded by Ali Orr, and there is no run. So I'm not quite sure who's responsible for putting that together.
I quite like the fact that the Royal London isn't north-south.
No, I do.
At least you're going to...
Yeah, Rawlins bowls, cut away. Good stop at backward point by Ibrahim, but it's still going to be a single to Wayne Madsen. Well fielded by Archie Lennon, who picked up the ball. One more, 167 for 4. Madsen to 72. I agree. I think otherwise it can get very samey otherwise.
Yeah. There's a weekend at the beginning of August, Derbyshire Essex on the Friday, and I think it's a 2:30 start. And then they're at Lancashire on the Sunday, which isn't too bad for me because I live in Bolton, but Burton play in between.
Rawlins bowls, played onto the onside. Yeah, someone was telling me that the Football League starts at the end of July, is that right?
Yeah, Burton away to Wycombe Wanderers on the 30th of July, I think it is. Yeah, 30th of July. Derbyshire plays Shropshire the day after. Sorry, I'm talking all over your...
That's right. Rawlins bowls, played by Rees to mid-on, and there is no run. So you'll do a day's cricket, a day's football, a day's cricket.
That's the plan.
Wow.
But it's Lancashire in Lancashire, which is not far.
Rawlins in bowls, played by Rees from the crease to mid-wicket, fielded by Ali Orr. Tidy over from Delray Rawlins, just cost them 1 run. 2 overs, 0 for 7. Derbyshire 167 for 4. Rees 31, Madsen on 72. Works 50 overs gone in the day, so 46 overs remaining to be bowled. So a new ball is a good way away, and Sussex need to make something happen here if they can. Batting looks a completely different proposition since lunch.
Yeah, I think a combination of, I mean, the pitches tend to flatten out a bit, don't they, in the afternoon. The sun's been out, the ball gets a bit softer as well as Ibrahim begins a new over from the Cromwell Road end in and bowls to Wayne Madsen, who drives it again. He just gets a little touch from the left hand on it, Ibrahim, as gets to the end of his follow through and prevents a run from being taken. Good effort.
I was talking to the boys at Kent on Friday night during we were looking ahead to the 50 over competition, and the lads there were saying that Kent are losing very few players to the 100 and felt that Kent could be really quite competitive in the 50 over competition.
When Mickey Arthur arrived, he did his first major press conference as Madsen clips this one into the leg side for a single to move on to 73. 168 for 4. I did ask him, I said, what would constitute success for Mickey Arthur in the first year? And he said, well, to win every match. So, yeah, OK, go on then. really, what would it be? And he said, well, I think we can have a good go in the 50 over competition because Derbyshire only lose Wayne Madsen and Leas Deploy. And they should, by then, have back Shan Masood from his jaunt to Sri Lanka with Pakistan. He has got the highest white ball 50 over cricket average in the world, I'm told.
Wow.
Yeah, for what it's worth, but that's what I'm told. That was left alone outside the off stump. Looks like you might be doing an update after the news, eh? Is that? Oh no, it's gone off again. Yeah, no, I just heard something in my ears. No, seriously, it did.
Hopefully not.
Yeah, no, it did. I will be, but I'm sure I can get to the end of this hour. 3 deliveries left. It sounded like the noise of somebody who pressed the wrong button. The next delivery from Ibrahim is driven but not timed. He made it on the half volley there. Lewis Rees, he goes out into the offside. He picks up another single. He moves on to 73. The partnership up to 86.
Well, that's 3 sides. So I think the lads at Kent were saying Kent ought to be strong, Derbyshire ought to be strong, Glamorgan ought to be strong. The winners last year because they're barely losing anybody. So that's 3 sides, all who are in the same group, I think. So I don't think we play any of those 3.
We don't play Kent. Oh, we might. No, tell her that we might play Kent at home. Of course, that's a good shout. I'll double check. We play Yorkshire. This next one is turned into the leg side by Wayne Madsen. They're only going to get a single though. Madsen will move on to 74, 170 for 4 now. They play Hampshire, Derbyshire. They play Essex away, Lancashire away, Worcestershire away, York, Northants away. Is that all of them? I'm not sure. They play Glamorgan at home.
Right.
I don't recall Kent. They played Kent last season. This one is driven by Lewis Rees handsomely. Although I'm not sure that it's got the legs to get up the hill, has it? There is a fielder giving chase. Yes, it does have the legs to get up the hill. And the final ball of the over goes for a boundary. Lewis Rees moves up to 36. Wayne Madsen has 74. Derbyshire 174 for 4 now. And these two are batting nicely. They put on 91. It won't be 2 minutes, Adrian.
That's all right, Fletch. I'm just looking at these fixtures. So Sussex play in the 50 over. Nottinghamshire, Gloucestershire, Leicestershire, Warwickshire, Surrey, wow, Durham, Somerset, and Middlesex. That looks like a pretty tough group that Sussex are in. The 50 over competition getting underway on the 2nd of August. It's all about the championship at the moment, and these 2 Derbyshire batsmen are going along very nicely. Wayne Madsen on 74, Lewis Rees on 36, and it's going to be Delray Rawlins who's going to come in from the CN to bowl to Madsen, who's forward, plays it down the offside of the track. Rawlins fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. Just the one slip in place, 3 men saving one on the offside. Sweeper on the cover boundary as Rawlins in again bowls, and Madsen is solidly forward, plays down the onside on this occasion, and Rawlins just trots across some fields, and there is no run. Rawlins in his 3rd over, figures of 0 for 7. Madsen plays this very firmly to the offside. They could go for 4 runs. Archie Lennon is in hot pursuit. Oh, good bit of fielding by Archie Lennon. Very good indeed. The could always be a run out as well. That was a really good bit of fielding by Archie Lennon, who was very quickly around the boundary, stopped the ball going for 4, which was the important thing. I think the batsmen both thought there was a 3rd run there, but Lennon got his throw away very quickly, and momentarily he looked if one of the either Madsen or Rees might be stranded in the middle of the pitch. As it was, Wayne Madsen settled on a couple, and the 2 just go and have a little natter in the middle of the pitch. Madsen to 76. Rawlins in again, bowls, and Madsen cuts this one away through backward point. Ball runs in. I suspect that is going to go for 4. Ibrahim is in hot pursuit, but he can't do anything about that. 2 wide from Delray Rawlins, and cut away by Madsen. He goes to 80. And Derbyshire to 180 for 4. And the partnership between these 2 is now worth 97. There's too much width there from Rawlins, and cut away down to 3rd man. Rawlins in again, bowls Madsen forward, just eases that down the onside of the track, fielded by Rawlins off his own bowling, and there is no run.
good when you've got a presenter who's not interested in cricket.
Comes Rawlins bowls and Madsen plays defensively down the offside, fielded by Delroy Rawlins. There is no run. Interviewed 180 for 4.
Well, doesn't know anything about cricket. That
No.
would be wrong to say that he wasn't interested in cricket, Simon, back on doing the 60s, 70s and 80s show. But I said to him, he said, are you having fun? I said, yeah. This is off air. I said they're 176 for 4, whatever they were at the time. I said they've scored loads of runs this afternoon. They've scored 74 runs, whatever it was, and haven't lost a wicket since lunch. He said, oh, is that good? I said, yeah, that's good. So you can come to me and ask me if I've got any good news for you, which is exactly what I did.
Well, it is good news for Derbyshire because Sussex just struggling here for a breakthrough.
They could do with the wicket, couldn't they?
It's been very, very good from Derbyshire since lunch.
97-run partnership between Wayne Madsen, who's on 80, and Lewis Rees, who's on 36. Rees on strike now as Ibrahim begins a new over from the Cromwell Road end, and Rees leaves it alone outside the off stump to go through to wicketkeeper Ollie Carter. Not as much interaction. I think people must be out in the gardens enjoying themselves.
And I've got problems picking up emails, Fletcher. I had half an eye picking up emails. But no, you're right. We never find we get as much interaction on a Sunday.
No, people aren't at work, so they don't need any light relief. Here's Ibrahim bowling. That's very close to hitting the pad of Lewis Rees. He just managed to get some bat on it, pushes it back towards the bowler. And there is no run. There's so many ways you can get in touch with us. Don't hesitate. Don't hesitate to get in touch with us. I know a few of you already have, and it's much appreciated. 180 for 4.
Yeah, people will be back at work tomorrow, Fletcher, and there'll be more people getting in touch.
Desperate to speak to us. Absolutely desperate to speak to us. Ibrahim. Round the wicket balls to Rees, who drives out towards the extra cover boundary. It's a run round on the boundary there for... what's the cheer for that?
I think just for Archie Lenham, I think.
For the fielding of Archie Lenham.
Yeah, he gets lots of cheers, does Archie.
He's quite small, isn't he?
He is very, yeah. I'm actually quite surprised that they've got Rawlins ahead of him, because you'd think Lenham's in the side as the front line spinner, really, huh?
Yeah. Partnership moves on to 99. 182 for 4. Here comes Ibrahim again. Oh, that's a good delivery.
I thought he got a little nick on that for a minute.
That one took off.
Yeah, he does bowl at decent pace. Does Dan Ibrahim for a 17-year-old? He's a strong build.
Well, I shall once again send my plea for every county ground to have a speed gun.
Yeah.
It'd be great if we knew how fast these bowlers were bowling. George Grimshaw's been bowling some rockets this season, but we don't know how quick they are. That one is driven out into the offside, not timed by Lewis Rees.
Really good off the front foot, isn't he? Lewis Rees, really very strong for
That's
that
the
cover.
advantage of being left-handed, which always makes him look more stylish, possibly, than a right-hander. But when he's in form, he's a terrific batsman. He's faced 100 deliveries now for his 38. 6 fours. Wayne Madsen, 129 deliveries for his 80. Ibrahim bowls to Rees, who pushes this one out into the offside. It's a real opportunity for Lewis Rees on so many levels as the over comes to an end. 182 for 4, partnership worth 99. In that, I know he wants to open the batting. He's not going to open the batting while the captain and the best batsman in the country are currently opening the batting. But if he keeps playing proper cricket and he keeps scoring runs, then eventually I'm sure he'll get his opportunity. You would think, certainly you would think that he'd get an opportunity. So an important innings for Lewis Rees, yet to make a half century this season, though. He got to 49. This match against Middlesex. I'm so poor at my records that I couldn't possibly tell you without looking it up on the internet.
Well, it's going to be Delroy Rawlins. Well, his 4th over, figures of 0 for 30, comes in and bowls to Wayne Madsen, and Madsen just works out into the offside. It's a good single taken by Wayne Madsen. He saw that Ali Orr was relatively straight in the covers, plays into the offside, picks up a single, and that is indeed the 100 partnership between Lewis Rees and Wayne Madsen in 190 balls in 118 minutes. And a very fine partnership it's been. And Sussex will rue that miss when Lewis Rees was dropped when the score was on 97. It would have been 97 for 5 on the stroke of lunch. As Rawlins is in and bowls and let go by Rees outside the off stump, taken by Carter. And there is no run. That could have been a whole different complexion on things.
It would have been. It would have done. And no question about it. Dahl would have been in. Thompson, Watt and Connors and Kerr to follow.
Rawlins bowls and looking to sweep. That was Lewis Rees. And there's a bit of extra bounce. The ball went straight through to Ollie Carter. And there is no run. Moral victory for the bowler. He's in again, bowls, and Rees clips this to mid-on, fielded by Haynes. Gets down on his knees to field that, and there is no run. Let's get through his overs quickly, does Delray Rawlins. The over rate is showing as level now. Sussex were a bit behind, I felt. As in comes Rawlins bowls. Rees plays that into the offside. That's another well-judged single. Just played it with very soft hands, and Rizwan, fielding at cover, had to just move a little bit to his right to field, and Rees able to go through for a very comfortable single. He goes to 39. Sort of 184 for 4. Rawlins again in the bowls, and Madsen forward, played to short extra cover. There is no run. He does rattle through his overs, does Delray Rawlins. 10 overs to go until tea. I'll do a couple more, and then I'll leave with Nicky and Fletch. 184 for 4. Rees on 39. Madsen on 81.
They do things the right way, cricketers, don't they? Lewis Rees just asked permission from Tom Haynes for the 12th man to come on so they can have a drink and change gloves. And he waved at Haynes. Haynes acknowledged with a wave of his own, and I do like that. I do like that.
No, I agree with you.
Proper. It's proper, isn't it? It's the way it should be.
Yep.
Excuse me, Skip, is it all right if I have a drink? Yeah, of course it is.
Yes.
In the same way that 2 or 3 years ago now, it might not, I mean, it probably was 2 or 3 years ago now, we lost 2, I lost 2 years completely at one point. Derbyshire, you'll remember Harvey Hussain broke a finger in the warm-up after the teams had been announced, and Sussex gave permission for Darren Smith to drive all the way down from Derby. Wayne Madsen kept wicket on the morning of the game, and Darren Smith arrived sort of mid-afternoon.
That's right.
Driven down the M1 and round the M25. It's exactly how it should be. Ibrahim from the Cromwell Road end bowls to Lewis Rees with his new gloves, and he lets it go outside the off stump. Yeah.
I remember that game. I think that was a game that because Derbyshire in recent years won here last year, last game of the season.
Yeah. They won the game with Huddersfield, Germany. Took 16
that's
wickets.
Right. That was extraordinary.
The most remarkable bowling I think I've ever seen live. Harry Podmore destroyed the chance of 10 in an innings. I remember he was on loan from Middlesex, I think it was at the time. This one's driven by Rees. Straight through Delray Rawlins' legs at extra cover, and they might come back for 2, and they do come back to 2 when it should have been a dot ball. Delray holds up his left hand in acknowledgement of the error.
Yes, I mean, he would be the best fielder in this Sussex side.
I always thought of him as a decent fielder.
Yeah, I wonder actually that in the last couple of weeks whether he's done particularly well in T20, whether he might be sort of, because I think there is another draft for the 100, isn't there, for the best players in the T20.
I think so.
He could be selected in that.
They've got to be English this time, though, as this one is or English qualified, pushed up towards mid-off.
Right.
I think the overseas second lot of picks, sort of wild card picks, have been done.
So he could be counted out. He plays for Bermuda. Another wicket down.
Okay, right.
Another wicket down in the Test match. 305 for 8 on New Zealand. England leading by 274. That's got another run chase.
Well, no, but they've got 2 days. It's only day 3, isn't it, today? Is it day 3?
No, day 4.
Oh, is it day 4 today? I beg your pardon. This one. Yes, of course it is, because they were talking about batting through to tea today, but they probably still haven't got enough yet. That one was defended by Lewis Rees back to Dan Ibrahim. There's no wrong. You remember Harry Podmore? He came down bowling, or he misfielded or something, and he kicked a water bottle, and then he kicked it again. I got a nice little video of him kicking it on social media. He wasn't happy. Here comes Ibrahim bowls now, and he's cut away out towards the backward point region. They've run one. They think about coming back for a second, but the second run isn't there. That was excellent work by Archie Lenham out there in the deep. No second run possible, so Rees has to settle for 1. And he moves on to 42, 187. for 4. I must admit, I was a little disappointed when Harry Podmore went to Kent. I thought he might have been a really good addition for Derbyshire.
Yeah, I think he's a good cricketer, actually.
Yeah, I do.
I don't know what's quite happened to him since, 'cause I don't think he's at Kent anymore.
Oh, I thought he was.
Well, perhaps he is.
Not playing.
He did play
which
in
is a real shame.
Did play in the T20s.
This one is turned into the leg side by Wayne Madsen. Actually, Lennon does the fielding once again out there on the leg side. Madsen picks up another single to move to 82. Ended the over 188 for 4. Derbyshire have had some really good players on loan for just odd games here and there. They had Conor McCurr of Surrey. He took a 5-for on debut at Trent Bridge against Nottinghamshire. And then Surrey called him back, and he's now pretty much part of that first team squad, isn't he?
Yeah, he played down here on whatever night it was last week, Thursday.
He hit some winning runs in a recent game that I noticed on TV when they were sort of 8-9 down.
Oh, yeah, the game against Somerset, I think, when he fall to win off the last ball.
And I think he hit the winning runs.
Here comes Rawlins, bowls to Madsen. Madsen forward down the onside. Rawlins fields off his own bowling. There is no run. 188 for 4. Madsen on 82. Rees on 42. Rawlins in wide. Cut away by Madsen. He's played on 2 or 3 occasions. It's going to race away. I think on this occasion, Ibrahim will overhaul the ball just down by the 3rd-man boundary. They've taken 2. They'll think about a 3rd. It's a good bit of fielding by Ibrahim, who chased a long way back, got in the throw. 2 more to the total. 190 for 4 on a lovely summer's afternoon. Hove, those sitting around, need a sun hat and shorts aplenty. A high-level cotton wool cloud as Rawlins in and bowls. Madsen forward, plays into the offside, all fields, and there is no run.
We're doing shorts tomorrow.
Yeah?
Are we doing shorts tomorrow?
It's always quite cold in here, though, isn't it? I turned off the air conditioning as in comes Rawlins bowls, played into the offside by Madsen. There is no
You've
run.
got one of your bold sweaters.
I have,
as well.
yeah, I did, yeah.
Yeah.
Something a bit colourful today, I thought. I haven't got that much of a selection, Fletch, to be honest. I've had it for about 10 years. In comes Rawlins bowls, driven by Madsen to short extra cover, fielded by Orr, no run.
I don't mind lilac.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He does rattle. We ought to time Rawlins' next over because he only bowls off 3 or 4 paces. He's in and bowls Madsen. Oh, and this time it's been clipped around the corner just to take a bit more time. Fielded down there by Jack Brooks, I think it is. Either way, it's the end of the over. Time for me to make way for Nicky. Derbyshire 191 for 4. Rees on 42. Madsen is on 85. And this partnership has been an excellent partnership between these two. And I have to say, Fletch, largely untroubled, really.
Yeah, 108 from 207 balls. So nicely done at 50 runs per 100 balls is all right in first-class cricket. See the return of Sean Hunt. 9 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 24. His figures at the moment, bowled really nicely. First thing this morning, got rid of Billy Godleman and Brooke Guest for 6 and 2. Well, Brooke Guest will forever be thinking he probably shouldn't have played it a ball 1.5 yards outside the off stump. Especially not if you're going to play it off the bottom edge of your bat into your middle. It's not particularly good there. Hunt set off, but Wayne Madsen was just squeezing the sweat out of his hat. Not very unpleasant.
Hello again, Fletch.
Hello, Nicky. It is warm, though.
It is
See
warm.
why his hat's full of sweat.
I was sat on the top deck.
Oh, yeah, nice up there.
Oh, it's lovely.
Nice delivery from Hunt. It's swung around down to long leg for a single, which is well fielded down by Ibrahim, who then realises that he's got to go and field at long leg on the other side of the ground, so he has to run all the way from across to our left to across to our right, which isn't as far away, but 192 for 4. Now the partnership worth 109. Once more, Cromwell Road and guided down to 3rd man, 4 runs to Lewis Rees, and Rees moves on to 46. Nobody there at 3rd man. There are a couple of slips in place, but as long as you miss those, then there are guaranteed runs down there. Doesn't matter that it's on the wider part of the outfield.
Lovely on the top deck. The
Yeah.
sun's shining. It's actually quite warm.
Not too windy.
Not too windy, and the old chap next to me had fallen asleep.
No.
His neck was hanging. And I was
David Griffin again. No, I don't think he'll be asleep, Griff. Can't see him at the moment on the ground. I know he is on the ground because I came to the ground with him. I had lunch with him as well. Here's Hunt in again and bowls, and Rees just pushes that out into the offside. There's a huge cry of no from Wayne Madsen. The one thing that Wayne Madsen does, and my lad, I mean, you can't really hear it through the effects or in our headphones, but my lad was at the game on Friday night. He was out in one of the stands in the ground, and he said Wayne Madsen shouts as loud as anybody he's ever heard when he's batting, and he's a proper shouter, which is good for his fellow batsmen, of course. This one is going to be 4 runs to Lewis Rees, and if it goes all the way to the boundary, it'll be his first half century of the season. It does, and he will be absolutely delighted with that, I'm sure, Lewis Rees. 50 not out, 113 deliveries. That was his 8th 4, and he's taken Derbyshire up to 200 as well. They're 200 for 4 now. Madsen at the other end has 86. Dropped on 1.
He's dropped on 1. It's always dangerous, those, isn't it?
Certainly already living to regret it. It's 113 balls with his 8th 4. I'm just going to double check that commentary isn't entirely nonsensical, as this next delivery is defended by Lewis Rees out into the offside. Lewis Rees going, no 50s, no 100s. His high score prior to this match was 49, so
He's beaten that.
even the commentary was right. There we go. That doesn't happen very often. 200 for 4. Delivery of this over from Hunt is wide of the off stump through to the mulleted Ollie Carter, and at the end of the over, 200 for 4, 117 runs the partnership for the 5th wicket so far. Madsen has 86 and Rees has 50, and he's looked relatively comfortable, as Adrian was saying, really, Nicky, hasn't it?
Yeah, he has. Very comfortable. Nice little partnership between the two of them as well, ticking along nicely. Delray Rawlins coming in, continuing from the sea end as he hands his hat to the umpire. Stephen Finn having a bit of a chat with Tom Haynes regarding the field by the looks of it.
So to get rid of one of these two, there's Anuj Dal next. Thompson, Kerr, Watt and Connors.
Rawlins in, bowls, and that is played straight back to the bowler, no run.
That's it. Somebody's just reminded me. Thank you, Stephen. Go on.
Rawlins in, bowls, has been played down to square leg. They've nicked a single there, Madsen has. That brings Madsen to 87.
Early times of talking to Delray Rawlins, but he
Bowls so quickly.
He was caught on the boundary for 49, but was convinced, and may well have been proved to be correct, that the fielder had his feet on the boundary when he was caught for 49 at Trent Bridge.
All right, Rawlins in. It's played through to the leg side. They've managed to take 1, coming back for 2, and they've easily managed 2 there. Rees on 52. Lots of easy singles here currently.
There are, aren't there? Yeah, there are. Enthusiasm taking 4 wickets for 83 runs is quickly evaporating, isn't it?
Yeah, Sussex not really able to tighten those singles up and put a bit of pressure on the Derbyshire batsmen.
Strong through the leg side, Lewis Rees. Bringing the man mid-wicket closer. They've got 2 mid-wickets, really.
Rawlins through, he's gone to sweep it there at the top edge, and Ollie Carter's under the ball, it's gone. And that is the end of Rees, who is going to be making his way back to the change room. 52 runs of 117 deliveries, Derbyshire 203 for 5. That is a wicket for Delray Rawlins.
A little bit self-inflicted, I'm afraid. Excuse me, from Lewis Rees. He went for the sweep. It went straight up in the air. Straight up in the air.
Yeah.
And
especially with Rawlins bowling, it's taking a bit of height when it's coming off the wicket, so it was a bit of a gamble that he's been taking.
yeah, I'm not sure it was a gamble worth taking either,
Yeah.
but he's gone. Partnership, 120 for the 5th wicket. We'll get a decent ovation from this Sussex crowd, and Anuj Dal will cross the boundary before Rees gets to it. But
A long way back for Rees.
he'll be disappointed. He'll be hugely disappointed. Dahl has been in pretty good nick this season with the bat, so all is not lost for Derbyshire. I was speaking to one Derbyshire supporter out the back at lunchtime. She, I'll be lucky if we get 200. Well, they got 200 without losing another wicket. They've got to 203, and clearly they'd want another 150 on top now. 350 is a minimum when you win the toss and bat first on what looks like a pretty decent pitch to me. I may have talked him out, but I didn't, because you can't do that kind of thing. 6 overs to go until tea as well, incidentally, so not too long, not too far from tea.
Already? That's flown by.
Yeah, 38 overs left in the day, so 6 overs till tea. With Delray Rawlings bowling, things do tend to fly by, don't they?
It's gone so quickly, I've just had my lunch.
Yeah, well, I have to make room for a bit of cake.
Is there going to be cake?
I believe so.
There should be cake.
I believe there is. Yeah. It means I don't have to have an early tea tonight, though, so I can get straight to the pub. So, yeah.
That's the most important part. You're in Brighton, you've got to go to the pub.
It's not all bad news.
I do love the pubs in Brighton, though. They're very indie, as you say. They're not just so stereotypical as your bog standard pub. They're all a bit different. They've got something about them. As Rawlings comes in, bowls ball, and that is played straight into their hands with extra cover, no run.
I don't think we'll be going to any young people's pubs, of course.
No young people's pubs?
I don't think so.
There is actually a really nice one, just, 3 minutes stroll from here? It's a really, really nice little bar. As Rawlings comes in, bowl as played off the front foot, no run, into the offside. And that is the end of the over. Derbyshire currently 203 for 5 off 58 overs, with Madsen on a strike.
Because we used to, they were quite often they'd nip into the cricketers for a swift one on the way home, which used to be right on the entrance where the flats are being built. So that hasn't, the new pub underneath that hasn't been completed yet. So there's Hove Place just a bit down the road, isn't it? Straight across and down towards the sea.
Yeah, there's a little bar just off the high street. I think it's called something like the Gin Tub or something like that. And it's quite a cool bar. Like, no one actually comes up to your table to take your order. They have all these like old telephones. You know, the ones that have the
dials.
Yeah, the dials. And you've got to dial a number and it goes straight to the bar, and the bar takes your order. It's really weird, but it's quite a cool experience.
Imagine all these young people going in and saying, what on earth do you do with this telephone? I can't push these buttons.
I don't
What's
know what
happening?
to do.
What is happening? We're going to see spin from both ends now, and it's going to be Archie Lenham for the first time in this match. He's going to bowl from the Cromwell Road end. He's going to be bowling to Wayne Madsen. And Lenham is in, and Madsen pushes it out into the offside. And there is no quicker runner between the wickets than Anuj Dahl. He's the fastest man I've ever seen on a cricket field.
I literally blinked and he made it to the other end.
He is rapid, absolutely rapid. A single taken by Madsen to move to 88, and it's 204 for 5 now. I don't think Adrian, who's just come back into the room, has actually been on air when a wicket's fallen today, so I'm going to get him back on. The cake arrived. The cake has arrived. The cake has arrived. I told you. I was told this morning by a young lady when she was tidying up, she said, I'll be back later on with the cake. Excellent.
That means you can make your way to the pub.
Yeah, I would have been doing that anyway. This one was pushed out into the offside by Anuj Dahl. 2 right-handers now for Derbyshire, possibly for the first time today, I think. I think there's 2 right-handers for the first time. Dahl pushes this next. There was an appeal by the wicket-keeper for something that clearly came off his bat. Out into the offside, fielded by Delray Rawlings. 204 for 5 it remains. Halfway through the Archie Lenham over. He's in again. He holds his arms very high when he's running in. That one is cut out for first run to Anuj Dahl.
He gets through his overs very quickly as well, Archie.
He does. Well, we'll be able to be on that cake in no time at all.
So you can think about the cake.
It is now. It is now.
What's your favourite type of cake?
No, just cake.
Cake,
I'm not really bothered about the type. Madsen drives this up to wide mid-off. There's no run. Bit of cream in it, that'd be nice.
Cream.
Even buttercream I can cope with.
Are you a fondant or buttercream type of person?
Buttercream, I don't mind a bit
Buttercream,
of
yeah.
Buttercream, yeah. Well, I'll leave fondant as well. 200. That's 5 for 5 becomes 206 for 5 as the ball is played square on the onside by Mads. He moves to 89 as that over comes to an end. I'm not going for cake. I'm going to do an update. But,
Are you sure?
yeah, well, I'll try not to divert through the cake part.
It was a very quick over from Archie Lennon. He gets through his overs very quickly, so I'm sure Sussex is going to be breezing their way through to tea here. Rawlins is continuing from the C end, and I've got Adrian back joining me whilst Fletcher's off to do an update / grab himself a slice of cake, as much as he says he's not going to.
I know where he's going. There is some cream cake in there as well, so he'll be off.
Rawlins makes his way through, bowls the ball, and that is defended. No run.
I think it's difficult to tell from where we are, Nicky, because the umpire, Lloyd, is directly in line, but I think that kept very low.
It did, by the looks of it, didn't it? It's back through the crease bowls, and it is defended again into the hands of extra cover. Ali was fielded that, and it's tossing the ball back to Rawlins as he's already at the top of his run-up. Rawlins bowls, and Madsen plays that again off the front foot, defends, no run.
What was your feeling on the wicket, the feeling in the press box? Well, that you rather gave that away, Lewis Rees,
Yeah, I don't...
having batted
Yeah,
so
he was
well.
batting so well, and he'd
Slightly
cashed in,
under-
made up for the fact that when we were speaking earlier that obviously Rawlins through bowls ball, and that is driven through to deep cover. They're going to get one. Are they going to come back for two? No, just one for Madsen, taking him to 90.
A good bit of fielding by Archie Lennon. He covers the ground very quickly, doesn't he?
So quickly. Did you see the ball? I think it was whilst I was up on the balcony. He literally,
Yes, he did.
From pretty much where he is now, like, all the way, like he good 20 odd yards.
Yes.
He covered. Two balls left for Rawlins over as he makes his way through, and Dahl defends that off the back foot for no run.
The wicket's gone down in the Test match. New Zealand 318 for 9, leading England by 287. 4 wickets for Jack Leach.
Rawlins through, bowls the ball, and Dahl leaves that outside the off stump.
Good leave, I think that was.
Good leave. Rawlins got his hands on his head, and that's the end of the over. Derbyshire currently 207 for 5. Morden on 90. Dahl off on 1, and 60 overs have been done for the day. We've got 36 remaining.
We have, and in fact, just 4 overs to go until tea. So the Sussex over rate has been pretty good of late, and helped considerably by the fact there's
Spin.
been 2 spinners in, and we're going to see Archie Lennon. He's going to bowl this next over from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. He's bowling with a slip, backward point, cover mid-off, a sweeper on the cover boundary, a mid-on, mid-wicket, short fine leg stroke, backward square leg, and a deep mid-wicket as in comes Lennon bowling his leg spin from the Cromwell Road end, bowls to Madsen, who just eases that through the covers and picks up a single. The sweeper on the cover boundary, Sean Hunt. One more to Wayne Madsen, he goes to 91. And Anuj Dahl for the first time just taking or retaking guard. What guard do you reckon he's taking there from where we are? Probably middle stump, I think. And he's facing Lennon, who's in and bowls. That's a full toss, and he's very lucky to get away with that. And Anuj Dahl, I feel he's rather missed out. It was a full toss, and he just cracked it straight to Delray Rawlings at short extra. There is no run.
Very frustrating when you absolutely nail one off the middle of the bat straight into the fielder's hands. Oh my goodness.
In comes Lennon again, bowls, and Dahl is forward. There's an appeal. Get the feeling he maybe got a bit of an inside edge on that onto pad, and there is no run, but it was a nice looping leg break from Archie Lennon. Gave that a little bit of extra air. He's back to his mark at the far end of the ground. A lovely afternoon here at Hove. He's in and bowls. On his forward, plays to short extra. Pretty much every delivery, Archie Lennon's got his hands in the air.
Literally, hasn't he?
Yeah.
There's always some oohing and eyeing going on.
I think he's one of those cricketers that you feel something is always happening when he's
Yeah.
around. If he's in the field or whether he's bowling. And he comes again, bowl. Gives that plenty of air. There's an appeal. Dahl's a long way forward. I can only assume the appeal was an appeal for LBW. And again, there is no run.
It's already 5 balls gone.
5 balls
He's
gone already.
racing through this over.
He is. And there'll just be 3 overs going to the interval. Sussex pretty much on time. Now, Dahl wasn't ready. Lenham is. He's coming in. Bowls. And clipped away. Too short finally. A good bit of fielding there by Stephen Finn, who was very quickly round.
A long way down for him, Tom.
Was a long way down, and probably 2 balls in that over. Perhaps should have gone for runs, but neither of them did. End of the over. Could tidy over the other 4 deliveries. 2 overs, no maidens, 0 for 4. Derbyshire are 208 for 5. I'll do this update, and then
Sure.
Nikki will do the next over from Delray Rawlins. The last update caught me slightly unawares. They literally came to me with about 1 second to
It
spare.
didn't come through on this headset.
Right.
I was so confused.
So it's going to be Rawlins in and bowls to Wayne Madsen, who's forward playing into the offside, and there is no run. Rawlins gets to his overs even quicker than Lenham in bowls forward come Madsen straight back down the track. Again, there is no run. Rawlins in again. Madsen drives through the offside and gets a single to Archie Lenham on that cover boundary. 1 more to Wayne Madsen. He goes to 92. 209 for 5. Yes, hi Sylvie. Lovely sunny afternoon here at Hove, and Sussex not having a bad day. Derbyshire winning the toss, electing to bat first, are 209 for 5. Wayne Madsen, very much the mainstay of their innings. He's on 92, but since you were last with us, a wicket has gone down, that of Lewis Rees, who was caught by wicketkeeper Ollie Carter off the bowling of Delray Rawlings for 52. Meanwhile, up at the Oval, Surrey also having a good day. They're 256 for 2 against Kent. Hashim Amla is still there. He's 110 not out. And in the Test match, New Zealand have been bowled out for 326 in their second innings. New Zealand leading by 295 runs. England will start their run chase after tea. We don't get the champagne, but we do get, yeah, and in fact, funnily enough, they've just brought up the cake for tea, and there's a real assortment, and there's quite a few people in the press box today, so it will be a bit of a race. Tea is due in about 5 minutes' time, so we'll be on our starting blocks, and we'll be like Usain Bolt into the little kitchen area to get our tea, so we'll be on our starting blocks in a minute, Sylvie, I assure you. I do. We're trying to get that best bit of cake. I know. Someone's got to do it, Sylvie.
Enjoy. Back to you in an hour's time.
Thank you.
Got Lenham continuing from the Cromwell Road, and in he comes, and Dahl defends that off the front foot into the offside for no run.
The music out your ears, Nikki. Is it gone?
Yeah, it's gone.
Good. Okay.
Would have got a little dance on as well then. Got Lenham continuing, down he comes, bowls the ball, and a new Dahl plays that off the back foot, defends it straight back to Lenham.
The other thing that Sussex are doing here as well, Nikki, despite keeping the batsmen relatively quiet, is that they're sort of speeding their way towards a new ball. I mean, I know it's some way off. It's still another 17 overs after this, but
They're bowling these overs with purpose, you can tell. And as Lenham comes through, and Dahl is on the front foot, defends. It's a lot of ooze going up.
And whether in fact Archie Lenham whether it's actually doing anything out there, I'm sure in the batsman's mind he might be thinking, well, maybe it is, because every delivery
There's something going, there's always looks like something's happening.
There is. Yeah, absolutely.
As he comes in, bowls Dahl again off the back foot, defends it straight back towards mid-on.
That's a no ball signalled at the far end. Umpire and Adnam.
Through he comes, bowls, and that is played down to deep cover for 1. Dahl plays that off the back foot, and that brings him to 3 off 20 deliveries.
I think you'd have to say it's very much Derbyshire's session, because they've added what? 2, they've added 119 and just lost the 1 wicket.
Very much their session as Lennon comes through, bowls the ball, and that's played again off the back foot down to deep cover. They've taken a single there. And that is the end of the over. Derbyshire currently 218 for 5, Dahl on 3, and Madsen on 97 off 154 deliveries. Do you think he's going to get his century before tea? Do you think?
That's a very good question, and I'm going to give the headset to Fletch because he could do.
He'd probably like to get it before tea, wouldn't he? Just ease that off a bit.
Well, yeah, the cake will taste far better if Wayne Madsen has 3 figures to his name. Delray Rawlins is bowling to him, and he pushes this out into the offside. There's only going to be a signal here. He'll move on to 98, 219 for 5. If he needs to scamper a quick single for his century, Anuj Dahl is the perfect man to have at the other end. He is ridiculously quick.
I blinked and he's done a few singles.
Yeah, he's ridiculously quick. He waits now as Rawlins bowls true, and he goes back into his stumps, pushes it out into the offside. I'm sure that Sussex would like Wayne Madsen to be sweating on 100. I'm not sure whether he would sweat on it. He's been around long enough. Rawlins bowls, and that one is clipped into the leg side. A full delivery, almost gets underneath Anuj Dahl's bat. We're halfway through the last over before tea now. Madsen's at the wrong end. He's at the right end for him though, because he's leaning on his bat. He's enjoying himself. There's 36 not out at lunch. Dahl pushes this backward of square on the offside. No run available there, so there's 2 to go now until tea.
Talking about leaning on your bat, did you see that video, Fletch, that Joe Root in the first Test match? He was just, his bat is just standing there. He's just put it on the ground and it stood there on its own.
Completely flat bottom to his bat, a toe to his bat, hasn't he? That one is defended by Dahl, so Madsen won't get to a century.
That's some crazy magic going on.
Yeah, it was good, wasn't it? It was really good.
I'm sure I'm not the only one who tried doing it, but it did not last.
Rawlins bowls the last ball before tea. It's left alone outside the off stump by Anuj Dahl, and an afternoon session that, if the morning belonged to Sussex, has certainly belonged to Derbyshire. 219 for 5. There were 99.
Well, welcome back to Hove for the final session on this opening day between Sussex and Derbyshire. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Nikki Chowdhury. Derbyshire 219 for 5. Wayne Madsen within 2 of a century. We'd like to get Fletch on commentary, really, if he's going to go through for his century. But as it is, Fletch is giving an update to the listeners on BBC Radio Derby. It's going to be Archie Lenham who's going to get things underway after tea, bowling from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. A lovely afternoon here, lots of sunshine, lots of blue sky. As in comes Archie Lenham over the wicket, bowls to Wayne Madsen. He's in and bowls. Madsen strides this through the covers, and that's going to go for a boundary, is it? No, it's not. It's well fielded by Sean Hunt on the cover boundary. I thought he was going to get his 100 with the first ball after tea, but that's not the case. Madsen goes to 99. Have you ever made a century, Nikki?
Yes, I have.
Wow. And did you get nervous in the 90s?
I didn't actually know what I was on.
Right,
so...
well, that's not a bad thing. As in comes Lenham, bowls to Dahl, who covers up place into the offside. There is no run.
I knew I was close, but I wasn't sure exactly. I think it's probably the best way to go about it. Otherwise, I'd get pretty nervous, I think.
Lenham in the bowls, and Dahl covers up plays down the track. There is no run. Do you count your runs?
Oh no, there's enough going on as it is.
I was pretty poor, but I used to count until at least the first sort of 10. Then I'll think, oh well, I rarely got beyond.
My
10.
main one is just get off the marker. Then after that, it's fine. Once.
Lenham in bowls, Dahl plays to extra cover, fielded by Rawlings. There is no run.
Once you've got off the mark, it's all better. It's fine. I can breathe.
Yeah, well, getting 100, well done. That's fabulous.
Thank you. I remember I couldn't walk the next day. I was so sore.
Lenham in again. Bowls. Drives. Picks up a single to the sweeper on the cover boundary, who is Sean Hunt. One more ball in the over and an opportunity for Wayne Madsen to get the single that he needs for his 100. The field has come in. Everybody is in on the one. 4 on the off, 4 on the leg, plus a slip. So you could say 5 on the off if you're being pedantic, as Lenham is in bowls and driven by Madsen straight to short extra cover, fielded by Delray Rawlings. They're going to keep Wayne Madsen waiting just a little longer. End of the first over after tea, 221 for 5. I think we're going to get a combination of, I was going to say Rawlings and Lenham, but we're not. We're going to get Tom Haynes.
He's handing his jumper back to the umpire, so it looks like he's going to be coming back from the sea end. Did you enjoy your cake, Adrian?
I did. It was lovely, wasn't it? Well, I had a bit of fruit cake.
I had a bit of that.
With cherries on the top.
I had a bit of this chocolate one, I think. Yeah,
right.
It's chocolate with a bit of fresh cream on it, just like Fletcher was after.
Very nice too. We ought to bring you up to date just with the scores in the other games, because the Test match, we could be in for another one of those finishes. New Zealand all out for 326. England 9 without loss, needing another 287 to win. So it could be a terrific day at Headingley tomorrow. Zach Crawley desperately needing some runs for England at the top of the order, so we'll see how that pans out this afternoon. And in the other games in the second division, Notts 248 for 4.
Haynes coming up the hill, down from the sea end, and they've gone up that. And it's a big appeal for LBW, but the umpire is of no interest, not interested. They've all gone up here, and Haynes hangs his head in disappointment as he makes his way down back to the top of his run-up.
Yeah, it's just had a couple
Every time
today.
he comes on, there is something going on. I swear, with Haynes, when he comes on to bowl, there is a lot of disturbance, let's say, as he makes his way up the hill, bowls the ball, and that is played to a point. They tried to scamper a run, but there is no run there.
I would say that I think Sussex will feel that certainly Wayne Madsen, had there been a review system in place, they were very, very close.
That one looked very out, didn't it?
Against Jack Brooks this morning, when he really did look out. But I'm a bit of a believer, really, that during the course of a season, that you win some and you lose some with LBW decisions. And Wayne Madsen may have got a little lucky, but other than that, it's been a flawless innings.
Had some absolutely shocking LBW decisions this season, as Haynes is through, and that is played and beaten outside the off stump of Dahl. Had some shocking decisions, Adrian. You know,
you've had some shocking.
Oh my goodness! I remember I woke up the next morning. I was like, did I really just get given out like that? Like we were playing. It was actually just a club game, and we lost by 10 runs. and Haynes up from the CN, and Dallas forward and defends it straight back to mid-on. And I've gone to defend the ball. It's off left arm spinner bowling. I've literally just come forward, defended it, and it's like hit the toe of my bat and it's rolled towards me, and then it's hit my pad. They've gone up and the umpire's given it when it's clearly hitting the toe of my bat. It was very annoying. As Haynes makes his way through, bowls the ball, does on the front foot, defends that straight to extra cover. So yeah.
No, that's very frustrating.
It's very frustrating. Especially it was such a close game, and I was like, when you know, oh, this will be fine, like you could manage it with the strike rate and everything, that the way it was going. I looked at the umpire and then he apologised to me. The umpire said sorry to me.
It's a bit late then.
Because I was like, too late here, mate. As Haynes bowls the ball, dials off on the front foot, plays it to point, no run. And that is the end of the over. That's Tom Haynes bowls 12 overs, 1 maiden, 30 runs for 1 wicket. Derbyshire are currently 221 for 5 off 66 overs.
I'm going to hand the headset to Fletch because Wayne Madsen is on 99. And I think that my friend from Bolton should do the commentary.
Adrian, thank you. You're very kind. Archie Lenham will be bowling to Wayne Madsen. I think they're at different ends of their careers.
Do you think it's going to be this ball?
Could be. Lenham in, bowls to Madsen, pushed out into the offside. Fielded by Delray Rawlins. And there is no one. He'll be in no hurry. He knows there's another one there for him, as long as he stays concentrated. The master of concentration. He's in and bowls to Madsen, who pushes it out to Delray Rawlins. What we don't want is a maiden, of course. Hello. Sussex clearly do. How far away are we from the it's another 14 overs till the new ball, the second new ball, as Lenham is in, and that is driven away backward of square, and that
Just trying to get that one away, wasn't he?
straight to the fielder at backward point. Alior is waiting, but we don't mind. We don't mind. In and bowls to Madsen, who pushes it out into the offside, straight to Delray Rawlins. Dot ball, that's 4 successive dot balls. It's over so far. 21 for 5, Derbyshire. Madsen on 99. And then bowls to him, and there it is, out through the covers. He raises his bat before the ball's even reached the boundary because he knew he'd hit it well enough. And Wayne Madsen has another century. He's 103 not out. It's his 3rd of the season, the 35th of his career, the 34th for Derbyshire. And Madsen off 161 balls, including 1 6 and 12 fours, is 103 not out as Derbyshire moved to 225 for 5.
It's a lovely way to come up to your 100, isn't it? Nice drive through the covers for 4.
He knew, didn't he? As soon as the ball left his bat, that it was going to go all the way to the boundary, and he guides the next, or the final delivery of Archie Lenham's over out into the offside. Picks up another single, moves to 104, and Derbyshire at the end of that over, 226 for 5. Adrian, you're too kind.
Super knock though, Nicky, wasn't it? And,
Super knock.
He's come in when Derbyshire are in trouble. Let's not forget, at one stage...
Steadied the ship.
Well, they were 24 for 2 when Brooke Guest was out.
Definitely steadied the ship.
So they had to weather the storm, and then he lost Shan Masood, but he's batted beautifully. Perhaps got a bit of luck with the LBW decision against Jack Brooks, but other than that...
We've got Haynes continuing from the sea, and as he comes, bowled, and that's played off the front foot by Madsen for no run.
I think Fletcher makes a very good point about the new ball. I mean, it's after this over, it's 12 overs away, and I think Sussex will be hastening their way towards the new ball. It's been so often the case this season that once the ball does go soft, that batting does become a whole different kettle of fish. And Sussex will be, I think, keen to keep their quicker bowlers fresh for later on today.
Haynes in. Bowls to Madsen, who's played that down to deep cover. They're going to get 1, looking like they're coming back for 2 as Rizwan chases, covers quite a bit of ground, saves it from going to 4, and that is 2. That brings Madsen to 104. It's a long, long boundary, honestly.
It was a good throw from a wicket-keeper batsman. Very much over the top of the stumps. No reason why he shouldn't be a good fielder, of course, but that was a good bit of fielding.
Haynes up from the sea end. Bowled, and Madsen's played that straight back down to mid-off, no run.
Tom Haynes has got the air of a bit of a frustration about him today.
He's looking a bit annoyed, isn't he?
He looks a bit grumpy today, Tom. I think he had that drop catch early on. A couple of Hubbard decisions haven't gone his way, but he just looks a bit frustrated.
He does look a bit annoyed. Haynes making his way through. That is flicked off the legs, down to fine leg by Madsen. That's going to make its way easily to the boundary. That is 4. That brings Derbyshire to 232 for 5.
Yeah, and that won't improve Tom's mood because that wasn't a great delivery.
He's getting a strut on now, isn't he? He's getting a strut on back to his run up.
Well, I think that, he's bowled very well,
yeah, he has.
Tom, today. I mean, he's in his 13th over. I guess he's going up 3 and over, but he's just 1 or 2 decisions haven't quite gone his way. But I'm sure the plan here is to try and get through these overs, get to the new ball and let Brooks, Finn and Hunt with the new ball.
As he continues, bowls the ball, and that is played straight back to the onside for no run.
Which is a good plan as long as you don't start leaking runs.
They've been leaking a few since they got back after lunch, though, haven't they? So last ball of Haynes is over as he makes his way through, bowls the ball, and that's defended off the front foot into the offside for no run. That is the end of the over. Derbyshire currently 232 for 5 off 68 overs. Tom Haynes has bowled his 13th over, 2 maidens for 36 runs and 1 wicket.
So elsewhere around the country, in the Test match, England 17 without loss, needing another 279 to beat New Zealand. New Zealand bowled out for 326, 5 wickets in the second innings for Jack Leach. Chelmsford, Essex 195 for 8 against Hampshire, first day of all these matches. Gloucestershire 147 for 2 against Lancashire at Bristol. They're cracking on with things at Wantage Road. Northants 308 for 5 at Tea against Warwickshire. In the runs there. In comes Archie Lillen, bowls, cut away by Dahl to the sweep on the cover boundary. 1 more to Dahl, he goes to 5, 233 for 5. Into the runs there is Rob Keogh, who's 94 not out. And Josh Cobb made 88. The oval, Surrey 267 for 2. T. In comes Lennon, bowls. Madsen hammers that one out to the offside. Again, it's just a single, fielded by Hunt in front of the scoreboard. 1 more to the total. Madsen to 111. He went to 111 quickly, didn't he?
He did.
In comes Lennon again, bowls. Forward comes Dahl, straight back down the track. There is no run.
Given that he was on 99 for ages, he's made his way to 111 very quickly.
Ben Geddes, another one of these young Surrey batsmen who seems to come out of nowhere, is 73 not out. The second division schools at the minute. I should have done those first, really. In comes Lennon, bowls, and just eased away by Dahl back to square on the offside, fielded by Hunt, and it's another single at the minute. Derbyshire just slightly milking the bowling, picking up the ones with ease, to be honest. Low risk shots, just playing with the spin. There's a single pretty much every ball through that offside. As in comes Lennon, bowls. It was a full toss and played by Madsen onto the onside, fielded by Mohammed Rizwan in an unfamiliar position at mid-wicket.
Respected full toss, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. I think probably Madsen. Now, that's interesting. I think that's good captaincy. He's brought the sweeper up from the cover boundary. I think they were just leaking too many runs through there, really, Sussex. Let him in bowls. And Madsen, that was interesting because I think Madsen, realising that the fielder was up from the cover, decided he'd force that way through the covers, got a thickish inside edge, the ball ended up at short fine leg.
Definitely looked like he wanted to force that one through.
End of the over. 235 for 5. I'm not sure whether it's I need to get my eyes tested, but those figures on the board are a little blurred to me, or is that... Eh? Yeah.
Which ones?
The numbers on the score, perhaps because the sun is out, they just look a bit bit blurred. Anyway, Dahl is on 6, Madsen on 111. Just rattle through these other scores. Raining at Worcestershire 172 for 5 against Glamorgan. One of my favourite county cricketers, Ed Barnard, not out on 68.
Haynes making his way uphill from the sea end as defended off the front foot by Dahl, no run.
That's a recovery actually by Worcestershire, who at one stage were 63 for 5. So now 172 for 5 for the final score. Nicky is at Trent Bridge, where Dave's favourite side, Notts, are 256 for 4 against Middlesex.
In comes Haynes. Through the crease bowls, and Dahl plays that lovely drive down the ground, but it's stopped by Sean Hunt at mid-on for no run.
Now that's something that Sean Hunt, with all the best one in the world, wouldn't have been able to get it across as quickly as that last season. That's a really good bit of fielding by the quick bowler. Well, a very nice spell this morning, picking up those 2 wickets.
Did a lovely spell as Haynes makes his way through the crease bowls. Dahl leaves that outside the off stump, no run. For Tom's sake that he gets the wicket. He gets a breakthrough at some point, otherwise it's lots of built-up frustration, don't you think, Adrian?
I think he's been, as I say, he was unfortunate. I think the drop catch off Shan Masood, fortunately, didn't cost Sussex too much.
Yep. Haynes through bowls. Dahl plays that off the front foot into the offside for no run.
As I say, a couple of LBWs that haven't quite gone his way. Well, they haven't gone his way, haven't quite gone his way, they haven't gone his way. That's not to say they were out, of course.
Off his mark, he makes his way uphill. Haynes bowls to Dahl. Dahl's played that off the front foot again into the offside, no run.
Sort of thinking of the options, the bowling options that Tom Haynes has. I'm sure that he'll be keeping Finn, Hunt and Brooks back, because it's well, we've got 10 overs after this until the new ball.
Yeah, nice little tidy over so far. No runs lead through this over for Haynes as he makes his way up through his run-up, bowls ball, and Dahl is forward, plays that into the onside for no run. That is the end of the over. Derbyshire are currently 235 for 5 off 70 overs. It's a bit hard to read from here, honestly.
Yeah.
Just a little bit.
Maiden over from Tom Haynes, 14 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 36. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Derby. Dave Fletcher, myself, Adrian Harms, and Nicky Chowdhury on commentary here today in the sunshine down on the south coast. We've probably got listeners up in Derbyshire. Not too sure what the weather's doing in the north. Would you call Derbyshire the North Midlands? Sure, is that East Midlands? East Midlands. Yeah, I don't know if there is a North Midlands really. East Midlands. But certainly it's lovely and sunny here, and certainly shorts and t-shirts weather. Archie Lenham isn't in shorts and t-shirts. He's in his whites. He comes running in down the hill to bowl to Wayne Madsen, and Madsen just plays carefully into the offside, fielded by Rawlins. There is no run. Madsen on 111, Dahl on 9. Batsman out today, Masood, 46, Godleman 6. Guest 2, deploy 4, Rees 52, not necessarily in that order. As in comes Lenham bowls, and Madsen again plays it out into the offside, fielded by Rawlins. There is no run. Now, I was saying I thought Jack Brooks wouldn't be bowled until the new ball is available. He's now warming up, so that completely scuppers my theory on that one. So is Delray Rawlins warming up. In comes Lenham bowls, forward come Madsen, works that to backward point, fielded by Ali or more to the total. I'll get Fletcher's opinion on this when he comes back on, and of course yours as well, Nick. I just wonder whether Archie Lenham is just pushing the ball through a little too quickly. What's his next delivery? He'd be anxious with that short offside boundary, I'm sure about that. As in he comes, bowls, and just eased by Dahl to backward point, and there is no run. I know do leg spinners do bowl with a bit of zip, don't they? But
They do bowl with a bit of zip. He's bowling with quite a bit of zip, isn't he?
I just wonder whether it's with a bit more of a loop on occasions. Oh, that's short. That's all right. Well, he's got it. Well, that's going to be cut away for 4. That wasn't a great
drag down.
Yeah, it was a drag down. He's annoyed with himself.
Deserved that one, let's be honest. Straight to the boundary.
Is Archie Lenham? You've disappeared off my headset, Nicky. I'm not quite sure what happened there. Can you still hear me?
I can hear you,
You
but
got-
I have got no
effects.
no effects.
Right, that could be because the battery's gone in the micro. We'll go and sort that out in a minute.
Right,
so
okay.
I'll leave with Fletcher. I'll go do some running repairs. It's a bit odd.
Okay, sure.
As in comes Lennon bowls, outside the off stump. There is no run. End of the over. 240 for 5. 10 to Dahl, 112 to Madsen. I thought I changed that microphone. Anyway, I'll do it now.
Right, that's... Adrian can go sort all the little techie bits out.
He's got to make sure that he doesn't upset the batsman. I'll tell you what I'll do though. While he's changing it, I'll switch it off because it's just buzzing.
Yep.
So you won't be able to hear anything from outside at the moment until Adrian changes the battery, if indeed that's what he needs to do. If
So-
he doesn't, if that isn't what he needs to do, we're in trouble.
Then I don't know what's going on. But at the moment, we've got a change of bowling from the C end. Rollins is back into the attack, so we're going to have spin from both ends.
And he won't be able to do it during this over.
Nope.
Because he can't open the
He's
window.
realised that.
Yeah, he can't. He's not allowed to open that window. Gone for more than 10 minutes because I've got another update at past. But I think he has as well. So
Yeah, we've got another update at 1:30, I believe, as well.
Yeah, there'll be one for Sussex as well. So Delray Rawlins is just sorting his field out here.
We've got a slip, a backward point, deep cover, extra cover mid-off. Rawlins making his way up from the C end. It's bowled the ball, that's cut away to point for no run. And then on the leg side, we've got a mid-on, a mid-wicket, a deep square leg, and a wide-ish 45, I'd say. Quite a wide 45.
Just like a sweep, Madsen is there for the sort of top-edged sweep, isn't he?
Rawlins through, bowls the ball to Madsen, who has played that down to deep cover. Mohammed Rizwan, the fielder. They've taken a single there.
Just raced into his position at mid-on. I know it looks like he wants to move out of it, but nobody else wants to take his place, so he's going to have to stay there, the big man.
You know who is really tall? When I was commentating the warm-up game for New Zealand against Sussex, Kyle Jamieson is like humongous, especially like I'm 5'4", like he just seemed like a monument.
Wait till you see Derbyshire's off-spinner, Alex Thompson. He's a tall man.
Right, Rawlins through, that is played off the front foot by Dow, straight to point, no run. Is he really
I
tall?
reckon he must be 6'7", which is
6'7"?
quite tall for an off-spinner.
Jeez.
He looks like he should be a fast bowler.
All right, okay. Rawlins through, bowls, Dow's off the back foot, defends, nice straight back into the offside, no run.
I'm fairly sure he started life as a fast bowler, but now he's an off-spinner.
I feel a lot of people do though. As a kid, a lot of them start as a fast bowler. Rawlins through, that is played off the front foot again by Dahl into the offside, no run. And then I think later on you end up changing.
I don't think as a youngster you want to be a spinner
I
necessarily.
don't think, yeah. I think everyone thinks I'm going to bowl fast. As Rawlins through the crease, slightly back of length will delivery this one. That's been played into the onside to mid-wicket, no run. That is the end of the over. Derbyshire 241 for 5 of 72 overs. That's Rawlins' 10th over for 30 runs and 1 wicket. Looks like we've got Lenham continuing from the Cromwell Road end as he makes his way to the umpire and passes him his hat.
Adrian's caught a
He's figured it out.
Caught a microphone. He's just pulled it in. He'll have to replace the battery and stick it out again before
You
we
know
can.
what that microphone looks like? You know those dusters?
Yes.
It looks like one.
I've got one in my box next door as well.
It looks like a
The thing
duster.
about them is the directional microphones, and his is pointing straight to the ground. I don't know what
He's looking very confused.
He's just sniffed the microphone, which is always a bad thing. It might have burnt out. If it's burnt out, it'll never work. So when he's dangled it and switched it on again, I'm going to see if we get any noise from it, because at the moment we won't. He's just reconnected it, switched it on, and
Oh, I can hear something.
it down because he's dropped it out of the window and.
It worked.
Why he sniffed it, but there we go. Archie Lenham from the Cromwell Road end in and bowls to Wayne Madsen, who sweeps him for 4.
That's come up middle of the back.
That was beautiful from Wayne Madsen. He's a glorious sweeper of the ball, Wayne Madsen, a former international hockey player. And he moves on to 117 not out, 245 for 5 now, Derbyshire. They are actually, somebody's listening to us and they're not taking my word for the fact that I said it's working. people in the media, in this media centre, who don't believe a word I'm saying. Lenham in again. He's swept for 4 more. Out slightly further in front of square this time from Wayne Madsen. And
2 in a row here.
In the blink of an eye, he's gone up to 121 and Derbyshire to 249 for 5 now, within a run of a second batting bonus point.
He's making this look very easy here, Madsen, isn't he, Fletch?
Well, he's such a good sweeper. He hasn't reverse swept anything yet. I'm not suggesting he's going to off the leg spinner, but he hasn't reverse swept anything yet. And he does like a reverse. The first 2 balls on... Actually, the first 2 balls on Friday night was reverse.
He's done it again.
Swept another one. This time it's backward of square. There is a man out there on the boundary, and he collects it.
The umpire's jumping off the way, out the way.
Well, they had to, didn't they, really? Otherwise it'd have been collected by the ball with Graham Lloyd. Just the 1 for that shot, but 9 off the first 3 balls of the over. 250 up for Derbyshire, 250 for 5. Dal goes back into his crease, not a sweeper, and pushes it out into the onside, where it is fielded by Tom Haynes, and there's no run. Dal into double figures. Got a century already this season. Goes back and pushes this one out into the offside, and there's no run. Dal with excess of 250 runs for the campaign. A high score 269. He's got 114 not out, his highest score. Got a half century in addition to the century. As he pulls this round the corner, backward of square again, it's straight to Ali Orr on the boundary. Now Dal's coming back for the second. He is very quick and he gets back comfortably because the throw isn't quite as accurate as Orr would have liked.
He's made that easily.
Yeah, he probably could have run a third, and he couldn't. At the end of the over, 252 for 5. Dal moves on to 12, and Madsen has 122. Fielders all seem to be walking into the leg side. Mohamed Rizwan is. Ali Orr's going in the opposite direction. Ballins has the ball in his hand. The ball, the second over of this current spell with, what are we on now? 73, so 7 overs to go until the second new ball. Perhaps that's what the Derbyshire batsmen are wary of, and they've just started to play some slightly more aggressive shots. Get as close to 300 as you can before the new ball becomes available to the Sussex bowlers.
Looks like Dan Ibrahim's is at mid-off and he's doing a bit of a warm-up, so is he going to be coming back into the attack a bit later on?
Somebody on as a 12th man there. Who's that? Number 30. It's Coles.
Rawlins from the C end through his run-up bowls, and that's played to deep cover where Mohamed Rizwan fields the ball. They've managed to take a single there. That's Dal.
Coles out really, because he's come out without his cap on, and he seemed to be in a bit of a rush when he got out to the middle. I think he's replaced Mohamed Rizwan, as he know he's out
Rizwan's
there.
down at deep cover.
Who's that walking around the boundary?
It's a tall person.
That's who he's replaced. Anyway.
Someone tall.
Yeah.
It's far off from me now.
I can't see the number from here. The numbers are quite faint on the back of the Sussex shirts, aren't they?
Yeah, it's quite a pale blue as Rawlins makes his way through. Rawlins, that has been played by Dal down through the short third region. That's chased away to the boundary as an easy 4. That brings Dal to 16, and Derbyshire are currently 257 for 5.
A nice late.
Very late. Played that very late. Watched it nicely onto the bat and guided it straight down into that gap for 4. Day out here in Hove. It says it's only 19 degrees on my weather app, but it feels like much warmer as Rawlins makes his way through. That's played off the back foot and defended straight back to the bowler by Dal. Yeah, I don't trust my weather app. It says 19 degrees.
No, I think it's a good deal warmer than that, I have to say today. It's a beautiful day for watching cricket, mind.
It is, as Rawlins is through. Dal plays that off the front foot into the offside for no run. But I feel like, especially in the UK, 25 degrees is hot. I think the sun is quite powerful. Rawlins through, that's played off the back foot down to deep cover. Dal has sprinted the first one, and they've only got one.
Yes, I think obviously it's the humidity, isn't it? But the nice thing here today is the lovely breeze blowing across the ground, so it's really very pleasant.
Yeah, it's good to be by the sea.
Oh, absolutely.
Rawlins through balls to Madsen, who's played that onto the onside, no run. That is the end of the over. Derbyshire currently 258 for 5. Madsen 123 off 182 deliveries, and Dahl 17 off 58.
And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC. BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Derby. Adrian Harms and Nikki Chowdhury with you. I noticed that James Coles is on the field for Sussex. So who's he replaced?
We couldn't quite tell because they ran off in that direction and then we couldn't see the number.
Right.
But it looked like someone pretty tall. Well, in my comparison anyway. So we couldn't make it
Well, it's
out.
not Mohammed Rizwan, it's not Tom Alsop, it's not Tom Haynes.
It's not Finn.
Ollie Carter, who's obviously keeping wicket. It's not Daniel Ibrahim, who's about to bowl. Is it Delray Rawlings? No, it isn't Delray. He's at extra cover. Is it Archie Lenham? No, because he's down here at a fine leg. So it could be Jack Brooks, who's, I think, at mid-off. It's not Steve Finn. I think it's Sean Hunt.
It might have been.
I think. Who's in at mid-wicket? Alistair Orr at mid-wicket. Steve Finn at mid-on. Jack Brooks at mid-off. I think Sean Hunt has left the field.
Matches my
Well,
tall
no, there's Sean
description.
Hunt. He's at point. As in comes Ibrahim, running in down the hill, comes in and bowls, and forward comes Dahl, plays to Hunt at backward points. Let's quickly run through the scorecard. I can see Orr. I can't see Tom Haynes, actually. It's Tom Haynes who's gone off.
Is it Haynes?
Yeah, because Jack Brooks is at mid-off, Steve Finn is at mid-on, so Tom Haynes has gone off. Turning at the far end is Daniel Ibrahim. Running in towards us and bowls and covering up his Dahl, plays him to the offside. There is no run. Tidy enough from Ibrahim today in his 9th over, 1 maiden, no wicket for 28. We're inching towards the new ball, which you think is going to be pivotal to how this Derbyshire innings will play out. And these two will know the new ball is around the corner and will be very keen to protect the lower order from that. As in comes Ibrahim. He's in and bowls and cut back in a little to Dahl, who nonetheless played it onto the leg side and picked up an easy single fielded by Orr at mid-wicket. And there's one more to the total. Dahl goes to 18, the total to 255 for 5.
Hopefully we'll be getting updates soon from Dublin, where India are playing Ireland in their first T20 today. They're playing 2 matches out there in Ireland before they head over here. And their first match is, well, due to have begun at 4:30.
Right. In comes Ibrahim, bowls to Madden, lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Ollie Carter. And there is no run. We've got an update to do to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex in a few moments' time. We will get...
Have you been to Dublin?
Joe, I've never been. That's on the bucket list. Have you?
No, I haven't.
Right, no,
Never
that's
been.
someone I'd like to go over there for a rugby international, I have to say.
Oh, wow.
As in comes Ibrahim over the wicket, bowls, and Madsen is full to bowl of good length, played into the offside. There is no run. England have lost a wicket in the Test match, 27 for 1. Alex Lee's run out by Kane Williamson for 9. You get the feeling that could be another terrific day's cricket tomorrow. Well, and there's still quite a few overs to be bowled today, I'm sure. It's only, 4:30. Ibrahim. Sussex over 8 is showing us +4. Ibrahim in, bowls to Madsen, who covers up, plays down the onside. That's a good over from Daniel Ibrahim, really just what the doctor ordered as far as Sussex were concerned, with trying to keep the runs down as they approach the new ball. 5 overs until that is available. Doesn't mean to say they're going to take it, of course. Wayne Madsen has signalled towards the Nottingham, the Derbyshire balcony, that he wants a new pair of gloves brought out. End of the over, 259 for 5. Madsen 123, Dahl on 18.
Must have rather sweaty gloves by now.
Yes. Oh, there we go. I think we're waiting for our... In comes Rawlins round the wicket, bowls to Dahl, who flicks it to mid-wicket, fielded by Alistair Orr, and there is no run.
months, which today is exactly that. Mark Carter brings you
Rawlins.
a 30-minute programme celebrating
In again.
Surrey and
Bowles and Dahl just plays that back to square on the leg side. He picks up a single fielded by
Mark that's given a unique insight
Sean Hunt.
popular
One more to Dahl. He goes to 19. And Derbyshire to 260 for 5. Rawlins is in and bowls. And Madsen covers up, plays down the offside of the track fielded by Rawlins. And there is no run. Flags fluttering away on the top of the scoreboard away to my right hand side. And comes Rawlins, bowls, played into the offside by Madsen. They've taken one, and that's all they'll take, fielded by Mohammed Rizwan. And there is one more to the total, 261 for 5. Madsen on to 124.
day, isn't it?
261 for 5.
Continues to be a mixture of sunshine and cloud.
Rawlins.
Mostly sunshine.
What a change in the field, actually. His
19 degrees Celsius.
square leg has come across to backward points as Rawlins is in bowls to Madsen, who forces that into the offside. Coles tries to field but can't do so. I think Tom Haynes is about to come on, the Sussex skipper, so it seems it was nothing too serious for Tom, which is good news.
We'll see some crack.
Rawlins again, bowls driven into the offside by Rawlins. It is another dot ball, end of the over. So the good news for Sussex is here that they're not leaking runs in the lead up to the new ball. By the same token, they haven't really looked like taking a wicket, if I'm being honest. 261 for 5, and I think these two experienced players will know that the new ball is around the corner and they won't want to lose a wicket in these remaining 4 overs. We're just waiting for this update for our listeners, but unfortunately the weather forecast is going on at the minute. 261 for 5, Dahl on 19, Madsen on 124. So new gloves have been bought out for Wayne Madsen.
Cricket update. Well, Adrian Harms has been watching literally ball by ball. Tea has taken place with cake in Hove. Let's see how things are shaping up. How's it going, Adrian?
Oh, very nice cake, I have to say, Sylvie. Fruit cake with cherries on the top. How about that? Derbyshire, 261 for 5 here on the most glorious day down on the south coast. Wayne Madsen, the Derbyshire batsman, very much the story of the day. He's batted beautifully. He's made 124 and he's still there. Anuj Dahl is on 19. The new ball will be available for Sussex in 4 overs' time, and I think that's going to be very important as one of the key parts in this match. So Derbyshire 261 for 5, having won the toss and decided to bat at the Oval. A good day for Surrey. The leaders of the county championship are 284 for 3. A century there for Hashim Amla. He's out now for 124. Ben Geddes, one of the young Surrey players, is 81 not out. And meanwhile, in the Test match at Old Trafford, England 35 for 1. Alex Lee's run out for 9. England needing another 261 to win. As Dan Ibrahim wanders away to the far end. We're going to have a little change around in the commentary box. Fletch is back, so Nikki's going to take a breather for half an hour. I will take over her headset as Ibrahim comes running in down the hill and bowls, and forward into the offside is Dahl, and there is no run.
No idea what this tune is, but
No. We'll ask the producer if he's good enough just to turn the... I'll pull that out for you, Fletch.
BBC Radio Derby Sport announcing that Liam Rossinier has been named as the interim manager
Oh.
of Derby County following the departure of Wayne Rooney. Here's Ibrahim from the
Shot.
Cromwell Road end, and he's driven out by Anuj Dahl to the extra cover boundary for 4 first ball. He's a very fine player, is Anuj Dahl, once he gets himself in.
Good shot.
That was a nice shot from Anuj.
Played nicely, if I remember rightly, in that game at Derby earlier on this season.
He's got 1 century and 1 half century this season, so if he got either of them in that, he did play well.
Yeah, he was not out 38 in 28 balls.
Yeah, no, he's a good player.
Liam Rossini would be very well known in this part. I've had the pleasure of interviewing Liam on a number of occasions.
Nice kid, isn't he?
Signed by Chris Houghton and he was very, very popular. So good luck to him.
He was linked with the Blackpool job a couple of weeks ago as Ibrahim is in, and that's a full delivery, and Darwin as well to get his back down on that, push it out into the offside where it's fielded by Rawlins. He has been with Derby County since 2019. He arrived under Philip Cocu. And then Wayne Rooney came. Wayne Madsen has never been the manager of Derby County. Wayne Rooney came in, and they were joint managers when Cocu left, but that wasn't working, or didn't seem to be working. So Rooney got the job. Ibrahim in again and bowls. That one's on leg stump, turned into the leg side nicely by Dalu. Sprints to the far end for a single. He moves on to 24, 267. For 5. I'm going to start looking at the other scoreboard now, because the scoreboard away to our right, the old clock tower scoreboard, is like the scoreboard at the county ground in Derby. When the sun's shining,
No, I agree. I was struggling to see it.
It starts to fade into nothing, doesn't it, really? And it's nobody's fault. The sun isn't moving, obviously, as we established earlier. Ibrahim in again and bowls to Madsen, who defends it straight back to him. And there is no run.
A few problems with our emails today, so if you have sent an email and you're listening thinking, why haven't they read it out?
What is Adrian doing?
What is Adrian doing? The answer is, for some reason I can't get into them, so I'll...
Do you not get them on your phone as well?
We've got a sort of one of these public folders they set up for the cricket, and it is a little bit temperamental, which is a bit irritating if people have sent emails in. Because it's Sussex have a bit of a changing of the guard here in terms of players. James Coles is staying on the field, the 12th man. Tom Haynes is coming back on, and Stephen Finn is going off. I can possibly to change his boots, because I'd imagine maybe he's going to take the new ball alongside Sean Hunt, who's warming up in front of the scoreboard.
When the Derbyshire 12th man came in, it was George Scrimshaw this time, but I noticed in the afternoon session it was Ben Aitchison. So good to see Ben back out there for Derbyshire.
But the Sussex over-8 Fletcher is +4.
Well, we started the evening session at around about 4 o'clock, so technically they should finish at 6.
In comes Rawlins, bowls to Dalu, plays into the offside, fielded by Coles.
And that's only ever happened one other time this season. I'm sure it was Sussex up at the county ground. We finished at 6 one night, didn't we?
I think we did. Yeah, perhaps there was a lot of spin there as well.
So I think it's happened twice this season, and both occasions it's been the Sussex bowlers. Well done them.
Rawlins in bowls, and he runs straight through the crease, doesn't let go of the ball. I don't think he was trying to sort of whip the bails off. I think he decided he wanted to go. I thought he thought for a minute he wanted to come over the wicket, but he's not. He just made an error, did Delray. He's in on bowls, and Dahl eases up to Backwell Point, picks up a single. Not sure there should be a single there, really. I mean, if you're at Backwell Point, he had to move fairly smartly to his right, but Jack Brooks is going to a different fielding position for the right-handed Madsen on 25, 265 for 5 as Ward is in, and Madsen clubs this through the extra cover region. They've taken 1, they'll come back for 2. Rizwan is very quickly round on the cover point boundary, and Fields. I'm also sure James Cole shouldn't have stopped that as well in there at extra cover. He's looking at his elbow. Maybe he got a bit of an old wicket end or something. Nonetheless, 2 more runs to Madsen, 127, 270 for 5. Rawlins in again, bowls, and Madsen just clips this nicely to deep backward square, fielded by Sean Hunt. Another single, Madsen 128. He will know he's got a key role to play here, Fletch.
Oh, no question. Yeah, he's got to be. As long as he stays out there, a big score is on the cards for Derby. It's big-ish now at 271 for 5, but they want 350, 400.
Rawlins in again, bowls. Dahl plays into extra cover, fielded by Coles. And there is no run, just the one slip in place. Backward point, short extra cover, mid off, sweeper on the cover boundary, mid on, mid wicket. Deep square leg, Rawlins in bowls. Dahl drives pleasantly through the hands of Coles at short extra, fitted by Haynes, who gets in the throw and misses the stumps. Not sure there should have been a single there either.
He'll stop one soon, though. He will stop one soon, bless him. He looked really rushed when he came on the field the first time. I know he stayed out there while other people have swapped around, but he looked like he was rushed. He came out and looked like he was still putting his clothes on. He didn't have a cap. So, yeah, nothing worse than being rushed into doing something.
No, you're right.
You sort of get a bit flustered and all of a sudden it starts to unravel. But so what are we, 2 overs? Are we 2 overs away from the new ball now? We are 2 overs away.
We are 2 overs away. It's the question who's going to take it, because Stephen is off the field.
I think you're allowed 3 maximum, aren't you? If I think it's 3. Something like that, anyway. He'll complain. Here's Ibrahim from the Cromwell Road and bowls to Darby, pushes it out into the offside. Madsen says, wait, which generally means no, no, no.
Yes.
I wonder quite what the difference is between wait and no. It'll probably take slightly longer to say.
Not 277 for 4 against Middlesex. I mentioned that game because that's, you'd have thought if there's a result in that game that, Derby could get a result here. Take them closer to the top 2.
Ibrahim in, that's on leg stump and turned down fine towards fine leg. Dell's on his way back. He is absolutely rapid and gets back for the second. When he set off, I'm thinking it might be tight, but it wasn't tight at all. And it wasn't because of the throw. In all honesty, Archie Lennon got it in as quickly as he could, but he is quick.
Yeah. Is he a good T20 player?
He hasn't played a single game this season. Yes, he is.
Wow.
But he hasn't played a single game. He's been in every squad, but he hasn't played a game. He's one of only 2 players who've been named in squads not to have played as he turns this one into the leg side. There's no run this time as it's picked up by mid-wicket. Yeah, he's carried a lot of drinks on to players and brought helmets on and all that kind of stuff. Nudge, but he hasn't actually played a game of T20 cricket, which is where he came to prominence in the first place, really. Then he was told when... His role is effectively Finn Hudson-Prentice, and when Finn came down to Sussex towards the end of last season, he was given the last 4 matches. Anuj Dal, who's on strike now, and it's time to drive up to mid-off off the bowling of Ibrahim. He was basically told, right, you're going to bat at 7 and you're going to be second, third change seamer. I know Finn is more than capable of opening the bowling. I'm sure Anuj Dal could as well, but more so in Finn Hudson-Prentice's case. And I spoke to him at Lord's because that was the first of the games after he'd been told. He did really well, got a half century. As he waits now, and that one is clipped up towards wide, long on. There is a chase being carried out by the fielder, but he might as well stop now because the ball's going to get all the way to the boundary, and Dahl moves into the 30s. He's on to 32 now. It's 278 for 5, and he said, I know my role in the side now. He started last season, they wanted to make him into a number 3, and that didn't work. They dropped him down the batting order and then just left him out of the side altogether. He picked up an injury. And he was starting to lose his way a bit, really, it seemed to me. But once he was given that focus down at Lord's last season, he's been terrific. He's been in every single match in the Championship. We all thought he was a shoo-in. Actually, no, he missed the game at Trent Bridge immediately before the T20 started with an injury. He waits now and defends this one off Ibrahim. Out into the onside. It's the end of with 278 for 5. So he missed that game, and I don't know whether it was as a result, whether he hadn't recovered fully from the injury and the T20 started. He wasn't in the side. Now he can't get in it.
I always thought, he just looks a good cricketer. He's very, very good in the field. He's a good bat. Here comes Steve Finn coming running back on. So James Coles is going off. He makes useful middle order. He just looks like a good cricketer. Lots of counties have got that sort of cricketer, right? I was talking about one earlier on. One of my favourite players is Ed Barnard at Worcestershire. Very similar sort of player. Just a very good, solid cricketer. In fact, Barnard has made runs today for Worcester. He
Well, they can bat, bowl,
83 not out.
Yeah, they're all. Yeah, you're right.
Ryan Higgins is another one. Down at Gloucester.
The perfect professional for a top Premier League club side in county club cricket.
Absolutely. In comes Rawlins to bowl to Madsen, and Madsen drives into the offside. A misfield by Orr. It's a little sloppy. He doesn't cost his side a run, which will please Ali Orr because he'd have been annoyed if he'd conceded a run there.
He's a very busy man, is Anuj Dal.
In comes Rawlins, bowls and stroked by Madsen through the covers, picks up a single. He goes to 129. The total 277 for 5, fielded by Rizwan. But they're just, that sort of cricketer. So Barnard, Dahl, Higgins. Just bat 6 or 7, make runs, take wickets. I'd imagine they're very unfussy cricketers, probably easy to manage. There's probably others around who I haven't quite thought of, but the sorts of player you need in your side.
Yeah. Always good to fall back on.
Yeah, you're coming in at 7, you're 5 down, and you got a good number 7 walking out. Rawlins in bowls, forward comes Dahl, plays into the covers, fielded by Orr.
He was vice chairman of the PCA.
Is he?
Yeah.
Okay.
He gave evidence at the DCMS committee.
Right.
Into the Azim Rafiq business.
Rawlins in bowls. Dahl just covers up, plays him to the offside. How old would he be, Fletch?
I'm going to say he's 28, 29. He's also running his own coaching business and coaches a county Premier League side.
Rawlins bowls, played to backward point. There is no run. Tidy enough from Rawlins. One ball turn this over.
What it says about him in there where he was born. What it says in there.
And here it says he was born in Newcastle under Lyne. Sorry, no, it doesn't. In comes Rawlins bowls. Dahl plays into the offside. End of the over. 279 for 5. Dahl 32. Madsen 129. I suspect the new ball will be taken. I'll be amazed if it isn't. So it says Anus Dahl, born Newcastle upon Tyne, Northumberland, 8th of July 1996. So it's nearly his birthday.
28.
28, yeah. Debut in for Derbyshire in 2018. High score 106 v Leicester at Derby. Sharing record 6-wicket partnership of 227 with Brooke Guest.
Yeah.
But he's just a good cricketer.
It is interesting because there is and I ought to ask him really, because some people say that he was born in Newcastle upon Tyne, and some websites say he was born in Newcastle under Lyne, which is obviously in Staffordshire, and he's a Staffordshire boy.
Right.
But I have heard a story recently that his parents were in Newcastle when he popped along. So it could well have been born in Newcastle. One of those, I was born in Newcastle but never ever lived there kind of stories. But
yeah, and I think it's the same with Dan Ibrahim, whose birthplace in the book here shows as Burnley, which we know it was, but was living on the south coast, and for some reason was parents or whatever were in relatives or were living out that particular time, but has barely lived in the north of England. So it's interesting.
It's going to be Jack Brooks with the new ball.
Well, this is really important for Sussex now. Well, important for both sides.
Yeah, 279 for 5. Brooks in from the Cromwell Road end and balls to Madsen. A bit of extra bounce with that new ball. Very noticeable straight away. The ball bounced up to almost shoulder height and was pushed away into the offside square by Madsen. He picks up another single to move up to 130, and Derbyshire go up to 280. 4-5.
I think one thing we can be sure of, Fletcher, that Sussex will not bowl more than 16 overs in this next hour and 10 minutes.
Do you not think?
No, I don't think they will, unless they bowl Derbyshire out, which is possible but unlikely.
Brooks balls and it's slapped into the offside, into the ground, backward a square by Dahl. He goes through for a single as well, moves to 33, 281. 4-5. I think once they get to 96, we should be allowed to go home.
Yeah,
I think home at 5:45.
Yeah, I think. I mean, we had a ludicrous situation. I think it was down in Cardiff a couple of weeks ago, where Sussex had bowled a lot of spin, and the last 2 overs took them out. 15 minutes to bowl. It was slightly silly, really.
When I first took major interest in cricket, they were bowling over 110 overs a day in county championship cricket as Madsen defends this next delivery from Brooks back towards the bowler, gets his left hand to it, all the sting out of it.
Well, I think it's having won the toss on a good pitch, you'd expect probably to be somewhere like this, but he's sort of every run now and every ball that's chewed up of the new ball makes it more and more Derbyshire's day, I think.
Yeah, they could do the breakthrough with the new ball, Sussex, no question about that. Brooks bowls to Madsen, who clips that one into the leg side down towards Archie Lenham. He does the fielding and he picks up another single, 282 for 5 now, 131 to Wayne Madsen.
It's just sort of an observation, really, Fletch, because I think for Madsen, Sussex had something like 4 men on the boundary there. Had the third man, had the sweeper on the cover boundary, and 2 men out on the leg side.
They're only attacking with 2 slips now with the new ball. Brooks bowls, and it's kept down and played into the offside by Anus Dahl.
Yeah, I mean, as I say, it's very easy to captain from up here, but I think new ball, hot day, this is Sussex's chance, really. I think I'd probably like to see another slip in the cordon there, really.
Yeah, no, I think so.
If Derbyshire get through this period tonight without losing another wicket, they're in a really strong position in this match.
Band on, bowls to Dahl, full delivery, clipped out into the onside. Again, there's no run.
Let's take the opportunity for to shut down the laptop, which may be slightly crazy to see if it's a Civic.
I like the idea.
Civic.
Yeah, switch it off and switch it on again is always a favourite.
Yes, it is.
Always a favourite. I've got the sun currently coming from behind us, but shining straight into it's absolutely remarkable.
Yeah.
Almost intensified. The sun hasn't moved, we know that. It's the earth that's moving.
Well, I think Sean Hunt has been the pick of the Sussex bowlers, seam bowling wise today. Figures of 2 for 33 in 10 overs. He's bowled
underused, though, hasn't he?
Yes, he has been underused. And I wonder if that's a reason. I mean, he just seems to bowl in 5 over stints. Now, I'm not sure whether that's down to fitness or quite the reason for it. But I thought he asked more questions than the other seamers, to be honest.
I think the analyst will be beavering away, suggesting how close he is to the red zone and all that stuff that analysts apparently do. Good afternoon to Chris if you're listening.
In comes Hunt, bowls. So Madsen, who drives to the offside, he's going to pick up a single to Tom Haines at mid-off. And there is no run for him. Noticeably there, Tom Haines sort of seemed to favour his left hand. I don't quite know why. Anyway, Madsen picks up a single. Yeah, I mean, I think in the old days, he goes to 132, I should say, 283 for 5. In the old days, Fletch, it was, well, how are you feeling? And the bowler will say, you know, can you squeeze another one? And I know things are a lot more technical nowadays.
They bowled themselves fit, didn't they?
Yeah, absolutely. In comes Hunt and bowls and played into the offside, fielded by Rawlings, no run. Interesting, I was listening to a conversation. Someone was talking about Derbyshire, I think it was, and they were talking about Dominic Cork. And saying how he sort of turned up for pre-season. You know, now there's all the pre-season stuff that goes on, but I think he was for too much of that. And will bowl yourself into fitness. I think they were talking about the amount of injuries that quick bowlers get these days, which just seems to be absurd, doesn't it? The amount of quick bowlers who've got stress fractures and Hunt bowls, places. Oh, they think about a single. It really wasn't there, and Lennon was in quickly from point to field, and there is no run.
Well, Stan Mortensen, Ollie. Mortensen came up to see us. Trent Bridge came into the commentary box for 20 minutes. We managed to get away with him only swearing once on air, which was an absolute triumph. The previous time he'd been up with us, spent half of the interview asking him questions and the other half apologising for his language. And not quite that bad. And good afternoon, Ollie, if you're listening. Good to have you on board. And he was saying, you know, his warm-up was a walk round the boundary.
Bowls. That's a good delivery right up in the block hole, and equally well played by Dahl, who plays it down to mid-on, and there is no run. And I think there was a little bit in that.
Yeah, he took hundreds of wickets.
Yeah.
Michael Holding wasn't one for the warm-up.
No.
He did all right, didn't he?
Yeah. You know, I know things move on, and you have to move with the technology, but I think there was, in rugby and football, they use these, that all Angley's run the amount that he can, and that's it. We've got to take him off. In comes Hunt, bowls wide of the off stump. Look at the slant that across the right-handed Dahl, taken by Carter in front of first slip. There is no run. Actually, interesting looking at the slip cordon here because they are very wide. Keeper Carter is standing probably in line with sort of a fifth stump, if there were such a thing. Umpire Lloyd is in deep conversation with Wayne Madsen.
Don't start suggesting fifth stumps to the ECB, for goodness sake.
In comes Hunt and bowls, and just let go by Dahl through to keeper Carter. There is no run, so no breakthrough so far for Sussex with this second new ball. Derbyshire 283 for 5, 132 to Madsen, 33 to Dahl, and this partnership is now worth 80 between these two.
It seems to have happened in the blink of an eye, doesn't it?
It does.
147 balls rather. But they've got on with it. These two. Dahl, 33 from 91. Madsen's 132 is from 197 deliveries. He has hit 15 fours in his first 6 of the season. In first-class cricket.
Yeah.
He'll be on strike. The start of a new Jack Brooks over.
You see, here we are. There was 4 men on the boundary, and the new ball is in his third over. Now, I know there is a short offside boundary, but Sussex need a wicket here, really.
It was a single into the leg side, no matter where he puts it, pretty much, because the 2 men are back at mid-wicket, and long leg. And the umpire's trying to chase a pigeon away now. That's
Yes.
slightly undignified.
Wayne Madsen walked towards it with his bat as if to say, if you he's annoyed.
dear.
Yeah, no, he's really. I think he should move it. The pigeon trotted away. Now he decided he's going to go somewhere else. Oh, now he's coming back.
Pigeon's behind him at the moment, but
I think he should.
I think Mohammed Rizwan has just pointed out to Madsen that he's coming after him.
If I was Madsen, I would chase that pigeon off because that's on his mind.
Yeah.
And here come some more pigeons.
no.
Yeah, there's 4 of them.
there we
Yeah,
go.
no, I think that's the right thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, now they've flown off. That was the right thing. They should have done that 5 minutes ago.
They are quite lazy things, pigeons. So
Yeah.
I tend not to fly too far. There's a whole flock of them to the on the cover boundary. Madsen will perhaps try and put the ball through there. He turns it up to mid-on, the first delivery from Jack Brooks. But yeah, once something gets into a batsman's mind, it can just nag away at him if he's half thinking about that when he should be facing a quick delivery from Jack Brooks. It can end in a dismissal.
No, absolutely. He played it very well.
Switching it on and off again work. This next delivery is out towards the pigeons, out towards the extra cover boundary for 4 runs and bounces up off the rope into the scoreboard for good measure. Madsen's mind firmly on it. He moves on to 136 now. It's 287 for 5.
It is working.
Excellent.
But we haven't had any emails. It's been a slow email. If anyone's listening and they'd like to send us an email just to let us know it's working, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, just to see there is someone out there
I'll send you one, Andrew.
who's listening to Fletch and I.
25 apparently, Anusdale. Thank you, Dom. This one is clipped into the leg side. I have no idea. And he picks up a single. Does Wayne Madsen?
Yeah, did we say...
Well, I just got it hopelessly wrong, apparently.
So he was born on the 8th of July 1996.
Yes, that's
So that means he's 26
Yeah.
in July,
Oh.
next month.
Yeah. All right.
Cricketer, like him, think he's
Yeah,
just
good cricketer.
just what you want.
I'm not a mathematician. I think we've established that. Thank you, Dom. This next delivery takes his bottom hand off the bat as it goes down to a gully, the gully area. The man at gully wasn't actually in gully. Dan Ibrahim, he was a bit further back. Now he's going all the way back to the point boundary for Wayne Madsen, which is probably sensible.
Sussex just look a little flat here in the field to me. I just think, something, this field looks like the sort of field when you're sort of 30 overs in, not when you're 3 overs with a new ball.
Brooks bowls. That's off an edge, off the edge of Madsen's bat.
Oh,
And he's dived all over the top of that one as Sean Hunt, I'm afraid, as he tumbled to try to stop it. At third man, it was a genuine edge, though, through where third slip would have been. I'm not suggesting for a moment it would have carried to a third slip, but it's a genuine edge, and you want to be attacking, as Adrian says, with the new ball. Madsen moves on to 141 now. It's his high score of the season. It's 293 for 8.
Well, we did say in the previous over, let's get a third slip in place, but Sussex with 4 men on the boundary, I'm not sure about this as a tactic. England have lost another wicket.
Ooh.
And another failure for Zach Crawley, unfortunately, out for 25, if that's a failure.
This ball of Brooks is over. It's defended by Wayne Madsen. Back to the bowler, end of it, 293 for 5.
Just going to go and do his update. The new ball has been safely negotiated. So England are 59 for 2, needing another 237 to win. So I wonder whether we're going to see England winning the third Test match, and with it the series 3-0. The next Test match starts on Friday up at Edgbaston in Birmingham, when it's the final test of the series held over from last year against India. Now, Sussex are not going to be in no hurry to bowl these overs. They only need to bowl another 13 today in this final hour, and I suspect we won't see them bowling many more than that. Sean Hunt is going to bowl the first of those to Anuj Dal. He's running in over the wicket, bowls and right up in the block hole, and Dal is equal to the task and surveys the bottom of his bat. And there is no run. 293 for 5. Only hesitated because the sun is shining right on that scoreboard, and it makes the numbers quite dull and blurred. Well, to me it does anyway. Aeroplane making its way somewhere in the vicinity as Hunt is in again. Bowls wide of the off stump. That wasn't a great delivery, and taken by Carter in front of Allsop at first slip. And again, there is no run. Various people in touch who have been listening on the commentary. I'll wait for Fletch to come back and we'll see who's been in touch, because we have got a couple, which is good news. In comes Hunt and Bowles, and Dahl thought he would trapped in front momentarily, but the ball just bobbles out in front on the offside. There is no run. Nigel Harrison's been in touch. Yes, I'm listening to you from a warm, sunny day in Malaga.
Nice.
Nigel Harrison, lovely. It's been very hot out in Spain of late. And Peter Turner's been in touch. He says, just to say, I've thoroughly enjoyed the mix of voices on commentary today. Informative and easy on the ear. Thank you, Peter. That's very kind. As Sean Hunt is on his way from us. In and Bowles, and Dahl plays that through the offside. He's going to take a single because Archie Lenham needs to move swiftly to his right to field at point. There is no run. The total goes to 294 for 5. Madsen on 41, Dahl on 35. Yes, I'm finding myself looking towards the scoreboard to our left, actually, which is a little easier to read.
Easier to see, isn't it? But then again, you've got to look into that sun.
Yeah.
Reflection, at least.
Hunt in Bowles. Madsen draw. It's a lovely shot. That's a quality shot by Wayne Madsen, who's batted absolutely beautifully today. It was slightly over-pitched by Sean Hunt. It was by no means the worst ball in the world, but it was swinging away from the right-hander. And that was all about the placement and the timing, and the ball sped away across the outfield through extra cover for 4. That was the shot of a man who's in prime form, Fletch. Beautifully played.
Yeah. Yeah, almost effortless, wasn't it?
Yes,
almost
it was.
Effortless, which is the key to a shot like that. I always think to make it look beautiful. Wayne Madsen, incidentally, has now moved into second place on his own in the number of first-class hundreds for Derbyshire. He'll never catch Kim Barnett. Well, he might do, I suppose, but Kim Barnett with 53. And Madsen on 34 for Derbyshire. Morris on 33. John Morris. Dennis Smith, the great Dennis Smith, on 30. John Wright on 27, and then Stan Worthington and Les Townsend, 27 and 22. And Grizzlies on there. Chris Adams, 21. Yeah. Levi Wright from the early days.
Yeah. I said Sussex will not want to bowl more overs than they need to here today, and already can see the slow-down tactics have come. I hope this isn't going to be a feature over the next hour, but by the right, Sussex don't have to bowl any more than another 12 overs tonight.
No.
And there's some big changes going on to the field now. There's just the one slip at a gully. 3 men still saving one on the offside, still 3 men on the fence as in comes Hunt and Bowles, and Madsen is forward, plays back to Sean Hunt. Madsen just nods there at Sean Hunt, I think just trying to get his concentration back. I think it just momentarily just resetting was Wayne Madsen. Sean Hunt has bowled 12 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 39, 290, is that 296, Fletch? I can't see.
I think so. Yeah.
Or was it 298?
290.
It's very difficult.
298.
298 for 5.
You're right, it is tricky.
Fletcher's done his update. Nicky has come back into the commentary box. I'll hand over to Nicky for the next half dozen overs or so. We've really got another 12 overs left in the day.
Yeah. I've got another Wayne Madsen, David Griffin stat. They're always good, these. It's a record equalling performance, this from Wayne Madsen with his 145. It's his 300 in successive first-class innings against Sussex. He's only the 3rd Derbyshire player to perform that feat, says David Griffin. Arthur Morton in 1923 to 1925, and John Morris against Essex, rather. That one is clipped into the leg side. I'll start that start again because it was nonsense. Here comes Dahl back for the second. They might even get 3 here, you know. No, they're going to settle for 2. Dahl moves on to 37, and the 300 is up for Derbyshire. 300 for 5. So this smattering of applause. It's getting louder. It's becoming a crescendo of applause. It's Wayne Madsen's 300 in successive first-class innings against a county, the same county. Arthur Morton did it against Essex, 23 to 25, and John Morris against Somerset, 89 to 90. As that one is turned into the leg side, the wicket-keeper's gone racing after it. Ollie Carter, another result. You can hear Wayne Madsen saying no, just the one. Single to Dahl, moves to 38, 301 for 5. So all sorts of records.
Hello again, Fletch.
Hello, Nicky. Just a little warm upstairs.
Oh, it's lovely upstairs. I was sat up there again. Yeah. It's a really nice view from up there as well, so.
See the wickets at both ends. That kind
See
of
the wickets at both ends and a nice little breeze.
Brooks in and balls. That's defended by Madsen. Here's one, and here's a Griff stat to end all Griff stats. The current match between Derbyshire and Sussex here is the 900th in all formats games in which a Derbyshire player has scored 100. How he knows these things, I've known. Well, he's got databases, but it's remarkable. It's also the 999th century for Derbyshire in first-class cricket. So the next centurion will be the 1000th. Thank you very much. I'm sure that applause was for me. This
Wow.
one is clipped into the leg side by Madsen. They've set off for one. He might have put it straight between the two fielders. No, Lenham gets to the ball, and it's hurled in.
Lenham's got a little bit of a fan following up there
Yes,
in the stands, hasn't he?
He's very popular. And it was,
Very popular.
It was Ali Orr who threw the ball in. The batsman came back for two more. Manson's up to 147 now.
I did thoroughly enjoy myself upstairs. It was very nice, very pleasant, and got me very excited for my plans this evening. So I'm like, oh, it's going to be a good evening.
Well, you've got plans.
I've got plans this evening.
Ooh, short delivery. Madsen ducks out of the way.
Wow.
Go on, I'll never stop you now.
Oh yeah, I've got plans. One of my friends actually lives down here in Hove, so our plan is to go down to the beach. We've got a bottle of rosé, so we're going to just sit on the beach and like the sunsets down at Hove are actually really nice. So that's the plan, just to have a bit of a natter.
We're normally indoors when the sun sets. Sitting round a circular table, talking nonsense. 305 for 5. Another short delivery from Brooks, and Madsen ducks underneath this one as well.
Why not talk nonsense on a pebbly beach in Hove? Eh?
I'd rather be closer to a bar than a beach.
Well, why do you need a bar when you've got a bottle of rosé?
Yeah, but you can't drink proper beer if you're on a beach because you have to take the barrel with you.
I like how you think, Fletch. I like how you think.
Pumping equipment. It's got to be proper beer, you see. That's what we drink, as you can tell by our shapes. As Brooks is in and Madsen defends into the onside, and he trots through for a comfortable single because there isn't anybody anywhere near that ball as it dribbles out into the leg side. He moves on to 148 now, and it's 306 for 5 with Anuj Dal on 37. 11 overs left in the day's play, and there's Julian, the Derbyshire physio, walking around in front of us in his very, very special sunglasses.
Those are pretty funky sunglasses.
Green into red. They are red at the back. It's one of the additions for this season, Julian. Always carrying his bag just in case he's called on in an emergency. He's also wearing a Derbyshire hoodie, so he must be quite warm, I would have thought.
Yeah, he must be. I don't know how he's wearing a hoodie in this weather.
Well, that one fits him better than some. Left my phone in there, so even if the person that's aimed at texts me, I can't actually see the message. You know who you are. This is all part of the scam to make sure that they don't bowl more than the 11 overs that are left in the day's play. I think the two batsmen having a drink, actually, in fairness. I didn't spot that. So Anuj Dal is... What's he doing there, Anuj? 12th man has come out. It looks like Big George Grimshaw who's come out as 12th man. Apologies if it's Ben Aitchison. I think it's George. Big Ben. What number's on his back? It's Ben Aitchison. It's a number 11 on his back. Sorry, that is Ben Aitchison. So there we go. Good to see Ben back on a cricket ground in whites and part of the first team squad because he hasn't played at all yet this season. Part of the...
So we've got Hunt from the sea end. And he's going to be bowling to Madsen, who's currently on 148. In comes Hunt, up the hill. And short delivery that's played off the back foot. Taken Madsen a bit by surprise there. No run. I don't think he expected that bounce, and now he's just shadowing a pull shot, which thinking he probably should have played that.
Taken by surprise.
Yeah,
Then he did the old signal to say a bit of extra bounce there.
Yep.
The first delivery with the new ball, which was bowled by Jack Brooks, took him by surprise as well with the extra bounce. It bounced up to about chest height. Won't take long for them to soften the ball.
Hunt back through his run up to Madsen, who's just played that into the onside. They've managed to take a single there. And by the looks of it, Stephen Finn is warming up a bit. Do you think we're going to see him back on before?
I'd be surprised if we didn't before too long. Perhaps he's going to replace Jack Brooks.
Maybe he will.
The century stand between these two is up. It's the second century stand of the
great.
Of the match.
Really cool looking cloud. Look at that. It's like, oh.
Oh, yeah.
What is it?
It's like a vapour trail that's sort of
Yeah, it is.
expanding, isn't it?
Hunt through to Madsen, who's played that into the offside. No run, straight to point. Ali Orr feels that pretty rapidly and gives it straight back to Ollie Carter. Yep, Stephen Finn's definitely going to be coming back into the attack. He is currently at mid-on, warming up, going through his action. The Seagulls, they're back. Time for dinner. It's their dinner time.
I was going to say, I hope it's not mine. I don't think I could eat anything just yet.
And uphill from the sea end. There we go. He's bowled the ball, and Dahl is on the front foot. No run.
This partnership between these two, it's the second successive century stand after the one between Madsen and Rees. They put on 120 by the end of it, but their 100 stand came up in 190 balls. This one came up in 162, so 5 overs quicker.
Yeah, Dahl's already faced 100 deliveries. Just 37 off 100 deliveries. And Madsen on 149 off 211. Dahl currently on strike as Hunt makes his way through his run-up. And that is left outside the off stump. Quite a wide delivery, which didn't seem to carry to Ollie Carter, the keeper. Funny bounce going on today, isn't it?
Yeah, there is a little bit of the Derbyshire bowlers won't mind it. There's a bit of variable bounce. Haven't seen Hayden Carter with the red ball in his hand yet, so that'll be interesting when Derbyshire eventually come to bowl. We're hoping it won't be until at least lunchtime tomorrow.
And through to Dahl, who's again left that outsiders off stump, wide delivery, and it didn't seem to carry. Literally a repeat of the last ball. That is the end of the over. Derbyshire currently on 307 for 5, with Dahl on 37 and Madsen on 149, who is currently on strike for the next over, which is going to be, by the looks of it, Brooks from the Cromwell Road end.
Yeah, Finn.
Finn.
Yeah, Finn's removed his sweater.
There we go.
No headband. Stephen Finn doesn't need a headband, Finn. He's going to bowl the next over from the Cromwell Road end. Currently 12 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 39. Stephen Finn's figures. 307 for 6, with Madsen on 149, as Nicky said. 211 balls, 18 fours and a 6.
For the field, we've got a slip, a gully, third man, extra cover, deep cover, mid-off, mid-on, and a deep square leg and a fine leg.
Delivery from Finn is turned into the leg side by Wayne Madsen, and there's his 150. There is no column for 150. His double centuries are generally appreciated, but Wayne Madsen gets some very warm applause from this Hove crowd. 150 coming up, 212 balls.
That's very nice. Mohammed Rizwan makes his way over to Madsen, gives him a bit of a fist pump and says congrats.
18 fours and a 6. It's his highest score of the season. By distance now, Wayne Madsen, previous high was 135, not out. His average is moving in the right direction as Finn comes in and bowls to him, and it's clipped up towards mid-on by Anuj Dahl, who races to the danger end.
That was a sprint and a half.
Yeah, gets there comfortably. In fact, the fielder barely has time to pick the ball up before Dahl is passing the crease at the far end. Moves on to 38 now.
Is that 309 on the board?
Yeah, 309 for 5. Stick with my computer for now, I think. Since 12th innings, 829 runs, or 830 runs now this season in the Championship. Pushes this next delivery up towards mid-off. It's Jack Brooks, who must have caught him on his finger end there, because he's shaking his right hand. He's not a happy man. Puts it in his pocket as well. Perhaps he's got a pre-existing injury. He didn't look massively happy. Yeah, so 150 not out means he's got 830 runs in the Championship, and Greg Watts points out that he says he's got 1,200 runs this season. He's got 500 in the T20. I'll double check that. This one is turned into the leg side. Nicely by Wayne Madsen. Is he going to get to the boundary? No, not quite.
Well
Good
fielded.
stop by Ali Orr out there in the mid-wicket, backward square leg kind of region. They get back for a couple of runs. Madsen moves on to 152. It's 311 for 5 now. wasn't sure how many runs he had in the blast. I'll take your word for it, Greg. In the blast, he's got. No, that can't be right. That must be. No, that's the championship. You fool! Absolutely unbelievable. That's the wrong one. In he comes again. Does Finn and Bowles. It's just pushed into the leg side by Wayne Madsen. And on this occasion, there is no run. Madsen in the blast this season. Where is he? There he is. He's got 385 runs. So you add those to the runs he's got here, which are 100. I can't remember what the first one was. 828. Probably right. Greg, well done. 1,200. Not bad, especially for a 38-year-old. He says absolutely. Here's Finn bowling to the 38-year-old Wayne Madsen, who almost gets caught behind as he tries. I don't know whether he was trying to guide that one down at third man, then thought twice about it. And by the time he thought twice about it, the edge of the bat was very close to the ball, goes through to the keeper, and it just shows you that even with a new ball, or even with a batsman who's well set, a new ball and Stephen Finn are a potent combination. 311 for 5.
We're going to have Sean Hunt continuing from the CN. We've got last, how many overs of the day? I can't see. Where's it gone? We got last 9 overs of the day. The sun is reflecting on the scoreboard and having a bit of difficulty seeing that.
Yeah, not easy. The one at Derby is exactly the same. And the sun is on it. The old
It's
scoreboard.
right opposite it. It's
yeah,
like,
you can't see the numbers at all.
yeah, we've got Sean Hunt making his way through to Dal. He plays that off the front foot, straight to mid-off for no run. Lovely delivery. Field, we've got a slip, a gully, a point, deep cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg. Looks like James Catley and Sarah Taylor making their way around for another lap, whilst Sean Hunt makes his way through his run-up, and that is flat batted to point by Dahl for no run. Lovely shot for no run.
David Lester sends me an email with the subject, is it working? Well, it wasn't my email that wasn't working, David, but thanks for getting in touch as he's watching and listening online.
Hi, David.
So we're all... My email was always fine. It was Adrian who was struggling.
Adrian's emails. Hunt's making his way through to Dahl, who plays and misses that outside the off stump. Lots of oohs and ahs going on by the Sussex boys on the field. I'm sure they'd like to get one more breakthrough before end of play today.
Yeah, I'm sure they would, but at 83 for 5, Derbyshire were in a spot of bother, weren't they?
They
83
were.
for 4, I beg your pardon. We were in a spot of bother when Leas Deploy was out.
Madsen's done a lovely job. Terrific job, in fact. Hunt bowls. And Dahl plays that off the front foot to point. Again, no run. Nice little tidy over here so far. 4 dots. This is Hunt's 14th over. He's currently bowled 1 maiden for 40 runs and gone for 2 wickets.
311, isn't it now?
Yeah, 311.
They were 83 for 4, so they're 228 for 1 since they lost their 4th wicket.
That's good going.
That is a lot of runs.
That's a lot of runs. But what a lovely day to be batting, isn't it? The sun is shining. Lovely weather. As Hunt makes his way through, Dahl drives that again straight to point. It seems like he's really picking on Alior, who's at point and is taking the brunt for all these well-driven shots. Again, no run.
And his bottom hand came off the...
Yeah, sliced that more so, didn't he?
Yeah, it was his top hand that came off. The top hand came off the bat that time.
Hunt through to Dahl. Who again comes forward, defends it straight into the offside. That is the end of the over. Hunt's 14th over. Derbyshire currently 311 for 5 with Madsen on 152 and Dahl on 38.
8 overs minimum to go. I can't imagine we'll have more than 8, but they're going to have to slow things down remarkably.
They are, because they're going pretty quickly.
Yeah, they're going to have to really slow down here, Sussex. I'm sure the Derbyshire batsman would like to carry on. The light's good. They're scoring runs. Why wouldn't you want to carry on? 311 for 5. You put on 228 for the loss of 1 wicket since Leas Deploy departed. Really good recovery from Derbyshire, who won the toss this morning and decided to have a bat first. So they need to get some runs as Finn begins a new over and beats Wayne Madsen outside the off stump.
Nice delivery, that one.
Just shaping away slightly from Wayne Madsen after it bounced or moving off the surface. As a result, Madsen was tempted into playing it.
Yeah, it looked like it broke pretty late with the swing for that one. It looked like he was about to play it and then decided not to, back off. Probably the safer option.
Did he pull his bat inside the line after it had gone, though? He'll say he pulled it inside the line, I'm sure. He'd expect to play and miss a few times in an innings of 152, I imagine.
Yeah.
I mean, never got anywhere near that, clearly. This next delivery is on the leg stump, turned into the leg side by Madsen. By Mohammed Rizwan, who's in at mid-wicket. Many people on balconies today. I thought there might have been a day for a...
Maybe it was a day for being on the beach.
A lounger on the balcony and watching the cricket.
There's a couple I can see. There's a gentleman on his balcony. He's got the red roses.
This next delivery is also played into the leg side by Madsen. And when you go to the beach if there was a game of cricket to watch. That's that all about. So, somebody's been doing their washing.
With the weather we're having, it definitely is.
Bought myself one of those twirly maiden things the other week. It's been absolute. It's been a game changer.
Game changer.
In comes this next delivery from Stephen Finn. It's pushed out into the offside by Wayne Madsen. No run good over this from Finn. Good challenging over.
That's the washing hack from you, Fletch.
Wow.
Get one of those swirly things, and it's a game changer.
I did discover there was actually a hole in the backyard to put it in, to put one of those things in. So I thought, right, I'll go and get one. Absolutely changed my life.
Changed your life. You're a changed man. Now you've got one of those.
Very much. Very much cleaner.
If you want to change your life, go get yourself one of those twirly washing hanging things.
Here comes Finn and bowls. That one's turned into the leg side by Madsen. Now there's runs here, at least two. Rizwan's chasing it. Ali Orr's going around the boundary as well. Rizwan slides and leaves it for Orr, who almost doesn't pick it up. Madsen set off for the third and then gets back comfortably enough in the end. In fact, Stephen Finn can't gather it cleanly anyway. He's halfway down the pitch. 3 more to Madsen, 155 to him, 314 for 5. Rizwan ran a long way not to field that ball. All the way from mid-wicket, close-ish in to about 10 yards from the farthest boundary, but Ali Orr just crept in there. Now he's been sent back by Stephen Finn. Get back on the boundary, man.
Skipping back to the rope.
He's going to be bowling the final ball of the over to Anuj Dal, having conceded just 3 runs from it. 314 for 5. He's in now and bowls, and that's pushed nicely out towards the cover boundary. There's another chase on here for the fielder. Just
Well fielded. That's brilliant fielding.
He just gets there in time, Ibrahim, and keeps them down to a couple. He actually flicked it quite a long way back inside the boundary, but because he got there...
How smoothly he literally jumped up after he decked the ground.
Excellent piece of work.
That's
Two
brilliant.
more to Dali, moves under 40. 316 for 5 with 7 overs remaining in the day. Starting that hazy cloud is just coming in off the sea now, which will just cool things down a little bit.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, a little hazy cloud coming over.
So now that's geography. So we've gone physics, and my geography is clearly poor.
Well, I don't think they're called hazy clouds.
No, but if it's something to do with cooling things down, there must be some elements of geography in it.
No, I think you're right. I was just going to. I don't think I've got a weather app on this phone.
Sean Hunt continuing from the sea end, making his way through his run-up, and that is driven to mid-on by Madsen for no run. Plays with a very straight bat face, Madsen. He's played some beautiful shots today. Been a pleasure to watch.
He's a fine batsman. Pointed out 1,200 all formats runs this season now. Championship in T20.
Sean Hunt continuing making his way through his run-up, and that again driven with a lovely straight back by Madsen, straight back to the bowler, fielded off by Hunt. Got Anuj Dal diving out the way of that.
He was desperate to get back into his crease. I think he was scared that the bowler would just try and deflect the ball into the stumps, but he didn't. Oh, it's going to get cold now. Adrian switched the air conditioning on. Too cold for me. I'm going to do an update.
Hunt making his way up the runner, up the hill, and another straightly driven shot by Madsen through the offside. We've got Haynes on the pursuit of that. It's limiting them to 2. That brings Madsen on to 157, keeping him on strike. Lovely drives today. Lots of lovely, lovely drives.
Well, he's batted beautifully, hasn't he? Madsen, he really has. Hasn't given a chance.
No, he hasn't.
Survived a tight LBW against Jack Brooks earlier, but apart from that.
Hunt to Madsen, who has played that to point for no run.
And you would think here, Nikki, with just, 6 overs left in the day. I mean, actually, Sussex are going to struggle to bowl 6 overs, to be as slow as to bowl 6 overs in half an hour. So it might well be Sussex bowl over their allocation today. But these two will have their eyes on tomorrow, I'm sure about that, because they could really stamp their authority all over this game.
Yes, they could, as Hunt bowls. And there is a no run. Madsen plays that onto the onside. He's looking to get that through the onside, but...
When you consider that at one stage this morning, Derbyshire are 83 for 4, and that should really have been 97 for 5 when Lewis Rees was put down.
Yeah, we spoke about this earlier with Fletch, and it was roughly a 200 for 1 stand that they've put on since they were in that situation.
Yeah, absolutely.
It is great. Hunts it into bowler's last ball of the over. Madsen again plays that onto the leg side, down to square legs, taking a 1 and has kept strike. Got a nice little message here from Peter Turner.
Oh, far away.
Don't know where Peter's messaged from, but he said he's thoroughly enjoyed the mix of voices today and it's very easy on the ear. That's lovely, Peter. Thank you so much for tuning in.
Yeah, thank you, Peter. 319 for 5, Madsen 158, Dahl 40. The worry for Sussex is that they haven't got the breakthrough with the new ball. And I'm sure these two out there will be saying, particularly Wayne Madsen, all the experience in the world, I need to be here tomorrow morning. Let's just get through these 6 overs. And Derbyshire will have their eyes on a maximum batting bonus points. But more importantly, they're really in this promotion race if they were to win here this week. And that's a long way off. As in comes Stephen Finn down the hill, bowls to Madsen. That's a good delivery. That's a cracker.
Delivery.
Yeah, and he just nods Wayne Madsen. He knew when he's been beaten, and he was beaten outside the off stump. That's a good delivery. And he's bowled nicely in this spell, Steve Finn. He's just beaten Madsen on a couple of occasions.
Not much Madsen can do with that one, though,
No.
apart from just smile and...
Yeah, I think you just have to sort of put them, put that one away
behind him.
That one in the locker. England 60 for 2 in the Test match, needing another 236 to win. Ollie Pope on 36, Joe Root on 16. Finn circles around at the far end of the ground. I'll give you the Division 2 scores in a moment as in comes Finn and bowls, and Madsen up on his toes and plays it down in front of him. There is no run. A century for Ben Geddes today for Surrey. One of the, so it seems the conveyor belt almost of Surrey players coming through the ranks. He's 118 not out. Surrey 371 for 3 against Kent at the Oval. That's in the First Division. Elsewhere in the First Division, Northants 349 for 5 against Warwickshire. Gloucestershire 186 for 4 against Lancashire. Essex out for 238 at Chelmsford. Hampshire in reply 8 for 1. Finn in bowls. Madsen tucks this through the leg side. Picks up a single footed by the very eager Alistair Orr, who runs into field for deep mid wicket. There is no run. One more to Madsen. He goes to 159. 320 for 5. So in the Second Division, Notts 311 for 4 at Trent Bridge against Middlesex. That's a top of the table clash. Stephen Mullaney not out 63. Hasib Hamid made 101. So Nottinghamshire in prime position there. And Worcestershire a really good fight back at New Road. They're 213 for 7 against Glamorgan, having at one stage been 63 for 5. As in comes Finn over the wicket, bowls, and Dahl is solidly forward, plays into the offside, fielded by Rawlins, and there is no run. Ed Barnard is 114 not out. Terrific innings by him, and he's giving Worcestershire something to bowl at. In terms of the table, there are really 4 sides who still fill their room with a chance of promotion from the second division. Nottinghamshire, Middlesex, Glamorgan, Derbyshire, and Worcestershire, 5. Possibly, if Durham had a run, they're not playing this week, not out of it. Finn down the hill bowls, Dahl stretches forward, plays down the offside of the track, there is no run. Certainly if Derbyshire were to win here this week, they would be right in the mix. But that's a long way off. Another 5 overs to be bowled tonight after this one. I think there's going to be more because it's only 25 to 6.
Definitely going to be more, isn't there? They're going to be looking to slow these down.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way. I think
There's only so much you can slow it down, can't you?
It didn't look great last week at Cardiff when they got through their overs very quickly, then had to kill some time as in comes Finn and bowls, and eased away by Dahl. Back at a square on the offside, picks up a single fielded by Ibrahim. 1 more to the total. Derbyshire 322 for 5. I think that's going to click over to in a moment. The sun has moved slightly, so we can see that scoreboard a little more clearly, but the run hasn't gone up on it so far. End of the over. 5 overs to be bowled in the day. That hasn't ticked over, has it? Or maybe that was 321. That's my apologies. 321 for 5. Dahl is on 41. Wayne Madsen is on 159. Bit of a debate going on now. I think Sean Hunt is coming out of the attack. He's bowled 3 spells of 5 overs. 15 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 36. Tidy enough from Sean Hunt. And it's going to be Tom Haynes who's going to come on to bowl, who 14 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 36 for Tom today. They're identical figures to Sean Hunt's. They're not far off, are they? Sean Hunt has bowled 15 overs, 2 for 43, and Tom Haynes 14 overs for 36. Now, Sussex are going to take an age to bowl. There's a bit of a debate going on about where the field's going to be.
Tom Haynes just having a bit of a warm-up bowling to Stephen Finn, who is at mid-on.
And Ollie Carter has been off to get the helmet, and he's going to stand up to the stumps. So
we're going to have Haynes from the C end. He's making his way through his run-up to Dahl, bowls the ball, and Dahl's forward defends into the offside for no run.
I think I might have missed right. Did you hear anyone come through for the update? I think we may have had the...
I didn't hear anyone come through for the update. We may have been unplugged. Oops.
Yes, not to worry.
Oops, a daisy. Haynes at the top of his run-up makes his way through. It's bowled, and again Dahl's forward defends with a lovely straight bat face for no run.
Just send a quick note. I think we are dialed up. Yeah, we are.
Haynes through to Dahl again, who's played that onto the leg side, trying to look for a run, but the fielder, who I can't see from here because the sun is right in my face, has picked that up very quickly. So again, 3 dots so far. At the moment, we've got a slip, a point, extra cover, deep cover, mid-off, and on the leg side, we've got a mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg, and a long leg. As Haynes turns at the top of his run-up, makes his way through, bowling his 4th ball to Dahl, whose forward defends onto the offside to mid-off. No run.
I think these two, Nicky, would just be very happy to walk off here with 5 wickets down.
I think they'll be very happy. A good day at work for them, wouldn't it?
Well, I think so. I think when you've been 83 for 4, when you've won the toss, and it's not looking a great decision.
Haynes through, bowls, Dahl's. I think that's hit him off the legs. That's gone leg by. Yes, leg by down to 45. Derbyshire currently 322 for 5. Ideal over from Haynes so far.
Yeah, I mean, from a Sussex perspective, they'll be very keen here not to,
Really?
to concede a lot of runs, but
Yep.
they really need a wicket.
They really do.
And, I think with these two batsmen clearly playing for the close, now's the time maybe to, to stick a couple more fielders around the back, put a couple of slips in, or just make the
Hoping
batsmen...
for a mistake as Haynes bowls. And that is again played in to the leg side by Madsen. No run. That is the end of the over. Haynes has bowled 15 overs for 3 maidens, 36 runs, 1 wicket. Derbyshire currently 322 for 5. We've got Dal on strike to face Finn from the Cromwell Road end.
And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Derby. You may be watching via the Sussex Cricket Club live stream, wherever you're watching from or listening from. A very good afternoon to you. Thanks for your getting in touch throughout the day. We'll be back tomorrow at 11 o'clock for day 2. Unless Sussex can pick up a wicket in the next 4 overs, and we may get a couple more than that tonight because Sussex are way ahead on the over 8. They're +4, mainly due to the fact that Rawlins and Lenham have bowled quite a bit today, as well as Haynes, the skipper. Derbyshire will sleep the better of the two sides, I think, as in comes Steve Finn. Down the hill comes in and bowls. Short, pulled away by Dahl, but doesn't time it to mid-wicket, athletically fielded by Delray Rawlings, who in one movement fields the ball and throws at the stumps at the non-striker's end, and Wayne Madsen just had to sort of hurry back into his ground. Delray Rawlings, 14 overs, 1 for 44. Archie Lenham, 8 overs, no wicket for 34. 7 bowlers used by Sussex today. Sean Hunt, successful, figures of 2 for 43. Finn, 1 wicket to his name, is in and bowls, and Dahl works this one to backward point. They've taken 1. I don't think they'll risk a second. There was never 2 there. Sean Hunt in very quickly from the...
Dahl was looking for 2. He was very eager for 2 there.
No, he was, and he's run very aggressively. He's on to 42, 323 for 5. Wayne Madsen on 159.
I wonder where our listeners are listening from today. I'm very intrigued.
Yeah, it's...
Wherever you are listening from, get in touch with us. I think there's a Twitter handle, right? Isn't there?
There is, yeah, at BBC Sussex Sport, at Fletch Sport, so you can email us, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. Sussex are definitely taking their time here. Oh. Thank you, David. That's the producer, so we're going to do a quick update. It's Finn. His way. Bowls, and that's going to run down for 4 runs. That's good batting by Wayne Madsen. I have to say, I think Sussex slightly guilty there of being a little too defensive, because there's a big gap. There's just the 1 slip in place, and this ball is only in its 12th over. And Madsen, seeing the 3rd man was relatively wide. That was a deliberate shot.
It was.
He goes to
guided very nicely.
And 63.
1983.
So Finn stands with his hands on his hips. He's going to come around the wicket.
Changing up the angle.
Yes. 327 for 5. Finn.
Okay, let's see if we can get the very latest from the cricket pitch with Adrian Hove.
Yes, thanks very much indeed, Sylvie. We're into the dying embers of the day's play here. Just 3 overs left after this one, and it's turned into a very good day for the visitors, Derbyshire. They're 327 for 5, having won the toss and decided to bat, and entirely due really to Wayne Madsen, who's batted beautifully for Derbyshire. He's 163 not out. 2 wickets for Sean Hunt, but it's been a long, hot day in the field for Sussex, and they'll have more work to do tomorrow. The same can be said of Kent, because they are Surrey to bat this morning. Surrey 387 for 3. The young Surrey batsman Ben Geddes is 122 not out. And in the test match up at Headingley, England on top. New Zealand bowled out in their second innings for 326. England in their second innings 104 for 2, needing another 192 to win.
Oh, Adrian, thank you as always for all of your wonderful updates in the sunshine. Thanks for eating my portion of cake for me, and I look forward to catching up with you next weekend.
Thank you.
Rest of your Sunday, Adrian.
Thank you, Sylvie. Have a lovely week.
Thank you.
As in comes Steve Finn running down the hill, comes in and bowls, and Madsen plays that into the offside and picks up a comfortable single. And Sussex look a bit dispirited, Nikki, at the
They
minute.
do. They look a bit flat, don't they?
No, they do. 320. I think that's going to tick over by 1. That's-
328.
Yeah, for 5. Madsen on to 164. Dahl on 42. Just 3 overs left to be bowled today. We've got another, according to the digital clock, another 17 minutes to play. So Sussex are going to be resigned to the fact that they're going to bowl more than 96 overs. And it's going to be Jack Brooks, who for the first time today is going to bowl from the
From the sea end.
He is indeed. The Tom Haynes experiment hasn't worked. Looks a good pitch, doesn't it? But,
Lovely pitch to bat on by the looks of it. Clearly, Madsen's enjoyed himself.
Derbyshire have got the runs
They've got the runs on the board.
on the board.
And Sussex are looking a bit flat.
They are. I think we'll bring Fletch in just for a couple of overs to sum up at the end of the day. So I'll just go and you do this over, Nikki.
Sure. So we're going to have Brooks from the sea end. His first go from the sea end in today's game. Adrian's popped off to get Fletch. As always, if you are listening do let us know where you are listening from. I always find it quite fascinating. We've got Brooks making his way uphill to Madsen, who's forward. He's really dug that one out and it's gone straight back to Brooks, who's fielded off his own bowling for no run. Brooks through to Madsen, who's tried to play that onto the offside, but it's inside edge and gone down to square leg. He's managed to take a single and nipped over to the other end, leaving Dahl on strike.
The one thing they're going to struggle to do now is only bowl 2 overs and 4 balls in 15 minutes.
There's only so much time
There is, yeah.
stalling that you can do,
I
right?
think they've done most of it. So we're going to get more than 96 overs in a day's play, which is virtually unheard of these days. As I said earlier, they used to bowl 110, 120 overs a day in Championship cricket. Day matches that bowl 120 overs a day.
Brooks making his way uphill. It's bowled, and Dahl has played that on to the onside, down to deep square leg. He's taken a single. And a nice little rotation of strike between this pair. Ticking along very nicely. I'm sure Sussex are going to want to get a breakthrough very soon, ideally, imminently.
Yeah, 127, 128 the partnership. Dahl batting nicely, 7 away from a half century. Quite like to get there before the close, I'm sure. If there are enough deliveries bowled by the Sussex bowlers.
Brooks continuing, in he comes. That's played to point by Madsen. They again scampered a single there. Ali Oars shied at the stumps in pursuit, hopefully. But no, Stephen Finn's backed that up.
There's a lot of oohs and ahs.
Lots of oohs and ahs.
Tom Haynes had his hands on his head for a while. Not sure how close it was, in all honesty. And he didn't hit anyway, so it makes no difference how close it was. But run really nicely. The light aircraft. Where's that one? There's one up there, right to our left.
Oh.
Right up. It's not that one that we can hear, though. I'm sure there must be another one.
That's far up. Wonder where it's going. You got any summer holidays planned, Fletch?
No, absolutely not.
I'm going ground to ground. That's your summer holiday, isn't it?
I'm not going to miss any cricket.
Brooks has bowled. Again, Dahl's played that off the front foot into the offside for no run.
Might be a suggestion that coming to Brighton for 4 nights in
This is your holiday.
in June is a bit of a holiday.
This is your holiday.
Yeah, watching cricket. I'll have to speak to Wayne Madsen at the close. A couple of clips and then jump on a bus into town.
Yeah, I've got nothing planned at the moment, but I'm off to Nepal in October.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm going with the MCC on a tour.
Oh, brilliant.
as Brooks makes his way uphill from the CN, and Dahl leaves it on his front foot outside the off stump. And that is the end of the over. Derbyshire currently 331 for 5 off 94 overs with 2 overs remaining, but I'm sure we're going to get more in because they've got roughly, just under 15 minutes to bowl those 2, so I'm sure they're going to squeeze in a few more overs.
We'll get a few more. Thank you, Nikki. Let Adrian come in and we'll take it through the close of play.
Perfect. Thank you, Fletch. It's been a great...
It has been excellent. Thank you very much. BBC Essex, BBC Radio Sussex and BBC Radio Derby. To the close here, which, well, it'll be at 6 o'clock. No matter what.
Yeah. Thanks very much to Nikki for joining us today. In the commentary box, very envious that she's off to Nepal with the MCC. Well, how come we can't get to go to Nepal with the MCC?
Just lob that in at 5:45 at night.
Yeah, I was going to say. In comes Stephen Finn, running in bowls to Wayne Madsen, who's forward, plays it down to mid-on, and there is no run. Down at Cardiff last week, Sussex were in a position where exactly this position where they'd bowled far more overs than they needed to, and they spent the last 5 minutes bowling 1 over, which... they were perfectly entitled to do so, but it doesn't look great. But they're going to struggle just to bowl 2 overs now in the next 10 minutes. So they're going to have to go over their allocation, I think, because in comes Stephen Finn. Down the hill, bowls to Madsen. Madsen plays this down to fine leg. In some ways, Fletch, if you look at it, I think this might be a leg bye. If you think about the sort of reverse psychology of it, it is indeed a leg bye. You know, maybe Sussex might think, well, hang on a minute, we're going to bowl another over, so let's stick everyone around the back, bring the spinner on, because Madsen will not be looking to hit out. Stick everyone, why not just stick everybody around the back?
Well, I'll be doing that now anyway.
You know, these two are playing for the close and have been for the last 20 minutes or so. You know, we've seen one fly through third slip. It may not have carried to a third slip, but I think Sussex are horribly defensive here for me. I just think this close to the close. Now this looks better. They're bringing in Rawlins into. Is he coming into a catching position? Not really.
He's gone quite a long way back.
Yeah, he's more backward point than gully, isn't he? So it's really just the one attacking fielder who's Tom Alsop at slip. In comes Finn, bowls, and Madsen cut this one away, and that's going to be 4 runs. No, it's not. Didn't see Ibrahim making his way around the boundary. Rawlins just hurt his arm, actually.
Rawlins got a hand to that, I thought. Yeah,
yes, he did.
I thought he got a hand to it, and it seemed to take a lot of the pace off it, because it looked like 4 off the bat.
Yeah, he did.
And it may well have been 4 had it not been for the touch from Delray Rawlins, because Ibrahim managed to get round the boundary to do the fielding. The ball is still at this end of the ground. It needs to be at the other end of the ground for the over to start.
Yeah, 3:33 for 5. Very much Derbyshire's day. But these two will think, well, OK, if Sussex only want to bowl these amount of overs, that's fine. We'll come back tomorrow. Derbyshire have got the runs on the board, as they say, as Finn is in from the Cromwell Road end. Bowls. Good delivery that Madsen covers up to, plays into the offside, followed by Rizwan. And there is no run. Lest we forget, Derbyshire were at one stage 83 for 5. And Wayne Madsen came into bat when his side were 24 for 2. It's been a wonderful innings, 166. He leans on his bat. Although it's not quite done yet, he'll be desperate to be there at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning.
I hope he is. We're down to speak to him tonight. So I generally don't speak to not-out batsmen, but I think batsmen with 166.
Yeah.
Slightly different, isn't it, to somebody who's 92 not out.
In comes Finn. Down the hill, bowls to Madsen short, and Madsen pulls that one away through square leg. Was short and straight to Ali Orr, fielding on the deep square leg boundary. One more to Madsen. He goes to 167. Total to 334 for 5. I know some clubs, you're quite right, Fletch, don't allow or don't like you speaking to batsmen who are, still batting overnight. I must admit, Sussex aren't in that category. They seem very happy to let us speak to people, which is great.
It's just the thing I don't like doing personally, because you never know. First couple of balls next morning, they get out and you think, well, but clearly it's got nothing to do with the interview or anything nonsensical like that.
Finn. In bowls, clipped away by Dahl to mid-on, fielded there by Tom Haynes. There is no run into Stephen Finn's over. So 1 over left in the day. The Sussex have to bowl, but there are still another 8 minutes of play. So I don't think Sussex can eke out. I would just be inclined to say here, That's interesting. I see Tom Haynes has just signalled that Archie Lenham's going to get a bowl. Well, I think that's a good tactic. You know, I think that's really good. So why not just stick everybody around the bat? Right, if you can, you know, if in so doing you concede a few boundaries, well, at least you've tried something a bit different. That's what I would do.
Jack Brooks is going to continue for the time being from the C end.
It's been a really good session, this. I mean, 219 for 5. Derbyshire were at the start of the session, so they've added what, Fletch?
Plenty. 115-ish.
Yeah.
Brooks begins a new over, bowls to Wayne Madsen, who just pushes it up to mid-off, and it's Tom Haynes who does the fielding. It's cold in here now, isn't it?
We can't get it right today, can we?
Can I steal that back off you? I've got to get my hoodie on again. Absolutely perishing in here. It's good aircon now. Better than the one in my car, certainly. Here is Brooks in again, and that one is... Well, don't turn it off now. I'll put my jacket on. I'll get too hot. Pushed it to mid-on. There's no run. There'll be no pleasing me. There will be no pleasing me.
We can't get it right, can we, today?
I guarantee that. It's just quite fierce, isn't it?
Well, I tell you, and actually, you know, we are spoiled. I don't know if you've been to Taunton this season.
No, we've never been once.
Okay, well, we go for T20, and now the Taunton commentary box is on the mid-wicket, on the ground, and you're in a sort of a glass box almost. And we went there for the T20, spent the whole time staring into the sun, and it was a really hot evening. How Anthony sits in there, our Somerset colleague for 96 overs, I don't know. We're very lucky here.
Madsen waits as Brooks bowls to him, and he plays that one out towards the point boundary where Archie Lenham and the fan club are based.
Yeah. As indeed you're sport at Derby, Fletch, because wonderful facilities there as well.
Yeah, no, they are good. They are very good at Derby. The first 3 T20s were right in front of us, and they've just moved across slightly to the left, but it's still a terrific view from Derby. Designed by one D. Griffin.
Oh, well done, D.
Media
Griffin.
Centre. Yeah, he'll tell you he did it anyway if you ask him nicely, but he'll tell you anything if you ask him nicely. That one is pushed down into the ground and on the bounce to the man at backward point by Dahl, no run.
Well, I think, you know, Sussex have run in hard all day. They've certainly, you know, he switched the bowling around, Tom Haynes. He's done what he can. I just think as the day's gone on, it looks like a good pitch. They've come up a good batsman in Wayne Madsen. I think I'd have liked to see Sussex being a little more inventive, maybe, with field placings, etc.
It's the one slip for Brooks, and that's pushed out into the offside by Dahl. Shouted no from Madsen.
I suppose the other thing to take into account, Fletch, is a very short leg side boundary as Madsen is batting now. So Dahl is batting. So that will be taken into account. And so Sussex have an elite run. It'd be very easy for it to be sort of over 400 here. But,
Derbyshire scored 400 in a day earlier this season. I'm desperately trying to remember who it was against, but I couldn't tell you. Special. In goes Brooks and bowls wide of the off stump, left alone by Dahl through to the keeper, and that completes 96 overs for the day. But of course, we carry on till 6 o'clock.
We do.
So if it is Archie Lenham, applause for something or other. Now, was it a maiden? No, there was a run off it, so I've no idea what the applause was for. But we're going to get more. We're going to get Archie Lenham by the look of it. Certainly the wicketkeeper's helmet has been brought out. The problem with this is, of course,
he might get through a bit sharpish.
He might get through too. But Archie Lenham bowling, he's just had a little pat on the back from Stephen Finn, who had to bend down to pat him on the back.
Yes.
He must be nearly twice his size.
And almost twice his age.
I know, yes. You won't thank anybody for saying that. You can't do much about you can't do much about your age either, but the Archie Lenham fan club is in. Good to hear. He's practiced a couple of deliveries on the boundary away to our left-hand side. He was practicing a bit of loop. I wonder if he's going to give this over some air.
Yes. Did you feel he didn't? I felt he bowled a bit flat.
No, I think you're right. I heard you talking about it. And if he gives it a bit of air, he might just tempt Madsen into a mistake here.
Well, he's in and bowls. It's down the leg side, taken by Carter. I was almost about to say I've been used to watching too much T20 cricket in the last month. I was about to say, well, that'll be a wide. Well, of course it isn't, but it isn't. It's proper rules in the first-class game.
It looked like another practice delivery. It looked like a full toss down the leg side to me.
I think they'll make sure this is the last over.
Yeah, they're doing what they can, aren't they?
Ledham waits. Just one slip in place. Comes in and bowls. And Madsen drives to backward point, fielded by Ibrahim. I think Wayne Madsen will be very happy to stand at the far end and let Anuj Dal just play out these final 4 balls.
Hit a couple of fours and get to his 50 and walk
Yes.
off. They can walk off arm in arm.
Well, I think this is a much better field from Sussex. There's a slip, there's 6 men saving 1. There's a little bit of pressure on the batsman, which I think is the right thing to do. As in comes Ledham bowls, Dahl stretches forward, plays into the offside, followed by Rawlins, and there is no run.
Anuj Dal has cleared the night watchman in this scenario.
Yeah, I'm sure Sussex going to throw the ball all around the field here just to make sure that we don't get one more over. The clock ticks over to 17:59.
Yeah, they'll be all right now.
Bit of high-level cloud above the ground as in comes Ledham bowls. Cut away by Dahl to the sweeper on the cover boundary, who's Sean Hunt. Dahl goes to 45, the total 337 for 5. Those clouds at the far end, I think they're called mare's tails, aren't they, Fletch? I don't know if you know your clouds.
Well, I know what mare's tails are. They're weeds, those horrible weeds that you can't get rid of.
I think those ones, sometimes, if you believe what you read, that sometimes that signals there's rain on the way, but let's hope not. Later in the week, we shall see. I think the forecast is actually quite good down here for the rest of the week.
Thursday.
Yeah. Ledham tosses the ball from hand to hand. 2 more balls left to go in the over. Everybody just wanting to get these done. Comes in and bowls to Madsen, who plays onto the onside as far as Mohammed Rizwan, who misfields, and he's going to take forever, Rizwan. Oh, that's really very obvious. They're wasting time. This will, I think, be the last ball of the day. Now Archie Lennon doing up his bootlace.
Oh, dear. Yeah, well, they're tricky things.
There we are, 1800 hours. You can come and bowl it now, Archie.
Yeah. I don't think the batsman will be too worried.
I don't think he'll be worried at all. Well, as long as he doesn't get out here, Wayne Madsen won't be bothered, but I'm sure he's concentrating probably as hard as he did now as he did with his first ball. He's 169 not out. In comes Ledham bowls, and Madsen drives it. The last ball for 4 runs. It gone for 4? No, it didn't. He fumbled the ball, did Sean Hunt, but he comes back for a second run, does Wayne Madsen. He finishes on 171. And what a wonderful innings. And he gets shaken. It's good to see the Sussex boys going and shaking hands with Wayne Madsen, Steve Finn, Ollie Carter, Tom Alsop, all going and shaking hands. And that's been a really tremendous innings. So that's good to see. Well done, Sussex. People shaking hands with Wayne Madsen. It's been a really fine innings. Mohammed Rizwan as well doing the honours. I like to see that, Fletch.
Yeah, no, I do.
Why wouldn't you? It's been a top-class innings.
Well, it's been played in the right way. We mentioned earlier when Lewis Rees wanted a drink or something.